they calling me. My ears are similar to Jack Nicholson's in that movie Wolf. I can hear the hair grow on a juicy bush. I can hear well beyond 40,000 hertz. I can hear shit that make a pit bull's ears hurt. I can hear aliens whispering about Earth, people mining their diamonds while they fixing the worst. I could hear my niggas' pens scrape across the paper as they write me from prisons manufactured to enslave ya. I could hear my fans in Idaho talking about payday should have been signed long ago. I can hear some the Redstone in the convo talking to Les Moonvest in his Volvo. I could hear pharmaceutical giants talking in their boardroom what they do to their clients. I am here to announce I can hear you, motherfucker, when you ain't even open your mouth. I know what you're gonna say way before you even say it. I know the game you play and I'm just not gonna play it. I know this is Andre the Giant going against Sergeant Slaughter. I know that 11 truth will destroy the new world disorder. Let me make this clear as I possibly can. Fuck the messages the queers who be mocking me send. Your government is not your mommy or your friend. The FDA is a monster murdering men. Your representatives are genetic clones. If you open up their closet, you're bombarded with bones. Kept quiet by the wealth and such. If they open up their mouth, they will self-destruct. I pray to Bob you ain't buying the news, cause their primary job is the lying confused. Don't misconstrue, keep your eye on the ruse. America's now run by Zionist Jews. The same way a warden runs a prison. The warden has a boss inmates cannot vision. The owners have no religion that you've heard of. Their mission statement is genocide and mass murder. I know what you're gonna say way before you even say it. I know the game you play and I'm just not gonna play it. I know this is Andre the Giant going against Sergeant Slaughter. I know that 11 truth will destroy the new world disorder.
I've been doing it so long that nobody expects my bars to be in order, but that's where they wrong. I'm not interested in all these hyped up, overblown producers charging $1 zillion because of their name and bopping their head in the studio, faking, trying to get me to buy the track by bopping their head, and the record is garbage. I want some hate. You know what I mean? That's what it is.
I don't give a flying fuck if you're a fan of Captain Alex Panic. He was manufactured in a lab right off the South Atlantic for the purposes of acclimation of the population and the desensitization to the open proclamation. Beyond him, you could easily see one does not need a motherfucking degree. This is not an attack or a critique, just an observation of fact, what I speak. The creatures who own him will leave you hurt or murder you like rubbing some dirt off of their shirt. Gatekeeper extraordinaire. You don't like that? I do not care. I'm just here to disseminate truth, and everything I state is fact. I have absolute proof. $1 billion can go a long way. They have 4 trillion with which they can play. I know what you're gonna say way before you even say it. I know the game you play and I'm just not gonna play it. I know this is Andre the Giant going against Sergeant Slaughter. I know that 11 truth will destroy the new world disorder.
Ooh. Yeah, I guess that's over. Hey, Chris, you back yet?
What? I'm here.
I hear you. Yeah. I just got to reconnect to Rumble because sometimes it disconnects itself. So yeah, what do you think about the New World Disorder? You ever heard of that before?
New World Disorder.
Yeah, that was
it's
take on the New World Order. Yeah. Well,
I think it's been in disorder. Yeah.
Look at what happened during the pandemic. You know, that was not orderly at all, and they were completely responsible for all that. Them and their sponsors like Bill Gates and whatnot who invested in that crap.
Event 201.
Yeah, the whole thing, dude. It was, and what they got an event 2030 now. They got planned coming up, and they're coming up with a new virus. Yeah.
Bill Gates is fired.
Yeah.
If I was at the top of the occult pyramid of occult power, I would never allow Bill Gates to run a deception ever again.
Yeah, well, he's gonna try it. Well, not him, but they're gonna try it with this new one. They got this fruit bat thing going on. Have you heard of that one yet?
No.
There's a virus coming out of India. They're getting like 17 to 18 cases of deaths, and they're trying to make a pandemic out of it. But it's a fruit bat, and guess what's infecting pigs? Just like the last one. It's the same thing.
Yeah, that reminds me of that when I was in school in college, um, they had the H1N1
Yeah,
virus. And whenever I graduated, it was during my like commencement. Um, nobody was shaking hands. Like when you got your degree
yeah.
and the dudes handed to you, like because of the H1N1, nobody was like, we didn't shake hands or nothing. They had like rules going on back then. This is like 2012.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yes, yeah, and it made it
Fake
hard on
virus.
people. Yeah, I'm trying to
Yeah.
set up Google Meets too, right quick, so I can let somebody in if they want to come in. Give me a second. It's not letting me open up my camera neither for some reason. I love my laptop so much. I'm not being sarcastic at all. I'm completely. I do like this laptop a little bit, but I mean, there's times when I get so many windows open that it'll start to freeze up on me. I don't think it has enough memory to do all the stuff I'm wanting to do with it. So it won't let me game neither. I can't do any of the online gaming like everybody else does. The video card's not big enough to do it.
Yeah, I've
But
been looking
I'm
at more RAM for mine because whenever I have 20 tabs open, it wants to freeze up. I only got 8 gigs of
mm,
RAM. Think about getting 8 more gigs.
8 gigs. What are you gonna do with
Yeah.
12 gigs?
Well, yes, 16 gigs total. Right
Oh,
now,
nice.
just 8. Yeah, it's freezing up. Mine's older. Mine's a 2017. I have like I don't know if you're familiar with uh the the um the graphics cards. I have a 1060 NVIDIA 1060 GTX. They're on like the 5000s now. It's older stuff, but it's a little
So, what
dated.
brand laptop do you got?
Dell. I got a Dell
Ooh,
gaming laptop. It's an Inspiron gaming laptop.
yep, I know what you got. Uh, I did some. I fooled around with the little computers here and there. I had a friend who had his own repair shop, and he made his own, built his own computers. Spent a couple years doing that. That's fun. And I got to deal with like my daughters growing up. They went through like multiple computers, and I built my own gaming tower. So
I did
I'd have
too.
my yeah, it was fun. And I
I
mean, I had
did.
never had any problems with those at all because I made them for what they're worth.
I built my first towers like in the early 2000s. Back then, it was like I don't know if you remember AMD Athlon
Yeah,
processors.
I do know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, and then multi-core back then was actually 2 processors on a motherboard.
yeah, I
That
remember
was
those.
that. Yeah. Now they got 16 cores on a chip.
Oh yeah. Well, I guess this just goes with the technology. I don't know. They microsize it just basically, and to get it to work the way they do is the incredible part. I think. Oh, we got more people in. Hey, Kim Ray's in. Let's see, we got Skeptic, Ryan. The link's at the top. Yeah. Oh, I heard myself. Kill the YouTube. Have you
I've switched to laptops though. They're just more convenient.
Yeah, I don't like. They're not as capable. If they could make laptops to run like a tower, that'd be really cool. I have an Acer that I bought. Rhonda. It's a gaming. Uh,
Yeah, it's got
it's
a
a
graphics
laptop.
card in it.
Yeah, but it doesn't go as quite as fast as my towers did. It's easier to work on towers too. If I
See,
wanted to
I got
upgrade anything, memory
I I
or
started getting addicted to it, and I started getting to like overclocking and messing with the BIOS, the
yeah,
multiplier on the CPU, and pushing the limits on everything. And then I was always just dumping so much money into buying the latest and greatest to get the highest scores, and
yeah.
that's why I gave up on it. I'm just like, whatever. Uh, just get laptops and just be fine with that.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're a gamer, I mean, your towers are much. That's what you want. You want to be able to compete. But the way that as fast as the technology was going, dude, I mean, within like I think within 5 years, you're almost anything you put together is obsolete. You get what I'm saying? Like you're gonna have to
Yeah,
upgrade everything.
yeah.
But now watching D-Man do his stuff, he's like taking old motherboards and putting together, and they're still working. They're compatible almost still. Like most when D-Man comes on here, he's talking on one of these old computers he put together and got back up and running. I thought the technology would be so advanced. It's like 20 years later, but you can put a computer together from 10 years ago, a desktop, and you can make it work, man. You get online with it, surf the web and everything. I'm looking at the survey breakdown. I don't remember if I did look at this last time or not. So if you just wanted to play games online, what desktop? What would you build? I mean, because we built our own. We got our own
I would probably,
boards.
I would have like a 3080 or something, probably, like graphics card, whatever i7 or i9. Is that yeah, the i9's definitely an Intel.
Yeah. And would you do the liquid cool system? Like I remember when it first came out, the first people I ever seen with it was the Alienware. They had the uh, saline cool processors.
Uh,
They could.
uh, I wouldn't, because I wouldn't really be overclocking and pushing the hardware like that. They probably
Well, that's what they
run
do with
fine
it. Yeah.
on. Yeah, I wouldn't. I can't afford it these days to run that top end stuff.
Yeah, but I'm saying, let's say that there's no budget, no limit to it.
Oh
What would you
yeah,
get?
then I would, if I had no budget and all that. Yeah, I would be doing um I don't even know if it's water cooled. They got coolers that runs like AC units on it and stuff. I don't know. I'd be doing some crazy stuff.
Yeah, why not? Yeah,
Overclock.
pump Freon right into your PC.
Yeah. Or they got this new liquid that they see them dumping whole systems in. Um, it's just
Yeah,
like ultra pure water.
yeah. It's like almost like a silicone water. It's like I don't know what they
Well, it's
call it.
just
Silicone.
it's like a dielectric. It's just a water, but it costs like, it's very,
Yeah,
very expensive
I know what you're talking about.
distilled water.
I watched the whole show on it. The guys pouring but it costs to buy the gallons of water. They do it. It does evaporate. Eventually you got to replenish your water source. It gets
Yeah,
expensive. Yeah. All right, I was going to
yeah.
read this breakdown right quick. So this is geodetic surveying breakdown. Full breakdown of geodetic surveying. The geodetic surveying is a specialized field that involves the use of advanced techniques and instruments to measure and map the Earth accurately. Okay, that's pretty simple. It is an essential in project high demand accuracy such as GPS, of course, and satellite systems. The process includes the following key components. Geodetic surveying definitions. Okay, that's not a process. Okay, it involves specialized methods of measuring, mapping accurately, taking into account the Earth's curvature. They're that in there. So if you're making a map, you need to count for the Earth's curvature. They're making that essential. But I want to see how they take account for Earth's curvature. You know how any survey accounts for curvature, right? Any idea?
I have no idea why they even would, but I understand why they're trying to
Well,
apply it, because
well,
they're
yeah,
looking on a bigger scale and then applying, because they think they live on a globe,
yeah. Well,
so they think they
they're
got it.
trying. Yeah. The account the 8 inches per miles per square, the parabolic, but they actually use the arc second, and they actually think the stars are actually going down over a curve when they go out of sight instead of perspective. So they just
A
count
freaking arc
perspective
second.
altogether. Yeah, Yeah.
An arc
Arc
second,
second. Yeah.
an arc minute. There's like, what is it, 30,000 arc seconds in one arc minute?
Hmm.
Something crazy like that is when you get an arc second. That's a tiny.
Yeah. I
That's
mean,
itty bitty.
you can do that with plain art surveying if you actually account for a perspective. They use an autographic view when when they're mapping like that. That's what you know what an autographic view is, right?
No.
They're looking from a side on view from your site. So when they draw out the map, you're looking at the side of your head. You're looking at, at the curvature. Uh, well, not just the curvature. You're looking at your view as a side on view, and they take that over the curve. Uh, what in real world, things change with angular size and perspective, which is it's basically the same math they use for curvature. It's almost the same. If you use both, the planet would actually be smaller, which actually perspective, the laws of perspective actually do occur. And the best way to account for angular size change with perspective is you get 3 points on an object, and you measure how it shrinks over distance from those 3 points. So let's say you're watching you take a video of like a boat going over a horizon, right? So you take 3 points on that boat, and they get closer together as it gets further away. That's how you determine how many centimeters or millimeters, or even as it gets further away from you, you'll be able to determine the distance by how closer they get together.
Okay.
That's how, yeah, that's how you do angular size change.
Angular resolution.
Yeah, well, that's with the
Basically.
lenses and stuff. Yeah, the Rayleigh criteria, and I mean it's almost the same definition as their curve math is. So that's why we Nathan, when he first started doing this flat Earth debate thing, he would actually, that's one of his uh, he had housekeeping questions at the beginning of each show, and that's one of his statements in it, that the Earth curve calculator hijacks perspective. So you've taken classes, taken art and film classes, you would actually learn what perspective does to film and pictures and art. So they have a thing, they create a whole criteria around it over centuries, so you know how far you can see things when they actually blend into the horizon. It's called the Rayleigh criterion. And the further away, and there's no way to to resolve that photo or that image, even with a telescope or well, you can, but you have to have an instrument to do so. But with your eyes, it ends at a certain spot, and it's the same as it would be if you were accounting for curvature at the rate that they say the Earth curves. It's just it's the same math basically.
Okay.
Yeah. So
I
like
just
if
know
once it gets out of sight, that's where the curve starts. That's what I'm saying.
yeah. Well, the angular resolution is when something gets so far away, it gets so tiny it
Yeah,
disappears. It
yeah,
just gets tinier and tinier till you can't see it with
yeah.
whatever optics.
Well, so they simplified it over on the debate. It's like hashtag shit strengths. So basically, like you put a cow at 40 meters away from you, it's going to look smaller than it would at 10 meters away from you. It has angular size change over distance. That's until it blends in with the rest of the horizon.
So if you zoom back in with the
Yeah,
P900s, that doesn't debunk like
yeah, it
this.
debunks most of the stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
So even a telescope, you can do the same with it. We had a guy named Tinfoil Hat Man who actually took a telescope, went below sea level off the coast of England, and he resolved a water tower and a couple other things at 36 miles away. So you understand how far that is comparably to
Yeah.
what you should be able to see on a globe. It should be well below the horizon. It should be,
Yeah,
or
36 miles. I mean, you're thousands of feet, ain't you?
no, more is yes. I can't remember exactly the math on it. I had to go through a curve
1,000,
calculator to get it.
2,000? Because I live on the the Cumberland Mountains, and I think you've seen me when I've been up there, but there's an outlook, and I could see
Yeah, I was there.
70
I
plus
went up there.
miles away, and I could see the Smoky Mountains, and there's supposed to be thousands and like you shouldn't be able to see the mountains
Yeah, for
from
the
just
Earth curve
70.
in your way. Yeah, or the drop over distance is what you really
So,
want.
well, that's what I'm thinking. Like, so like 36 miles. I had to do it on my calculator. Yeah, there should be like thousands of feet by that point.
Yeah. So we actually did it real time on Flatzoid's show. Actually, Tinfoil Hat Man went out and did this observation. Him and Michael Kahn did, and you have no idea what kind of criticism we got. Oh, he's looking up from sea level. That's why he sees it. Looking up below sea level, he actually went down at a low tide into the seabed and took his telescope down into the seabed below sea level and actually got this observation. It's he wanted to set the goal high. You know what I mean? Put the goalpost high, and he made the observation. That was just plain and simple. And it should not be able to be made on a globe Earth with the same size, radius, and value that they claim that this one we live on is. But there's so many of those that have been done over the years, but they just get written off. Oh, that was all refraction. What they actually claim is that the cold and hot air index in the water actually refracts images up over that curve. Literally, it's weird, dude. It had to make an exact
Okay.
hologram of that image
Okay.
up over the
36,
curve. Yeah.
36 miles is it just, this is a basic Earth curve calculator. It says 864 feet. This does not include the height of the observer or the height of the object or whatever.
Well, he was below sea level. That's what I'm trying. There is no height at that point. In other words,
Right.
he's looking up at
Observer
sea
height
level.
would be zero
No,
or
zero.
negative
Yep.
whatever feet.
Yeah.
Okay, I
That's
got
why he
another
did it.
one here. Target distance miles 36 miles. Eye height is 0 feet. Yeah, 864 feet. So same again. But
That's
like
crazy.
say if I do like 80 miles, that's the closest point for me. That's 4,267 feet of curvature. Oh wait, eye height. Let's see. I think I gotta do 2,000 feet.
If you're
400 and
2,000 feet above, they're going to give you a greater distance of field of view. So,
well, 200 miles away because I could see damn near all the way to North Carolina from here. Let's just say 200 miles away. That's 14,000 feet, and that's at 2,000 feet height.
okay, you're
Because
going pretty
I
high
want to get
already.
out there one morning. Because yeah, I want to get out there and look far east when it's sunrise, where I can get the mountains silhouetted behind in between the sun and myself.
Yeah.
And 200 miles, yeah, I because you can see all the way down. I mean, the closest point 70 miles, but I can see well beyond. I can see hundreds of miles.
All right.
But that's
Well,
another call.
they'll claim all the observations you make over those distances. Now, that's not you're not actually looking at the object. You're looking at the refracted image of the object, like a hologram that's been raised up, a looming
Yeah,
mirage, you might say.
yeah.
But then again, they don't understand that the index has to match it every time that observation's made. What the index they built, and it's not a brand new thing. This has been going on since Samuel Rowbotham's day. They've been fighting about this. About it's a refracted image, but they can't actually show you in real time what they're talking
Well,
about.
well,
Uh,
and
And
yeah, it's just it's amazing. With any distance, I can see 100% of the whole entire mountain. There's no hidden anything anywhere.
yeah, so
Like
it's not. Does the image look blurred or distorted when you do it?
no, well, that's just with my
Yeah,
naked eyes,
that's
man.
yeah.
Yeah, I have a telescope and um monoscopes and stuff,
Yeah,
but
but when you use those objects don't look blurred unless it's a hazy, warm day or even worse, a cold, wet day. It would make everything really distorted. And what you're looking at is distortion from the
right.
actual water and all The rest of the bull crap.
I'm gonna do a video on it when I do find a really pretty nice day. Because
Nice.
I this past year I had a refractor telescope. It was a whatever. It was a 90 millimeter by 700. It was just a regular, and then I bought this Newtonian bigger telescope, but it's been wintertime and I haven't been able to get outside and do any observations.
Yeah.
This new one.
Yeah. I was going to finish off this little definition, the first part of it. Okay. Geodesy is an accurate measurement understanding the Earth's geometric shape, the orientation in space, and the gravity field. See, they're putting all this together, which I don't think they can determine a gravity field. That's an assumption, and they use what is used in mapping in the U.S. shorelines, determining land boundaries, and improve transportation and navigation safety. I don't understand what that means. If you're doing surveying, how does shorelines and land boundaries determine navigation safety? I guess it's and navigation safety, but I mean they're not going into any of the details of how they do this. That's why I got the gravity maps up here. I'll look at those in a minute. They get really weird. None of these actually represent the sphere that they've taken pictures of and say you live on, either. Let's go. Geodetic surveying is based on several principal keys, including Earth shape and size. And how do they know the Earth's shape and size before? That's the next pre-assuming the Earth's shape and size. You know how they determined all that. You've been through basic cosmology. You've learned how they determined the Earth's radius to begin with, right? Everybody knows how that's done. It was due to the transit of Venus between the sun and the Earth. All they did was assume that Venus is the same size, and they think they calculated the sun size. You've heard, what is the sun's actual size now? Do you know?
When did they do that?
Oh, that was back in the 1700s.
Okay,
They were
yeah,
with Captain Cook. When they did his trip out to Tasmania, they did the transit of Venus for the first time. They had a couple of theodolites that they were looking at, trying to determine the size of Venus compared to the sun, and they're assuming that the Earth and Venus are exactly the same size to get the full radius of the Earth.
they claim Eratosthenes back from the Hellenistic Greeks.
What you're talking about, the
Had
six of
that
shadows? Yeah,
yeah, that which is not even possible to begin with because the sun rays are
yeah.
divergent, but somehow it was accurately close to what they got here.
What they thought it was. Yeah, yeah. So it's all a pre-assumption there, and they claim Al-Biruni calculated the radius of the Earth too. Back in what century was Al-Biruni in? Was it 1600s? He's a Persian astronomer. I guess he was an astronomer who actually went to the top of a mountain. But the funny part is that in order to get the height of the mountain, he actually had to go from sea level up to get the measurement to the height of the mountain, so he could pre-assume the radius of the Earth by measuring his line of sight off of the mountaintop. But he had, in order to get there, they had to survey the mountain to begin with to get the height of the mountain from sea level. Then they pre-assume that sea level is actually curving at the radius that they presume the Earth is. That's the calculation part. So that's not, they don't do any measurements there. They calculate what the pre-assumed radius of the Earth is. They add it into the geodetics to start with, and they always say there's spherical excess. The problem is, I think they don't measure. They take the distances from planar, and the distances in a planar survey from point A to point B is actually longer than what they claim the radius is. So they take that extra bit and this is spherical excess. No, that's just the distance between the one point to the next point. And I forget the term they use for how they do it, but they got a geometric term they use in that kind of mathematical equation, which is unnecessary. You can get to one point to the other, and it's the same distance no matter what you do. So what they do with when they actually assume the radius of it, they measure from the core of the Earth to start with, from their assumed core. to the edge of the radius. They draw a chord line from that point to the other. You know what a chord line is, right?
But a core line, you said
No,
from
a
the center.
chord. It's a chord. They draw a chord through the middle of the Earth from one side to the
Oh,
other. They actually they've actually traveled through the center of the Earth. There's a line that goes through the center of the Earth. It's called a chord line. This is how they get the full circumference of the Earth. They take this assumed radius and they put a chord line through the dead center of the Earth, and they put the two together and calculate the circumference of the Earth, like the full sphere of the Earth. They've
yeah.
never actually measured it. They put that
Okay.
pre-assumption in there. Yeah,
The
it's
radius,
pretty bad.
two radiuses is a diameter, and then you can get the circumference. I don't know. There's 3.14 radians in a half of a circle.
All right. So there's more techniques they got here. You have to go through so much. It's too much. If you can just measure a distance between 2 points, or even 3 points, you could do. You could trilaterate it that way, or you could go from 4 points, and you could square it off, and you can measure the distance across there. You still got planar measurements. That's all it really boils down to. And the accuracy just goes to the instruments, from what I can tell. It's the auto levels and the theodolites that they play with. But when they use the theodolites, they assume that they're measuring that measurement from the center of the core of the Earth, no matter what they're doing. So in order to get that radius, they have to assume that they have a center of this sphere to get their calculations, and they're not really that accurate. And from what I can tell, they look pretty much the same from half the videos I've been watching, and they never actually do anything in real time. Now we got to wait for a good day when it's clear outside, so we can see the stars. So they can put it on the global coordinate system that they built off of the star maps. They call that the celestial sphere, which is outside of the globe. But you can get the same measurements in the same distances if you actually do it all planar, even the sky being flat and the ground being flat. They're exactly the same. I think we've broken down geodetic surveying for what it's worth, and actually, I volunteered to go do some measurements for Brenda debates. And I said, I got a football field right next to me. So I could measure, take a theodolite and go across the football field, see if I get diverging zenith angles there. And she's like, "Oh, it's too small." I said, "Well, I could just do that across 5 miles, and I won't end up with it." It's funny, but yeah, I have to do a lot of calculations in the process. I want to look at a gravity model right quick. I have a couple I pulled up. Let's see. I put them on Adobe. They don't give me the full map unless I have to go buy the manuals they sell for geodetics and modeling. That's what they do. They don't measure, they do modeling. Here's one for the EGM 96 15-minute geoid model is at 2 meters, which the C1 geoid it equals 2 meters. So I guess they measure this over 2 meters per grid is what it looks like. It's kind of weird looking, but this is like I think the northern hemisphere or something. Or no, it looks like the whole map. Let's see. Except I don't see Antarctica on the map. It looks like a Mercator. You see this thing?
Yeah.
It's kind of weird. But I guess what are these? The indexes. These are different amounts of gravity. So if gravity was a constant, you wouldn't have this. You get what I'm
Well,
saying?
wait. Okay. Yeah. This is like some of that gravimeter or something. They have a meter.
Yeah, that's what they use to do this. They make these
What?
measurements.
And okay. And how are they detecting this gravity?
Well,
There's more mass there or something, I
yeah.
guess.
Well, it's like where there's mountain ranges. What it is like that they consider the density of the mountains or the seabed or the air or the
Okay.
water, the density of the water they're in. I guess, but they need that 9.8 meters per second to gauge all this with. So that's the gauge they measure with. If there's any change in their meter, they're like, oh, this is due to the mountain next to me, or it's due to the lake that I'm standing beside because it's more denser. And there's one experiment they did back in, I think it was in the 1800s, where they went to the mountain in Scotland and actually spent a month or so out there determining the density of the earth compared to the density of the mountain they were next to, and they got the right amount of degrees off in their plumb bobs, and they measured them to the, but they also used a pre-assumption of the sphere itself, and they used the virgin zenith angles using theodolites to get their measurements. So their measurements were already pre-assuming no discovery.
So they're using
And
a pump up and saying it's pointing slightly towards these purple areas, or
yeah, well, toward the stars, like above these areas, and the stars are always in motion, so they couldn't get. They take them forever to get the reading proper, like, and
well,
their plumb bobs sort of said we're not sensitive enough to sense gravity itself, and they finally figured out, yeah, that it was the density of the Earth and the density of the mountain. It's a eureka moment. But it took them 2 weeks or so to set up, and another 2 weeks to get like a reading because of weather and all the rest of the stuff. And they couldn't really see the stars because it was in a clear day. And they're not really measuring the Earth; they're measuring the zenith angles of the stars, and that's how they got their declination, because the stars were reciprocating to different angles, and they measured their plumb lines to the star.
does objects fall faster or something in these purple areas? I guess.
I'm guessing they or the purple areas are denser areas. I think is it. I can't really read the scale. Let me see if I can pull it up bigger. And now it says that's as big as it's gonna let me get. Let's see. Oh no, I get it. Here we go. That looks like a minus. So that's like there's less, I guess, gravity in that area. The scale
So
goes
like the
up to
more
here.
mass, the stronger the gravity.
Yeah. Uh-huh. So like where there's mountain ranges, land areas like that are more denser, it pulls things towards them. I guess I just think that's the medium that it's in. It's being manipulated by the masses that are in the area. You follow me? Like the mountain, the air
Yeah.
around the mountain actually is reacting to the mountain itself, where the lake that's beside it is causing the air to be thicker in those areas. So therefore, it slows down objects comparably to
Have you
it
ever
would
heard?
be in less
Have you
dense
ever
areas.
heard about motionally induced voltage in the ocean?
Well, I don't. I wouldn't. Yeah, because I think especially salt water has it passes a lot of current through it. Correct?
Well, salt water is a conductor and it's moving
Yeah.
through a magnetic field and it creates a voltage. That's how they
Mhm.
detect the voltage in the ocean.
Yeah.
And on that coast, there's something called the coastal effect, and it's
Yeah. I think they
on the
were mentioning that
coastline
in
of the land.
geodetics. Yeah.
So there's the voltage potential gradient is much higher on the coastline on
Makes
coastlines,
sense.
so they don't
That'll
power lines
change the
there.
density of an object too, right? Voltage would definitely change the density of and the rate it falls.
Well, it's one more thing that I don't know if they're accounting for in
Well, I
this
think they do,
experiment.
and they actually count on it. They actually figure that into their geoid. Uh, but I mean, I think the cause and effect is where we vary, because uh, the electric charge does not have anything to do with gravity whatsoever, and it's going to change uh, your density. Like, I'm pretty sure it will, or the
Yeah, yeah,
density of the for sure.
I understand what you're showing me on the map.
Yeah.
It seems like it's large content because this coastal effect is affecting like the magnetic fields as well. Like, like there's a lot of data on the magnetic field in the atmosphere, and along these coastal regions, it's different. And
So
it's
the cord
because of
line. So
this.
you can't. Hey, hold on. Totally level. He's out. And so they don't draw a cord line across the equator. What, or do they? Oh, let's see. Cord line doesn't go through the center, and you spell center with an S, by the way. Well, I'm making a pre-assumption like to get the full value of the sphere, they have to draw a chord line through the center of the Earth, right? You have to cut it in half, totally level. Uh, I'm pretty sure chord lines can be done on a shorter basis. I guess, yeah. Like to, if you want to come in, there's a link in the top. You can tell me all about why they don't cut the Earth in half, like draw a chord line through the center of the Earth. And with a name like Totally Level, I don't see why you wouldn't understand what I'm trying to get to. I just had to answer the chat. They were talking about it. Yeah, I'm gonna reset the Google link right quick. So I'm trying to think what else they use the chord line for. Well, let's look it up right quick. I know there's another purpose for it. A chord line and mapping. I think it's what they use it for mapping in some cases. Let's see. Okay. Let's read this off. It's chords, chart mapping tools. I love the AI. It likes to think for you. These tools help you visualize a chord line that can be printed on a page and make it easier to understand how chords relate to each other. Oh no, this is a different kind of chord. Okay, chord lines. Oh, and circular diagrams represent chord lines that are the processions allowing us musicians chords. I've got the wrong chord. There. That's CORD. A neurofiber mapping. What the hell? GPS coordinates, longitude and latitude. Okay.
Mental density.
Network mapping. Yeah. GPS, geoconversions, route planning, 3D Earth map sites. I'll take a look at this. I'll take correction easy, but I'm pretty sure that the equator itself is used as the biggest chord line in the world to get your radius value of the Earth. So, no, it's just pulling up Google Maps. I don't like that.
Roger, are you talking to somebody?
Yeah, I'm talking to somebody in chat. Actually, they made a comment. Yeah.
Oh.
They were saying that they were out. This guy named, what was his name? Totally Level. The transit of Venus is used to calculate the distance of the sun. No, they actually assumed the radius value of all of them, didn't they? He's making more comments. Not for the size of the Earth. It wasn't? Huh. They didn't get the radius value of the Earth by assuming the size of Venus and comparing it to the sun. I've never heard that before neither. He's definitely not a flat earther. But the whole point is, how did they get the radius value of the Earth again? Did they measure it? Or did they pre-assume the radius value? It's close to 40,000 miles in radius. So you get the, you go from center point. I'm trying to remember how to do the theory. It's basically pi is what they're looking at. A chord length. Yeah. Let's see. I should go do geometry. But I know how they pre-assumed the radius of the Earth by measuring the size of Venus and the Sun, and pre-assuming that Venus was the same size as the Sun. Yeah, that's what a chord is. Okay, but don't they basically do that with the equator too? The length of the equator. They have to cut the Earth in half. Yeah, that's how you determine the full circumference of the chord. Who got a new account? Oh, okay, I got you. He's talking about this guy that was out there. Now somebody's trying to come in. It's Ryan. Hey, Ryan. Not much. Trying to figure out what they use chords for, but it's basically the same idea: how to get a circumference of an object. Or
They use it to strike lighter, to make lighter strikers.
Chords?
Quartz.
No, not chords. Chords, dude. Chord.
What do you use chord
Chord
for?
lines. Yeah.
Before.
To get the circumference of an object, dude.
Okay, but doesn't that object have to be round?
Yeah, usually.
Okay.
But they're pre-assuming that it is round, right?
Yeah, that's what I meant.
And didn't they not use the transit of Venus to actually determine the size of the Earth? Didn't they pre-assume Venus to be the exact same size? They scaled it up from the Sun to Venus to the Earth, but they had to pre-assume the size of the Sun too to get the value.
Sounds like a lot of the ass and you and me in there. A lot of asses.
Yeah. Well, yeah. That's, I thought that's how they determined the radius value of the Earth. And they took the radius value of Earth and they took a chord across the center of what said
bring it
radius.
up, measure it.
You can't, dude. Go try measuring it, dude.
Wouldn't that make more sense?
You need like thousands of human calculators to compute all this size, the sun and the
You could do it with a camera.
Earth. Yeah.
You could do
How
it with
can you do it with a camera?
One by and then measure everything in real time that's on the surface, and then you figure out exactly what the size of everything is based on the camera size, right? And then once you have that information, you just clock how many ticks it took you to get across. It's that simple. It's not really to figure out. Don't need a regular paper. You
I want to see who this true level is. Total level.
Total level.
Yeah. I guarantee it's a troll with a name like that.
Yeah.
I'm looking at though they joined April 2025. Oh, that would be like how many days ago?
A year ago. Well,
no. Is it? Yeah, it's April 2025. They're totally level.
For like 10 months ago. I don't know.
It's 2026 now, so they're a year old. Yeah. He's got a complete level horizon, but it doesn't look like it's an actual photograph neither.
Well, which one of them does?
Good question.
Which one of them does?
So I'm still trying to figure out how geodetic surveying is still more accurate than ordnance surveying or planar surveying. Ordnance surveys actually just measure a grid across the land. They use a datum, but they have geodetic datums versus ordnate datums. Yeah.
Is that where they got
one pre-assumes a flat Earth, and the other one assumes a geoid.
Mm-hmm.
Not even a sphere, at that matter.
Which one's right?
Well, they claim that geodetic's more accurate, but they also use 3 other different methods involved in it.
Which one's more simple?
Well, the ordnance surveying, obviously.
There we go. Occam's razor.
Yeah. So if we do, there's a lot of argument to go in there with. I'll show you what a geodetic survey looks in my neighborhood. Let's get the thing I got up on screen right now. I guess these are data points that they use here. This is Denver.
It looks real professional, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Accurate too.
So we can zoom in closer, see what they look like down on the ground.
They don't survey all the land, just parts of it.
Yeah, well, they're just going from point to point. And
what they know.
Hold on, I'm going to find out something for Siri right quick, just so I can clarify it for myself. If you don't have it I don't have a geodetic surveying book on hand. Ask a professional.
I can get one. No, I'm sure it's not that difficult to find.
So I guess all these little points right here are where they set up their substations to do their geodetic surveying, and they go from to these triangles out here. This with the triadolate. You see the white little triangles here to here. So these are where they're coming to the points. I guess I don't know what the little. I guess the black squares and the black circles mean something. I'm looking for like an index on this thing. Let's see.
Map, legend.
There's a legend right here, but it doesn't say anything. It says no legend. You see that? I'm dead serious.
No legend.
This is an actual geodetic map in real time.
Sure it is.
Yeah, that's what it says. Swear to God, dude. This is the website. Yeah. This is what they use for geodetic survey, and this is their. I guess the scale comes separate in another book, or the legend. Sorry. Let's go to Saudi Arabia, see what it looks like there. Oh, look, they haven't did any geodetic surveying in Saudi Arabia. Imagine that. I know. We can go all over the world and look at geodetic surveying.
They're not very confused like most people are.
I don't see anything over in Germany. I guess that's just for the U.S.
Germany? I thought Germany was the one who invented this shit.
Yeah, but this map I have here. This geodetic map is for the U.S. That's why it brought me to local Colorado. I don't know why it has the rest of the world on here. Let's see if it's the whole U.S.
Well, why wouldn't they all be attached though?
Okay, I gotta open up this thing. Here we go.
Well, then why don't they just attack all of them?
Okay, so those little black markers here is it's for a dash sheet. They give you a dash sheet for each one of your where you're at. So they give you your height and elevation. See, it's got height 1 and vertical 1. So they give you a vertical and a horizontal for each one of these black and white triangles.
Okay.
H1 is a black triangle. The H2 is the control. This is what I guess what it's supposed to be, I guess, but it's not really what it is. And the vertical control is adjustment V1, and the other vertical control is V2. So they're taking 3 different measurements, I guess. I don't know.
Like thing 1 and thing 2, huh?
No, these are actual point data sheets that they hand out for your local measurements. This is I could probably take this out and go do some geodetic surveying with this map.
Really?
Yeah. Hey, Chris dropped out again. Hey, Chris, how you doing? You back? Yeah. You get to see that. You got to see that. That's actually a geodetic map. So
I did. Yeah. It just says happened to the page, and I just hit the reload button.
I got to press down to start over. I guess I'm surveying a part of America. Let's go to Denver.
Open up the back button.
Let's open up the little triangle thing.
You know, a triangle.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
A triangle is 3 what?
3 points. Yeah. Well, they have to be.
What do you need to make
equal?
You need 3 straight
lines.
Yeah. Are lines curved though, Roger?
No, but you can't draw a straight line over topography, though, can you?
I mean, are any lines technically
curved?
Lines? Well, are they
not in principle? No, definitely not. No. But I mean, if you're using calculus, it probably is.
No, those would be arcs. Those aren't called lines. Lines are just straight things. Rays and lines are straight. They don't end, and they're infinite. They're infinite, and they go straight, and they don't curve. If they were curved, they'd be called arcs. You understand? I'm glad.
I heard you. So a chord line is a
line.
A sextant line
as a straight, regardless of what
in geometry. A sextant line is it intersects with a curve. So so the equator would be a, 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 a,
What?
But I mean, in on a sphere, there are no straight lines
No,
technically.
they're all curved because you're on a curved surface, so there can't be any
So
straight line.
you
Well, there
you
could
can't have
be,
a
but only if they were propped up against something, right?
yeah you wouldn't be able to get a chord line on a sphere, would you?
No,
No.
you could, but it wouldn't be right, right? Wouldn't be straight. It would go
Because
straight over
you're
the curved
curving in
surface.
all directions. Yeah.
Yeah.
Your segment would actually it
But the
intersects with
problem is that
a curve line. Yeah.
the only time the Earth curves is when it curves away from you. It doesn't curve to the left or the right. So how do you figure that even makes any sense? I'm still trying to figure out why people believe this crap. This doesn't make sense. None of it really makes any sense. And even when you look at it and think about it carefully, it doesn't make any sense.
Oh yeah.
So people believe it so fucking much. I really don't get it.
Yeah.
How do they
Well,
convince us?
I'm gonna look at the gravity model for the entire Earth. I think
It's not that I couldn't believe that this is possible. It's that they don't show us any evidence for it. That's my problem. I could care less whether the Earth is a ball or whether it's flat. It really
well, it's
doesn't
not
matter to me. It's not going to change my life.
according to their
But
gravity measurements. It's not. It's not. I'll show you. The gravity measurements look like this.
yeah, yeah,
It's called the
right.
potato, literally.
Yeah, I thought it was supposed to be like a pear shape or something.
When you did your research on this gravimeter, what was it?
Well, I didn't really research
What
too
do they
much.
do?
Research
What they do,
on
they
what?
take
It
a
doesn't
they
exist.
get no, you're not listening. We actually looked at the gravimeter. It's basically like a set of like 3 springs with a weighted ball on it, and what they do is they have like detectors that watch this thing and watch it move and how much it declinates
Okay.
down. That's
Yeah.
what it is. Really,
Okay.
it's nothing really that special. It's
Prove
super
it.
sensitive. Yeah,
Fucking prove it. Fucking prove that piece of
they,
shit fucking does anything except just wiggles around and makes a noise. Give me a fucking break.
I mean, you have to keep it really still too to actually get an actual
Well,
any idea.
that's what you have to set it down somewhere. I mean, it's the same.
Yeah, well, I mean, what the weight of the object doesn't change, does it? I mean, the kilograms of the object and the density of the object stays the same.
What is
What,
slugs
what
like
they're
plastic? Do they slug like
what
plastic?
I'm thinking is, yeah, well, I don't know if they're plastics in the gravimeters.
No, I'm saying slugs. Do they like plastic? Because every time I put a plastic bag out here on the ground, they crawl all over it. They're like inside the bag, dude. They're
What
like
are you
crawled
talking
inside
about?
the plastic bag. Slugs. They're inside this plastic bag that I set here next to my chair. They're like
So
Plugs. What's
crawling
many
a
around.
plug?
things runs through my mind thinking of this stuff you're presenting when it because I have the thing where everything in common, that everything material matter it has in common is resistance.
Yeah. Well,
I don't
like
know. This
it's probably the same scale looking at this model, right? Remember how they had the color coding? So like the denser the gravity would
So
be
what's on
in the
that
blue
spot there at
side.
the bottom that makes it not be gravity like that?
Well, the gravity's greater at that point. You see,
Oh,
that's you get it. They're measuring
oh,
gravity.
it doesn't
They're
make
going.
sense,
Yeah,
because I
everything's
thought the North Pole is what was
perpendicular to these
pulling on it.
readings. Yeah,
But wait, the North Pole's supposed to be pulling. So
those
wouldn't it be shaped funny then? That doesn't make
oh
any sense.
yeah, well, the thing is, this is the
There's
measurement
more
of
gravity
gravity
in
they
the spot
got
that's
to
actually
get the shape.
emitting to
Yeah.
polarize the light. Right?
It looks like
It's
Europe is
different
really
from a
red
ball
for
that's
some reason.
kind of toroidal thing, right?
is does the red mean less gravity or more
I,
like less, right? Right, or more experience
no, I think it's more.
more.
Red.
Red's more and blue is less. So.
Yeah,
I was gonna say
more
blue would be
dense
less. So that
mountains.
means that
I
there's
guess.
more gravity on the continents than there are in the ocean. Then. So that doesn't make any sense. Then why does the ocean so fucking heavy? Like what? There's just so many reasons why it doesn't make any logical
Well,
sense.
what happens over the ocean, right? You get evaporation, you get a denser medium over that, so
Yeah,
things
but
would
water can
actually
only
be
evaporate
more
at a certain
buoyant
rate
in that
temperature.
area.
So
Yeah.
if it evaporated like at the highest amount of level, it still can never evaporate all the way.
Yeah.
Not
So
possible.
yeah, the gravimeter here is set at the
It's like saying
same
that you
two
could flood the earth by
millimeters of
melting the ice
resistance.
cap. There's no guarantee that the water on the earth isn't valved or isn't controlled by a valve. Like why wouldn't it be, right? Like if that makes sense, right? If God created everything to be perfect, then why wouldn't he have made that? I mean, it just makes sense, right?
So I'm just looking at what is high resolution in a gravity model.
When
Well,
you
high resolution.
when you claim your dick's bigger than it is, that's basically what that is.
Yeah. I was
But
gonna
No, I'm
say,
just.
they can't confirm it, so I guess you
Yeah,
can.
well-
What are they determining as resolution in gravity?
in one sense, is it how sensitive the instrument is, but I don't know how. So they're
Okay.
showing that they've taken this instrument pretty much over every square inch of the entire.
That's bullshit, and you know it. They just barely made that fucking stupid thing. They haven't tested it everywhere. Lying motherfucker.
In other words, they came up with an average, is what they're doing. They probably
Yeah.
did a lot of
Bullshit.
the survey.
They just
Well,
they just asked AI to give them an answer, and that's what they wrote down.
No. They didn't. They actually the geodetic surveyors. They actually went down most of the rail lines of the world back in the 1800s. Is what they were doing.
Sure, they
And they
did. Well,
set
the
up
gravity
these
got
points.
invented 2 years ago, right? Yeah, sure.
No, the gravity meters have been around for a little while, dude.
No, they haven't, Roger. No, they haven't. They don't exist,
Yeah.
bro. A
Well,
gravity
I know
meter,
what they are.
they might sell you something that says that, but they also sell you shit that says that, it emits a laser that can burn your eyeballs out, but it doesn't, does it?
Can you?
No.
What would that look like?
I don't
Well,
know.
yeah, Wesley wants me to take a gravity meter down to Antarctica
Why
and
do we
measure
care what Wesley thinks?
the gravity.
Why do we care
No,
what Wesley wants?
he asked me to do it in an email. I'm not asking, do I care what he thinks? He just asked me to do it.
I would have forgotten about it already, but
Just so I can give him a measurement to take back from Antarctica, so I can give.
you give him a reason to call to tell you that you're lying or something, right?
No, he wants to. They're reifying the so-called gravity. They're
Reifying what?
that's
They've never
fallacious.
proven it? Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah.
That's real funny, Roger.
Well, yeah, they're reifying the theory of. But I mean, their
Just
surveys
show me
change all the
that
time.
evidence. Give me that scientific evidence that you guys collected that proves it.
Yeah.
Yeah. all I
You
wanna see.
know, think back. We did a thing on the bear survey in Antarctica once. That was done with radar. That wasn't done with.
They use radar to track bears? Wow.
No, the bear survey in it. It's the name of it, dude. It's the name of the survey. Not we're surveying bears. We're measuring bears. No, there's a bear survey they did in Antarctica. That's the name. I guess the name of the person that did it. I don't know.
Let's make it more confusing for all the normal people that don't know any better, right?
Oh, if you look up the bear survey of Antarctica, you'll find what I'm talking about. We actually had it on the show.
If I had a company that sold tampons and I named it the Beaver Corporation, wouldn't you laugh when you heard the name?
Yeah, but I don't think they're doing it to. They're doing it to like seem like they're cool in that process.
Nah, they're doing it because they're fucking sickos. That's why they do it.
Yeah. So I get the segment line on the giant sphere. They cut the Earth into quarters,
Mhm.
quarter slices. That's their segment. But how do they get to the center of the Earth to do this segment line?
They didn't.
They didn't.
They've been-
I'm sure they got there at some point in time, didn't they?
Even the deepest hole they've drilled, just the
Yeah,
drilling a hole, has only gone 8-9 miles. That's the
Well, they got
farthest.
one that went deeper, but it's at an angle. It's a couple of meters lower.
Well, I don't know if that makes
It's
any
just
difference.
oil.
but-
They were digging for oil, and they went at an angle to get to another piece of property that wasn't theirs. You might say they went down. I think a
so
little
they
bit closer.
Yeah, I bet they never got in trouble for it either, did they?
I don't know if they got in trouble.
Pretty
We
sure
should-
though, Roger, that you can't dig down at an angle. It doesn't work because gravity is
Oh,
what
yeah.
holds it straight down in the first place to make sure it doesn't get off angle. So
You
it would
mean
make
you
sense
can't
that
angle when you're drilling? Is what you're saying?
for it to be upright. Yes, I believe so. Yes.
You
That's
say you
only
can't
based on what I
angle?
know about oil rigs. It's based on what I know.
Well, they have drilled sideways to get to oil. I promise you.
Right.
They didn't go
But
straight
the
down.
special drill, because the normal one the pole just hangs from a fucking buoy. It hangs from a pole. It hangs from a cable. So it would fall directly straight downward, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So it would always be pointing the right direction, wouldn't it? Think about it, Roger.
Uh-huh.
And if
Well,
you
there's
tried to put
several-
a pole, if you tried to hook a pole onto a pole that was going sideways, that had, physics pulling on it sideways, what would happen? It would break, Roger. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, there isn't Well, if you're drilling sideways, you're going to go at that angle the whole time. If you're doing it at that angle, it's not going to bend to go to the center of the earth.
No, no, no. I'm not. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm just saying that that doesn't make sense because when they use the machine in order to hang the next pole to add to the fucking drill, it hangs straight down. In order for it to line up and mesh up with the other one, it couldn't be at an angle, Roger. So is it an angle? You need a
why couldn't you angle the drill at it?
Otherwise, it would just fling down. It would hang down towards the fucking ground. It doesn't make any sense, Roger. You get it? You understand what I'm talking about? Watch how they do it. Watch when they're on those oil rigs digging those holes. Watch how they do it. They're using gravity or whatever you want to call it. They're using density. Those poles hang from a big cable from the sky. That's how they get them up there. And then they just twist them in, and then they twist them down into the ground, and then they pull it back up slightly, and they put another one on. If that wasn't,
you're not listening at all. You really aren't. You're not getting it, Ryan. You're thinking they're going straight down, dude. They're not going straight down. They're going at an angle.
But that doesn't make any sense.
They start the drill at an angle. Yes, they did because they needed to get to a patch of oil in a different part of the world, like meters away from them. They got to their target too.
There'd be more drag on it if it was at an angle. It doesn't make any sense, Roger.
Well, they had to.
What do you mean?
From their location, because there was obstacles in the way, obviously.
I'm not saying they couldn't do it. I'm just saying that I don't think that's the way a drill that drills for oil normally works. I think it works with.
This was a special occasion, Ryan.
It needs to be right side up. If it's an angle, then it wouldn't be able to attach properly. It wouldn't go. It would break it.
Yeah, you do it slowly, but they had to do it at this particular place. I think it was in Texas because it was under a lake or something. They had to go in at an angle. You're not listening. They weren't.
I know.
They just drilled under it to avoid like other things that were in the way.
No, I get what you're saying, but that doesn't make any logical sense the way those rigs work. It seems to me like you'd have to adjust that rig in order to hold those poles at an angle, and it would be a bunch of wasted space and time.
Well, like I said, they had to go around something, or there was an obstacle in the way. There were, either a mountain range was in their way, or a swamp or something. They had to come in at an angle to get to the oil. You get what I'm going with this? Are you following me?
I think I understand what you're saying, but I don't.
To get under like some kind of.
Hello. Mic check.
Yeah.
Are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. Oh. I don't know.
I didn't know if I needed a refresh.
I just realized he stopped talking. I thought he just stopped talking. And I looked at him and he was gone. I was like, oh, okay. No, do you get where I'm coming from? You've seen how these rigs, they use chains and they use a big cable that hangs the next piece up above it, right? And it slings it down, and then they screw it into the next one. They use a cable to spin that fucker and drill it onto the end of the other drill. And then they keep drilling down another one. Then they pull it back up slightly, and they do the same thing. They pop it off. Now, if that bar is hanging from a cable, and you tried to hang it at an angle, you'd have to have something there pushing it over to keep it from pulling itself straight downward, because that's what it would normally do. Get what I'm saying? So it doesn't make sense that you could drill sideways with that kind of a rig. It doesn't make any sense. You need a completely different rig. Because drilling.
Do I need to pull up the one that they actually did this? Do I need to go get the drilling they actually did? I've actually seen that.
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe it's something I need to look up. I'm not saying you need to do it. I'm just saying I don't understand.
Yeah, but I mean, this actually did happen. It was an oil company that did it. They drug almost as deep as, or even deeper than that. But it's because they're going at an angle. They actually weren't going straight down to get to the same depth. They were going at an angle from the surface. You follow?
Mm-hmm. Okay. But if the center of the earth, if there was a center of the earth and you were even slightly off, you'd be fucked. I mean, that doesn't make any fucking sense, Roger, at all.
Oh, okay.
Doesn't make sense. But it's not your fault. It's just in my brain, it doesn't make
sense. Huh. I'm going to subscribe to Totally Level. See what kind of reaction I get.
I've heard people recently too, like Flat Earth Reconnaissance or whatever his name is.
Sam?
Like, yeah, I guess. Like, I don't understand. Like, why is everybody such troublemakers? They come in and they act all nice and friendly, and they act like they're your friend, and that they believe everything that you believe, and they talk all this shit, and then a week or two later, they start talking a whole bunch of shit. and saying shit that ain't even true, and like just fucking flopping on it. I don't get that, bro. Like, what is up with people? What's fucking wrong with you, motherfuckers?
The point is, these people don't know you from Adam, dude. They don't care.
No, but that's the reason why I'm always skeptical of them. Every time I see new people on the show, it's like, even D-Man, I'm not saying he's a bad person or anything, because I don't have any reason to believe that. But I'm saying he's new, right? He just shows up out of nowhere. I've never heard of him before. Suddenly he's on every show that I go to. It's like, where the fuck did this dude come from? Everybody's acting like they've known him forever. It's like, you're new, man.
Dude, hey, dude, are you feral? That's my question.
I'm feral, big time.
Because you don't trust anything, dude.
I don't
at all.
No, I don't. Why? Because I've been fucked over by the fucking coolest people in the world, bro.
You've been those people you've been fucked over for are the coolest people in the world. Dude.
No, they were, but they were the coolest, nicest people until they decided to flip on me, and then suddenly everything changed. Like just changed their mind. They just woke up the next morning and was like, Brian, I think the Earth's a ball again. Or Ryan, I'm not a woman anymore. Now I'm a dude. Or now I was a dude. Now I'm a woman. You know, it's like, I don't get it, bro. Like, why would you even need to lie about something like that? But I've been lied to about the dumbest shit. It's like what was the point of not telling me the truth? I don't get it. Like I could have been there to back you up and stuck up for you and made sure no one else figured it out. I mean, of all the things that you could do, you'd think that someone you consider your best friend would be the person you'd tell that shit to. You know what I mean? But no. And then got mad at me because I found out from someone else, which doesn't even know the person hardly, but they ended up figuring this out. But I'm their best friend and they didn't tell me. I'm like, well, that's kind of fucking interesting. I guess I wasn't such a good friend after all. I guess that's probably what it was. I thought there was more there than there really was. Not like I expected nothing.
Okay. So if I wouldn't have one mind is trying to say something. The ground would have to be shaved off at an angle to get the feet. Wouldn't have to be deeper. I'm trying. I can't speak this language. Hold on. Can you read one man's comment?
The thing that's convenient about you being on a sphere is that no matter which direction you drill, you always end up at the center of the earth, right? What you can do is just go down. You'll end up at the center of the earth. You know, how can you miss it? I'm
trying to answer one mind here, right quick. I'm trying to read his comment and make it make sense. The ground would have to be shaved off at an angle or two.
Trying to make sense out of something usually doesn't.
Of the feet. I'm wondering what he's answering or asking the question.
He says you're wrong.
You got to keep in touch with the audience. Roger's wrong. You wouldn't 6 have 2 angles. What?
Well, 6 is part of the accident. It wouldn't have 2 angles. You're wrong. It wouldn't have 2 angles. That's what he said.
I think, what is he talking about? Something keeping something level on a hill or something. 2 of the feet would have to be.
Well, yeah. I mean, think about it. If you're on an incline, what tells you you're going in the wrong direction? Your brain, right? Your head. Your mind. Your head wants to go upright. Doesn't it?
The best way to find level in that case is use a marine section.
Stand up.
A bubble level. Yeah.
And just stand up.
Yeah, but I mean, you get a precise measurement. Yeah.
Straight from down. You understand that, right? Your body is a fucking leveling device, dude. It's literally a leveling device.
You're not hearing me. In order to take any kind of optics or any kind, you would take like a level, like a marine sextant or something with a bubble level on it, and you can actually get your level, a precise level.
Right, but if the person just stood up, you could hang a string from the center point of their body, and you get the same thing.
Yeah.
You get perfectly straight down.
Yeah, but you gotta sit around hanging strings off your ass all the time?
Well, no, but I mean that's how they did it back in the day before we had bubble levels. They just used plumb bobs. It's simple.
Yeah, they have mercury levels too that are actually more accurate. Yeah. Bubble mercury is more dense. Yeah.
And trust me, if there was a curve of some kind that we had to acquire, that we had to fix to, trust me, it would be known, and it would be known by everybody. Everybody would be able to explain exactly how it worked and how much curve it was. But the fact
so what's this got to do with digging?
Except for us, and we just figured it out.
Yeah, but if you dig at an angle, I want to play this little geodetic surveying video. It's like it's going to tell us how to do it. So real life examples.
I mean, I get going down like in digging in a circle. Like I get going down in a spiral so that you don't your whole hole doesn't collapse on top of itself. That makes logical sense. But
Well, that's what they
it
did
doesn't
when they dug the ultra
angle
deep.
it.
They dug it down in a spiral. That's what they did. They cleared out they
You went
drilled a
down
few, and
in
then
an
they would
odd
dig
angle,
around that, and then
the dirt that was above you wouldn't collapse in on you if you propped
that's
it
what
up
they did.
properly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they did that.
you could dig down for forever and ever. But like I said, the thing about that is that once you get to a certain depth, though, your body will start to go through all kinds of changes, and you're going to be very uncomfortable after a while.
Yeah, but what they found when they dug the ultra deep coal, they found that what they were digging through wasn't what they expected with their
No, it was
density.
so massively solid they couldn't grind through it. Yeah, it was literally breaking the fucking
Well,
diamond bits right. Yeah.
if you look at some of the drilling, some of the final drilling in the videos, it turned into like a plastic scene, like a
It looked like melted
rubber.
plastic on the end.
Yeah.
Like it melted. Yeah, like it was just like someone like torched on the end of it and just melted into a little ball.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, the oil rig thing I was talking about, I'll look that up in a minute, but I want to play this thing right quick.
What doesn't make sense to me is why does it get warmer the farther you go down, and is that really true? Like because when I've dug holes, dude, I've dug some deep, I've dug like 15, 20 feet down, and it doesn't get warmer as you get down farther. It doesn't. It gets colder. So I mean, I'm trying to figure out like when does it start to get warm, because I've never experienced it getting. I've been in caves, I've been in some deep places, we've been underwater quite deep. But I've never, ever seen anything like what you just described. It doesn't make any logical sense to me.
What, digging at an angle?
No, you hear what I said?
No, I really, because you're muffled as hell, dude. Your microphone is crap.
No, I'm saying why it gets hotter is Joe's heating. It's the resistance, higher resistance.
I said it's bullshit. They claim it gets warmer as you go down. That's bullshit. It's a lie. It doesn't get warmer as you go down. It stays the same temperature. If it got hotter, why in the fuck would the surface of the earth be so fucking cold without the sun? It doesn't make any sense, Roger. Come on, bro. You got to start thinking straight. Just because they tell you it's warm,
you can actually go to depths in the ocean where it's really hot that are well below.
Yeah, that's true. But that's certain places where there's water leaking into a volcanic area where there's things that are really hot, and then they're spewing back out all that gas back out of the hole. That's a completely different type of thing, bro.
Yeah, the ventilation.
That's a testable and explainable scientific thing right there. I could show you that in your backyard. I could go.
I tell you what was.
I can show you exactly how that works.
I'm gonna get a shovel. Yeah. Are you on your headphones, dude?
Yes, Roger.
Yeah, because it's like you're metallic sounding. Like
you know what? Yesterday I was on for 3 hours and no one complained once about my microphone. But I'll turn it off.
But no, I'm just see if you can. Like, is it in your pocket or around your head or like? Say something now.
Hold on, let me turn the headset.
Yeah, that sounds better. Whatever you got.
Yeah, I know. It's because it's on speakerphone. But you used to tell me all the time. You say, "Oh, don't put me on speakerphone. I can't stand it if it gets echo." That's why I stopped using it, and that's why I bought the headset.
That's because you were like in your garage. Yeah.
Well, no, I
think you need a better.
I got a heater on right now, but you can't hear it because it blocks out the sound in the background when you're on speakerphone normally. Except when I'm talking.
I can hear it, yeah. Yeah, you're closer to the microphone too.
No, I'm not actually. It's way farther away now. My face is like a foot, like 3 or 4 feet away from it because I set it in my lap. I'm not going to hold it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so my headset is right here next to my neck, so it's like you would think it would work better.
Does he sound better? I think he sounds better.
It's fine if you guys. I'm glad you can hear me better, but I'm just saying. Anyway.
Yeah. Okay, so let's play this little surveying video. See what
what does a North African woman named Stana have to do with anything?
I have no idea what you're talking.
Jono says a North African woman named Stana Sanaa is well known for the discovery of gravity in 1433, and she noticed that her elderly husband's right nad dropped down onto his knee.
Are you reading his story?
I really thought he was being dead serious. I was about to laugh him out of here because I thought he was just reading something. And then when I see the bottom, I was like, "You motherfucker!" Good one. I like jokes. They're funny.
Yeah. Chris keeps dropping out.
Yeah, I know.
You're on your laptop.
You can drop out for mine. I think it's just restream, bro.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking at my network. I mean, my There's
All I
a
have to do
test.
is turn my phone sideways when I'm standing in the house, and my phone will disconnect from the internet. It's really weird. Just turn my phone
Okay.
sideways and it'll disconnect.
We got all our technical difficulties wired out here, so I'm gonna play this video right quick.
Can be defined as the art of determining the relative positions of a point on or below or above the Earth's surface by undergoing direct or indirect measurements of distance, elevation, and direction. Among various classifications
Indirect
of
measurement?
surveying in civil engineering, the two major classifications of surveying are 1. Plane surveying, 2. Geodetic surveying. For instance, there are 2 points A and B on the Earth's surface. While
No, there's
measuring the
not.
distance between A and B, the line AB can be considered as a straight line if we assume the Earth's surface is flat. But when we consider the curved surface of the Earth, the line AB is a curved line. So, when the surveying is performed by considering the curved survey line, following the spherical shape of the Earth, it is called geodetic surveying. But when we neglect
Oh,
this
bullshit.
curvature, we consider all the survey lines as straight lines, and this is the plane surveying method. We have already made a video on the difference between plane and geodetic surveying, the link to which is given. This video discusses the key concept behind geodetic surveying in civil engineering applications. What
That's
is
because
geodetic
it is
surveying?
just a concept. It's
Geodetic
horseshit.
surveying is a branch of
They had to
surveying
say
that
that.
involves measuring large areas accurately by taking into account the Earth's curvature. The
Right,
spheroidal
which is
shape
an
or
assumption
curvature
which
of the Earth
doesn't make
called the
any
oblate
logical
surface
fucking
is
sense.
considered in geodetic surveying.
We got it. Yeah.
Geodetic surveying is commonly performed to establish control points for horizontal control
That's like
in
a smart
various
person, a
surveying
genius, telling you that
applications.
we're going to watch
The control
fart
points
noises.
in
We're going to listen
surveying
to
are the
fart
reference
noises
points
in
with
order to
known
figure out how smart
coordinates
people
that
are.
serve as
That
a
makes sense.
basis for mapping and
Ooh,
measurements.
me.
These control points form the framework for positioning and aligning other
there.
survey points or features accurately or for
Hold on.
performing other small surveys.
I'll get you a link, dude.
It is
Hold
used
on.
in many
A
applications,
bunch of
including
horse.
national
morning.
mapping projects, infrastructure development, and satellite positioning systems.
Yeah, it is.
Features of geodetic
It's
survey. 1. In a geodetic survey, all the lines lying
It's
on the
not too late.
curvature of the Earth
Never
form
too late.
curved lines. 2. The plumb bob lines at each point intersect at Earth center. 3. If 3 curved lines combine together to form a triangle, it forms a spherical triangle. 4. In a spherical
Dumbass.
triangle,
There's no
unlike
such
a plane
thing as a spherical triangle, you fucking retard.
Yeah, well, they made one just now. You see it?
There's no such thing as a spherical triangle. That's fucking stupid. That's the most stupid fucking thing in the world.
Well, this is pre-assuming the whole radius value I was
Yeah,
talking
but that's
about
only
earlier.
if the radius remains the same. But if the Earth was really a ball, and it really was just a bunch of dust collecting because of gravity, then it would keep getting bigger, wouldn't it, Roger?
Yeah, well, not just that. Beyond that point. Okay,
Dude.
check this out. Now,
So it
none
would
of the-
never be. It could never stay the same. It's just fucking stupid.
They
So why would
never
you- it
measure.
doesn't
Hold
make
on, hold
no
on.
fucking
Slow down. They never measure the surface of the Earth when they're doing this. Dude.
They don't have to. They just assume that it's this big and it curves at 8 miles per inch per square mile or whatever the fuck it is. It's an assumption. They made that shit up, and they'll even admit that. So
okay,
if that's
now
all they did, then they're just
they're-
lying to us, Roger.
They're gonna do a comparison of
Just
plane
fucking
art
liars.
to this.
That's all they are, liars.
Yeah, but this is how they assume it, and they get their
Imagine realizing that your fucking whole career is bullshit. Imagine all these people realizing, because you know they have to be realizing it, right?
They
have to
go
like
out.
wake up one morning and go, "Oh my god, geodetic surveying is fucking stupid. Like, why waste our fucking time with that shit?"
Did you not look at the gravity model I showed you earlier? Okay. And they reform these things on the constant. There's one called the West Indies gravity model. It looks worse than that. It's like it's herniated on one side and it's
right because they're shaking a metal weight in between 3 springs and they're measuring the fucking they're measuring what the voltage change. What the fuck are they measuring, Roger?
I don't know, dude.
Exactly. So
gravity. Yeah.
Roger,
as far as I'm concerned, we learned a whole lot today. We learned that this is just complete horseshit. They just make the shit up.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm going through with
even if you try to explain it in a logical way, it's not going to make any sense because it's not logical. It just made up.
They just set those datum points based on that. The geodetic.
Right, but there's other ones. Listen, Roger. All they're doing is taking planar fucking surveying and then turning it into a geodetic fucking ball. That's all they're doing, Roger.
But they use instruments to do such. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Right, sure they do.
Use these
Like
zenith
gravity monitors and all this other, and your dick measurer, and let's find out what the density of my cock is and compare it to everyone else's. That's what we need to do.
Do you
Give me
see
a
the
fucking
center
break,
point
man.
on A? The center point on
I got
A,
a center
B, and
point.
C. Okay, that's where they're measuring to. Okay, you understand what I'm saying? Literally from C.
So you know what we're gonna do
A,
from now on? We're gonna just pretend the Earth is a woman, and we're gonna measure the distance from her vagina to the inside of her and figure out how big the Earth is.
There you go.
Okay?
And
That sounds like a plan. Sounds like makes more sense, right?
And Chris was trying to say something. What were you saying, Chris?
Oh, I was just saying, is this geodetic surveying done on the land? And or is this because they brought up satellites and large areas?
No, they don't.
There
They
are
don't
no
ever touch the
satellites,
ground, dude. They don't touch the ground, dude.
Satellites don't
They
exist.
go to tangent points. That's what these are. Tangent points.
Show me a satellite.
That's where they touch the surface just at one point. Period.
What I mean, the person who made this graphic, I don't know where he made this.
Wait,
this
hold
graphic,
on. What
but
happened? When did you get an accent?
who?
Santero?
I got you, didn't I?
You got me, man. You got me.
He was filling
Malo.
HUD caps.
No, he does. He has these levels. He has levels of his. Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
This model is very easily debunkable if you made it in one model which actually works with the real world physics. Once you apply physics, this fucking model, if it doesn't have a plane underneath, listen to me, Ryan. If this model doesn't have a plane underneath, when you put the physics program in the software, it's gonna go down. It's not gonna stay floating. It's already debunkable.
Yeah, it's debunkable.
They have segments from the plane to the top of the sphere. They do have segment maps that are.
There's no such thing.
That's what they use.
But you see, it doesn't work like this. You see the alpha plane right there in the corner in the left one.
Yeah. You see the problems.
Every software has 3 alpha planes: the X, the Y, and the Z.
Yeah.
You can only work in any of these ones.
Yeah, 3 dimensions. That's all there is.
3 dimensions.
So what they do, they take those planes and they apply it to the surface.
But a spherical Earth would have to be 5. It would have to be 4 to 5 dimensions for it to work legally. Legally within the physical realm.
That's why it's not a model. That's just imagination. They don't have any model. When they say, "Oh, our model, show us your model," I told you we can make any model. You can't. You can't model this in real life.
Why did they lie about it? That's the thing that gets me the most. Why did they lie about it when they just use flat model in order to show you? They show you flat maps, they show you flat everything, but yet they say another thing. Why do they just do the opposite? Why can't they just admit it? What's the big deal? If tomorrow we found out the Earth wasn't a ball, I don't think anybody would get angry. I really don't. Would you?
Well,
no.
We already know that, dude. We're not trying to find that out. You're assuming
but I'm saying for everybody to come to the same conclusion, right? For everybody in all media to just say the same thing at the same time, so that we don't argue about dumb shit like this. It's like saying Bigfoot is true. Well, some people believe it and some people don't. But until I see the evidence for it, I'm not going to argue.
Ryan, I tell you why, man.
Ryan, calm down, man. Calm down.
I tell you why, man. You know why?
Relax.
Because some people want to feel special and smart. They want to
think
they know it all.
I'll give them that. I'll give that to them for free. They don't have to fucking lie to me. You know what I mean? If you treat me with respect, I'll treat you the same way. You don't have to fucking do that.
Okay, I'm going to get more into this video. So
saying that villains do it because they don't understand how to be good. That's just bullshit. It doesn't make everybody understands good and evil. That's dumb.
Yeah.
So at the
don't
very
tell me
beginning,
that somebody doesn't understand they're doing something wrong. Yeah, they do.
Okay, do you remember at the beginning where they said they assume in planar surveying, and then they assume in spherical
because
surveying.
If they didn't say that, then they'd have to explain why planar survey is the only thing they use. So you get it? So they have to lie about that too.
They use planar surveying, and even Simon Dan admits that they measure the Earth flat locally.
No shit.
We
all know that. We already know that.
But
they're the ones that don't want to accept the fact that it never occurred.
Where are you not local?
Yeah, How do you make a measurement that's not local? You can't.
Bro.
You have to be there, right?
Yeah, all the
Bro,
measurements are flat, dude. That's what they're
what
trying to
kind
tell
of
you.
name is Simon down? Yo, these
Fuck
people
it.
have no
He's
imagination at
not
all.
even,
Like,
but
find the
he's not
flat
even a
earth,
science
Simon
man.
down, and
But he's not
these
even a
people have.
science man. He's a lion sack of shit.
He doesn't know
A real
shit,
science
bro.
guy
He
would just
doesn't know
read the
shit.
book, right? He would just read what the book says. But these guys make up their own shit. And then they throw that in there and claim that this is what everybody else believes too.
Well,
That's why I said it's a religion, because they all
in order
believe
in
different
order to
shit.
make physics actually work on their model, they have to have what they call reference planes.
And this is how you confuse a nation about something so stupid. Is you
No,
tell
no,
them
My
like
so many
grandma was
different
more a
fucking dumb stories that
scientist
don't make
than
any
these
sense
guys.
until they just can't understand it.
yeah.
That's
And
simple.
we should pull up a clip of Simon Dan saying we measure the Earth.
He's a retard. He's the most
Right.
retarded motherfucker. Jeez, dude, I don't even want to
Where the
watch this
sum
shit.
of internal
All right,
angles is
let's play
equal
this.
to 180 degrees. The sum of interior angles of a spherical
Bullshit.
triangle will be
Now look.
180 degrees plus epsilon,
Again, there's
where
no
is
such
called
thing as a
spherical
spherical
excess.
triangle.
Hence, the triangles formed in geodetic surveying are spherical triangles with arch sides. 5. A geodetic survey is considered when
Which-
the
how do
area
they-
of
what
the
arc-
survey
what
is
arc, though?
greater than 2.
Okay, that's what they use the arc angle from.
But what arc do they use? What size arc do they use? Does it have to be the same all the time? Or they just
that's
change
where
it?
that's where that 60 miles per or 69 miles per arc minute or arc second come in or whatever. I think it's arc
Well, that's
minute.
based on the lights in the sky. That has nothing to do with the ground. Show me what's evidence of the ground.
That's what
Where's
they
the
do.
evidence for it? So
So
they don't have any evidence. They're just basing it on the spin of the lights in the sky.
Yeah.
So that's retarded because it refracts. So it could actually be coming in at a different angle, and we wouldn't know it because we can't see it, right?
Okay, can I recommend a
Doesn't
video
that make sense?
to watch?
Scientifically, wouldn't you argue that was true?
What this has nothing to do with science.
I know that. That's what I'm trying to tell
Why
you.
are you saying scientifically?
Because I'm trying to explain to you the difference between what science really is and what this bullshit is. This bullshit
Yo,
is somebody made up to fucking excuse bullshit. Is what they did.
This is Globe Church Sunday class.
Yeah,
This is
it's
not.
like the guys that sit around and talk
Nothing
about
to
the
do
Bible,
with
but they never read the
learning.
fucking
This
thing.
is indoctrination 101. This has
Yeah,
nothing to do with
exactly.
learning, bro.
Right.
Yeah.
This is
So
Tell
this is
you
just
the
think.
most
Don't
fucking
think.
lies they
Act.
can. Tell you every lie.
You know?
Every time they turn around, they tell you a different lie. There's this big, it's that big, it's this curved, it's that. Sometimes it's not curved, sometimes it's pear shaped, sometimes
I'm
it's
gonna tell you
silly
how
putty
they
ball. Who fucking knows, right?
okay, I'm gonna tell you how they get that spherical triangle right quick. They add the radius
No,
of
you bend
said
over and you
sphere.
stick a big old dildo up your ass, and then you'll realize. That's when you'll
Why would I
realize.
do that?
Because then you might get smarter, because at least that you'll know you got fucked in the ass, right? Well, when they give you this bullshit, they don't even give you an answer for nothing. They just make you completely confused more and more and more until you just fucking give up and say, fuck it, I don't even care. I'll just admit, I'll just let them be right.
Dude, I'm don't shoot the messenger here. I'm just telling you what they do. So they add the radius value to their calculations. They even
They
told
go to
you
all
that
that
at the
trouble.
beginning. If you
They
pay
just love to do
attention
math, don't they?
to geodetic surveying, they said they consider the circumference of the sphere.
So while they're measuring this information, it's all in straight lines, right? Flat straight lines.
Yeah, they're drawing straight lines.
So
what they're doing is
explain to me
stretching
how it makes
over
sense
the
that they can
sphere.
claim that geodetic means that it's curved like the curve of the Earth if the Earth isn't curved.
Well, you got to find me curve to start with. But
if you can't prove it's curved,
you're not getting it. You're not getting it,
This is
dude.
where the science
You're
comes in.
missing it.
If you can't prove
What
it's
science?
curved, then how can you be basing your science on that shit?
What science? What science got to do with curve? Dude?
Exactly. If we're not basing it on
What
science, then why
experiment
the
did you
fuck are we
do
talking about it?
We're talking about the
Do
geometric.
you get what I'm saying, guys? Look, come on, dude.
It's Molly.
Bring me a biologist. I don't want to talk to these fucking these fake scientists.
Biologists
I
have
want
nothing
to talk to a
to do
biologist.
with this shit.
I want to talk to
biologists.
somebody who does some fucking real science that actually has evidence for it, like could show me a picture of it. I don't want to just be told, oh, well, there's a digital version of it online, but we don't know what it looks like. Well, how the fuck do you not know if you know what it is? How do you know that's what it is if you
I
ain't
told you
seen it?
they can't make it. They can't
They
do
just fucking
nothing.
make your shit up and then claim, oh, we already knew.
Okay.
Bullshit.
Let's get a little. Don't get triggered. You already are. So just watch this.
Well, I'm just saying. They're just
150
fucking
meters
lying
square or 195.5 square kilometers. Key techniques in geodetic surveying. 1. Triangulation. This classic method involves creating a network of triangles to determine distances and angles.
What was that?
Points.
200
Let's
square
use one of their
kilometers?
special triangles to do that.
Okay. What did you say, Chris?
Let's use one of their spherical triangles in order to make all their math work.
Good to talk to you, Chris.
Geodetic surveying is considered when it's over 200 square kilometers. Is that what they said?
Yeah, I think it's what they said.
Okay.
Which means they take the flat, level surface and then they just add a curve over time in order to make up for what they were told to put down. That's all. That's all it is.
Circumference. Yeah, that's what I
Which
was
is
trying to
what
tell you. They add
they
that
were
to
told
it.
that. But somebody told them, you got to do this because this is the Earth and this is what the shape it is. So you're going to do it this way, and if you don't do it that way, then you're going to get fired. That's what they told them. They're just going by what they were told to do.
That would
They
be
have,
200 kilometers. Yeah, is 124 square miles.
How do you get
So
a
big.
triangle?
And yeah.
You can't triangulate with a fucking isosceles or whatever the fuck they're saying it is.
Yeah, you need equal size
Spherical triangle
triangles.
shit. Yeah. That's like saying a 3D compass. That's the most stupid fucking thing in the world. It's not 3D. It writes itself with a weight. It's always going to go the right direction, you nincompoop.
Well, it only goes one direction.
Floating in water, you dumbass. It's going to... Come on, dude. There's no such thing as a fucking... Come on, dude.
It's not.
I want to make sure it's the right...
The compass works because it's held level,
2.
right?
Trilateration. Instead of measuring angles, trilateration focuses on measuring distances between points to determine their positions. 3. Leveling. This technique measures differences in elevation between points
now
on the
let's
Earth's
define
surface.
both terms.
4. Global navigation.
Okay, so that's topography. That's what you get with elevation profiles.
No, she's saying the difference between triangulation and trilateration.
Yeah, no, but the last part.
But if you know anything about trilateration, you know that they don't know the distance between the two poles when they use trilateration. They don't know the distances. They just triangulate based on the angles and the frequency, right? You get it?
Yeah, but they're saying they
okay,
don't.
So this doesn't make this doesn't make sense scientifically. It doesn't make logical sense at all.
Yeah, but they claim it's accurate, more accurate.
Which they do because they make sure that their math matches up. If you were to actually multiply it out, it would come up the same. But that doesn't mean that they're right about when they say, "Well, this is the shape of the Earth," because obviously they're just making the shit up.
No,
they could prove it to you. They have no evidence for it.
They're using
just claiming, well, that's what Daddy told me. Daddy told me that the Earth is curved, so I have to put this down.
No, they're not saying that. You're not getting it. They're not saying Daddy said that. No, well, they're taking the topography into account here too. They think it's the curve of the Earth, literally. The distance over mountains. Yes, they do.
They just admitted it by what they say at the beginning. They explain it out to you in so many words. They're telling you we're lying to you, and you're full of shit. Because we're going to tell you whatever the fuck we want.
I'm not saying they're not lying.
You're going to
believe
it because it doesn't make any sense.
You're not getting it. You're not getting what I'm saying, dude. The excess comes from the surface of the Earth. The surface of the Earth over topography is going to give them bulges, valleys, depression angles. They consider that part of the curve of the Earth.
Because dirt, the actual Earth is not flat. Exactly. It's the water.
Yeah, but how is the axis gonna work in a ball on the surface? It doesn't work. The axis must be in the center of the ball in order for you to create a sphere.
And if the ley lines on the Earth are straight and they're gapped perfectly, they're not curved, then how the fuck do you get a ball? That doesn't make any logical sense. It doesn't matter how many times you draw a straight line on a basketball. It won't come around back to the same side, Roger. It'll end up somewhere else in the ball.
Through this video, they explain that too, and I'm trying to tell you.
I know they explained it, but
they have pre-assumed the radius of the Earth.
Right, because they're assuming a big ball, and that's all there is to it. Yeah,
that's where they get the access from. That and the topography. That's. They take it back to a level.
But Roger, I've seen the topography. I've looked at it with my own phone. You can track it on your cell phone. It'll show you how high you were and when you were and how long it took you to get from one place to the other. And when you go over a mountain, you know what happens? You go from a level surface and you go up over the mountain, you come back down and you go right back to that same level surface, you moron. It doesn't curve.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's not the point. Okay.
So then why the fuck would it matter whether the dirt wasn't flat or not? We all know that it's not.
Do you understand
the dirt's not flat. I mean, some places it is, but most of them no. There's mountains, there's hills, there's trees, there's fucking grass, there's all kinds of dumb shit. There's buildings in the way.
Oh, man.
And if that were true, when you saw the Earth from a distance, you'd see those fucking buildings on the horizon. If you saw the Earth from the moon or whatever the fuck they claim they did, from space.
Did they?
Yeah, sure they did.
Okay, well, that's not my point. My point is that all those elevation angles that they take in this comes from the same 0 point.
No shit. But then they just curve it over a period of time to make it look like a big ball. I know. They just said that.
That's where the
They just said it at
assumption
the
of the
beginning.
radius value comes into play.
Yeah, they literally explain it to you and tell you the truth about it while they're lying to you and telling you this is a ball, even though it's not. But they're going to say, well, this is how we do this. This is what we have to do.
Let's try to play this a little bit longer without you getting triggered.
All right, I'll
Play-
stop.
play-
Satellite
the video.
systems. GNSS systems like GPS, GLONASS, and Galileo provide precise positioning data. 5. Astronomical observations. By observing celestial bodies, surveyors can determine latitude, longitude, and azimuth. 6. Photogrammetry.
Okay, now did you hear that part? In other words, their actual global grid comes from where?
From the ground,
Observing
bro.
celestial
Observing.
bodies, and
From
they
the
can
ground.
determine their longitude and latitude. They don't use the ground.
From the
They
ground.
never.
They never use gravity. Gravity's just a made up term for the pull down. Whatever.
Yeah. Well, they measure that with those gravimeters, but the observation of celestial bodies is how they get their longitude and latitude. It's not they're not measuring it to the ground. They're going to tangent points.
I'm going to make me a
from the sky.
gravimeter.
Do it. Go for it.
I
Yeah, I'm
am.
a gravity
I know exactly
hater.
what to do. I can put one of those little voltage testers across the wires, and I can put a little piece of metal in the middle that dangles, and then connect them all perfectly and solder them together, and then make that actually work. So if you really want to find out, but that ain't going to tell you anything except for whenever that spring changes shape, that it causes the voltage to change. That's the only thing it changes. It's not gravity. It's just literally you slinging it around causing it to change. It's stupid.
Yeah.
It's a parlor trick, dude. Give me a break.
Yeah, we
Show
already
me
went
some
over that.
evidence that it actually measured something that's not just.
Didn't we do
you
did we
clicking
do
your hand on it.
three shows on the Cavendish? We got that part. But
Yeah, using lead balls and hollow balls and aluminum and all these different shapes. I think it's a fucking scam, bro. Like, the fuck out of here.
When it comes to the celestial bodies that the surveyors give it, those distances to those bodies, how do they know those distances to get their longitude and latitude?
They're guessing based on looking straight up and seeing a star above their head and saying, "Well, this must be where I'm at this time."
Do you understand? They give like most of those stars what you would call an infinite distance.
Well, it doesn't. Yeah. Basically, that's what they say. I think.
Yeah, so they don't really have.
It wouldn't matter how far away it was. It still would be right over you at this point if you were at this point on the map, right? That's how they figure out where they're at.
It's not a measurement anymore. Do you get that?
No, it doesn't need to be, because the Earth's flat.
It's not just because the Earth's flat. They do that
so
they can
flat.
make.
That's the reason why you can do that and you can get away with it. Yeah. If the Earth was a ball, you wouldn't be able to do that. Your compass wouldn't work. Compasses would not work on a ball. It just wouldn't.
They don't have a hypotenuse to their triangulation on longitude and latitude. They don't have that far end measurement to that celestial. They don't.
Right. You can't.
It's not there.
No.
It's like floating in nothing. So
you have to get down on the ground and measure the actual ground, and then when you're at the top, you have to look at markers, and then you have to guess. Right. Exactly. That's pretty much all you can do.
That's why they use the arc seconds and the arc minutes to get their exact position.
Actually, the best way to measure distance would be to put a light every mile or every so many feet, right? Put a little light that would flicker on or whatever, so you could turn it off and on. And then you could just, when you're flying over, you could just count the fucking dots, right? If they're exactly the same distance apart, then you could actually count that. And that would actually be a really easy way of measuring a geodetic, whatever you want to do to measure the Earth, right? Or pulling a string, even a cable that can't stretch. Like there are cables that don't stretch.
You can get your exact height if you're flying, so you can try.
Well, no, you don't have to get your exact height. You can get an assumption with altitude, and then when you get down really low, then you'll know when you're getting close to the ground, not to crash into it. That's the only reason why you have to be careful of altitude, right?
Well, it sounds like airports to me. Anyways,
but is that not the reason why they do it that way? Once you're off the ground, you're in open space. There's nothing to run into except birds or other planes, right? So it's not that difficult.
Well, I'm pretty sure you can run into a mountain or something like that.
But in the ocean, it's not the same, right? You can't go over the top of somebody in the ocean. You run right into them because there's only one plane of existence in the ocean. But in the sky, it's a completely different thing, right? So you get that there's going to be changes and there's going to be things that look different because of that.
Yeah, you remember the pitch data episode we did? The two of them?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I remember it flies level and straight all the way there. We know. Yeah. I could have told you that. And I knew that just based on how my phone works. My phone literally will tell you what level it is. Just all you have to do is shake it and tune it or whatever.
We have NTS pitch
It
data
uses
that's
the little
actually,
sensors, the weighted sensors that are inside the phone. There's little tiny microscopic little BBs hanging in there, and they have a little sensor on them, and it tells them which direction down is based on that weight. And it's like inside of this little spherical little chamber, to where no matter which way you hold the phone and turn it, that little weight stays going downwards, right? Like a plumb bob inside of the phone. But it's like a little tiny little thing. Of course, I think they have electronic ones now, but
yeah.
like they use electronics rather than using that. But that's the way the old ones work. And all those little vibrating things in your phone are the same thing. They just turn the motor on and it starts to spin and it makes your phone vibrate.
Well, that
really
way
dumb.
they can put any kind of coordinate system
They
want
just put a weight on one side and not the other, so that it flops around and it makes your phone jerk. It makes your phone vibrate. See, it offsets the balance.
Yeah. So these data points that they have are on these longitude and latitude on a global grid. It's already got the pre-assumption of the sphere.
Right? Yeah. Here's the pre-assumed place where this spot needs to be based on this data. Yeah, exactly. Because it's been taken apart, just like a video game. When you create a video game, when you create a plant, a whole area, or you create a city inside of a video game or inside your mind, even.
Yeah.
That's the thing when you have to do it. You have to actually take up some space, right? And then in your mind, it all has to fit together so that when you're in the story, you don't fly off one end of the fucking, your movie set and then come out on the other side and not be the same, right? It has to all fit together. Otherwise, it won't. You get where I'm coming from, right?
In a weird way, I guess.
You do kind of get it. I think you do get it.
That's a strange analogous, man. Like
You're
on a movie.
But you know what?
Sometimes one side of the screen into the other side.
But you realize sometimes one of those kind of things that I say will actually trigger somebody, and they'll be like, "Wait a minute," and they'll just start looking at me like they're like, "Wait a minute,
God, he's crazy."
Yeah, no, not only that, but they'll actually look it up to try to prove me wrong. That's all I need to do is get that in there, piss them off enough to where they want to prove me wrong and want to bring back evidence. That's all I want to do to people. I don't care what they believe. I don't care how much they laugh at me. I don't care if they think I'm stupid. I don't care. Prove me fucking wrong, motherfucker. Go find me that evidence that you claim exists. And then when you don't find it, don't fucking come and tell me, oh, well, I still believe it. No, don't tell me that. Then tell me, just at least be honest and say, look, I don't know now. I'm not real sure because you don't. Nobody
you're never long-winded at all, Ryan. But I was trying to get to another point. So no azimuth. Azimuth is what they use when they actually go out and do mapping. So they don't use a globe.
Right. Azimuth.
Yeah.
Right. Distance from the ground.
This technique uses aerial or satellite images to create detailed maps and 3D models. 7. Remote sensing. This involves collecting data from satellites or aircraft to monitor.
I got a question. Where are these detailed maps that they're talking about?
But do you see? She just admitted it. We create models. That's all it does. It creates a model. Yeah. It's just an algorithm to create a model. Simple. Understand.
They're trying to make a 3D model, but you looked at some of their 3D models that we got. They don't look like a sphere at all. And I don't know where they get all their data from around the globe. They do that.
Like I said, they assume it. It's just a flat, level surface as far as they can tell. But they claim that it curves because some papa told them. So I'm telling you, it's literally just grandma and grandpa told us, and so we have to believe this.
Yeah.
You understand? All their data is all flat fucking level shit. And they know it. They know it in their fucking mind, because I've seen the look on their face when they realize it. They look at you like, what the fuck? And they start questioning themselves. I'm telling you, real people will. Not the dumb fucks, but the real people will just go, what?
Well, like if you want to dig into what real sciences are, look at what is it, seismology. And if you look at all their charts and all their data, it's all on a reference to a flat plane. Everything in science is reference.
Yeah. Of course, because the ocean's level and flat. Yes, it's that simple. It's not rocket science. But see, now we have all these crackheads going around saying the opposite of that when it's not really true. Now, some of the fake sciences are based on that, but it's only an assumption. It's not reality. And they just don't want to live with the fact that they've been told a story, but they believed it into believing that it was really true, when in reality it's just an assumption based on a bunch of fucking math. It's not real. None of it is. It's just a made-up story. So that's what you accept it as, a made-up fucking story.
I'm trying to break through to see how this geodetic is actually more accurate than an azimuth or any other mapping systems, or even we'll look at the other one.
But how would that be true if this is the deception that they just admitted? This doesn't make any sense.
Well, they're actually adding this circumference.
Right, they just admitted it. They just said that the computer just makes it into a big. Yeah, right. So
we're comparing apples to oranges. Okay, that's what I'm doing. So I'm going to get the ordnance survey.
You're doing right. I'm just saying. I'm trying to speak from the person on the other side of the fucking listening to this. They're going, okay, well, why does this matter? what is this? This doesn't make any sense, Roger. Why is, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to speak for them. Because most people, when they hear you, normal people talk about shit, they just go, okay, well, these guys are convinced. But that doesn't convince me. I want to hear someone argue about the real fucking reasons why that doesn't make sense. You see what I'm saying? That's me.
Comparing plain art and geodetic. That's what I'm doing. All right, let's finish this off right quick.
The Earth's surface.
Damn it.
They're using satellite
Real-world examples of geodetic surveying. Geodetic surveying plays a critical role in numerous large-scale projects. Here are a few examples. 1. Panama Canal Expansion Project. The expansion of the Panama Canal required precise alignment of the new locks. Geodetic surveying was instrumental, establishing a precise reference frame. This ensured that the new locks were aligned correctly with the existing canal. Monitoring ground movement and deformation. Geodetic surveys helped identify any potential stability issues or ground shifts during construction. Verifying the dimensions and alignment of the locks. Accurate measurements were essential to ensure the smooth operation of the expanded canal. 2.
See, the only reason why they're even able to say that is because there's locks, so they can claim that those are all different angles.
The construction of this massive sea bridge required meticulous planning and execution.
There are no locks.
Geodetic surveying
played a crucial role in
mapping the seabed. Detailed surveys were conducted to identify suitable locations for the bridge's foundations. Aligning the bridge sections.
They do that with every fucking bridge.
Precise measurements were essential to ensure that the different sections of the bridge were aligned
you know how
correctly.
They do it? They just
monitoring the structural integrity of the bridge.
The fucking riverbed until they stop going down and they can't fucking, they don't bend over and fall.
I'm just going to have to stop the video and let you talk, dude. I'm trying to
Well,
read
I could tell you how I could explain to you in physical terms why all this is bullshit.
Yeah, no, you're triggered already. We're going to go through this, okay? Okay, now here we are. The construction of the massive bridge requires meticulous planning and execution. Geodetic.
Of course it does.
Okay, so now,
but it uses level. It doesn't use anything else.
Yeah, well, we're trying to get to this point. They automatically consider level curves. You know that, right? At a certain rate.
But when you're measuring it and you're building something, you never use that. And you never change anything because of it. You're just saying that. That's the only thing they're doing is saying it. The words don't mean shit. You understand that, right?
Okay, so now we're mapping the seabed. That's where we're going next. Detailed surveys are conducted.
Who gives a fuck about the seabed? We just pound the stakes in the ground till they stop going down and they don't fall over sideways. It's that simple. That's how you build a fucking bridge. It's not rocket science.
You're triggered on one sentence. So hold on, let me finish. The detailed surveys. I'm trying to get where the geodetics actually fit into this. Detailed surveys were conducted to identify suitable locations for the bridge foundations. So, what in geodetic surveying is going to give you a suitable place to lay that one particular trestle of the bridge? You know what I'm saying?
I'll tell you how they do it.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay,
I want to see. I want to hear what they say. But
okay, go ahead. But let's hear their long explained bullshit. How they use all this math when you could just literally do it the way I tell you to.
Yeah, well, I've watched this video and they don't actually go into an explanation of how they did it. That's what I'm trying to point out.
Yeah, I know that's the problem.
Large Hadron Collider, LHC.
They're just assuming
the LHC,
and then telling you
the world's largest particle accelerator,
shit,
required extremely precise alignment of its components. Geodetic surveying was used to align the accelerator tunnel, ensuring that the tunnel was perfectly aligned was critical for the success of the project.
How do we know that?
Position the magnets. The powerful magnets that guide particles around the LHC had to be precisely aligned to achieve the desired particle collisions. Monitor the stability of the structure. Geodetic surveys help track any potential movement or deformation of the accelerator tunnel and its components. These examples highlight.
Why does the lie have to be so difficult? Why can't they just say, "Look, it's curved at this angle," and just leave it at that? Why do they have to feed you all this bullshit to try to convince you of something that's actually not true, and you know it's not, and you can see that it's not. You can't measure it, but yet they're just forcing it on you. And no matter what they tell you, they always just tell you, "Well, we're just going to assume this." Well, why? Why are we assuming that if we just go with fucking flat level surface from the fucking ocean up?
They're not even, dude. They're not even telling us how. No, Ryan. I'm making a fool out of this. You're not paying attention. They haven't even told us how they aligned it, what angles they came at, where the sphere actually it was included in this building process. They don't even go into that detail. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Why would they?
It's like, show me, okay? So I'm looking for this part where they're actually demonstrating how accurate it is They're just saying, no, it's not, I don't need. They can't. I want to see them do it, and I'm going to go to ordnance surveying and show you how everything's really put together. Okay, so pay attention.
The critical role of geodetic surveying in modern engineering and construction projects. Geodetic surveying is used when the area being surveyed is large, usually more than 250 square meters.
Okay,
it's also used when the desired accuracy and precision can't be achieved using ordinary or plane surveying. Follow for more civil engineering and construction videos.
Okay. So
look,
anything
if you want to don't pay attention to this video.
Let me tell everybody a secret. If I go outside and I pound a fucking stop sign in the middle of the fucking road, right? If I pound that sucker in the ground really far, right? And I leave it there and nobody pulls it out of the ground, does that fucking stop sign ever move?
I didn't say it did.
I'm just asking you the question. Does it ever move? It stays in that same spot unless somebody moves it, right? Okay, so that's a landmark. So if I put a stop sign in the ground and then I tell you this is what you're going to mark everything else in this whole neighborhood to, right? I could convince you that that was the center of the earth or whatever the fuck I wanted to convince you, right? Just by saying you're going to have to go by this thing. And it would work because everything's already level with that, right? So it would just be a matter of saying this is where we start, right? And that's how we do everything. We don't need to know where the center of the earth is or how big around the ball is. We don't need to know any of that information. We just literally use water and a little bubble of air inside. And it does all that for you. And you don't have to fucking worry about it or think about it or even stress about it. It's that fucking simple.
They built the whole industry around it. You're not getting where I'm going at.
And just like they built the whole industry around cars. But cars are just forms of transportation. You could ride a fucking bicycle and it wouldn't really make any difference now, would it? As long as you got there about the same time, would you really fucking care? No. But they still just make cars the way they make them, don't they? They don't make them like you want them. They make them like they want them, and you just buy the son of a bitch.
So now I'm going to go to ordnance surveying, like the actual measurements and the distances and stuff. And this is how we understand.
How much you want to bet they're going to use landmarks in order to figure out that they're in the right spot?
No kidding, dude. Yeah.
So there you go. So that's why I said the best way to figure out the distance between 2 points, if they're far away, is to just keep measuring from one point and keep measuring small amounts in the same direction, and you'll eventually run into that motherfucker. And then you can say, well, this is how many times I went to that space, and this is how many times I went, and then so that means that this many feet or this many miles or whatever the fuck you want to say. Doesn't really matter, does it? Because you're always going to go with the landmark. When you get to my town, you're going to get off at that exit. It's just in the same spot every time. It doesn't move. So every time you exit at my exit right by my house, it's going to be the same spot every time. Doesn't move.
There's other problems you're going to run into over time, and here's where the problem is. Like,
but no, you won't, because physical things on the ground, solid piece that doesn't move around, is the best way to figure out where the fuck you are, isn't it?
Yeah, what your
just
location?
Like your house. Like if your house moved, wouldn't it be difficult to find the motherfucker all the time?
Well, they dig it. They dig a lot of crap out of the earth.
Roger, come on now.
Well, you hear me out, or you're not. Okay, so
yeah, no, but
you can do this for yourself. You go to like a certain location. You can measure yourself, and you'll find out their measurements are completely off.
Well, yeah, obviously, because they're measuring over a curve, even though there isn't one. It doesn't make any sense.
There's a lot of these. There's a lot of these distances that are off.
You would have to go to that other kind of surveying in order to get that answer, because
the way to get over
they curve it, so you already know that. So you just use the other one.
Yeah, the other way they get around that is benchmarks. Okay, they take structures that are on the level across the grid, and
they take landmarks exactly.
No, benchmarks, not landmarks, dude.
Well, what? Okay, what's a benchmark?
The benchmark is an exact level across, say, a country. Like the British Isle has a benchmark across it. It's a standard level. This is ordnance surveying, dude. I'm trying to tell you the difference between the two. But I'm just trying to figure out how that geodetics is more accurate. It's not.
It's not.
No. I'm trying to prove this.
When you're out and about, it's really useful to get a sense of the shape and height of the surrounding landscape. And on an OS map, you do that using contour lines. These are the faint reddish-brown lines you can see running across here. And eventually you come to a number. That'll give you the height above sea level of that particular line.
How do you know when you're in
and
the
that
right
line
spot?
is running between interconnected points of the same height. The difference in between contour lines is going to be 5 meters or 10 meters, and you can tell that by looking at the legend on your map. Here, on a shallow slope, the contour lines will be far apart. When you visit somewhere like this, the contour lines are much closer together to show a much steeper slope. With a bit of practice, you can look at a two-dimensional map like this and start to get in your head a complete three-dimensional picture of what the landscape looks like. And that's a really important tool in navigation.
Well, duh! It's always been that way. I don't understand. What are they telling us that we already know?
Well, we're learning about ordnance surveying, man.
Do you see how they say it a certain way and they try to make it seem like it means something that it doesn't? I hate that shit.
Dude, ordnance surveying is done with planar surveying to begin with. And it comes from sea level. That what they do with those contours on the globe is they add that spherical excess into it too.
Right, exactly.
But that's not ordnance surveying. Yeah. There's more to ordnance surveying than that too. If you
the other one, they just took some fancy shit, added to it, and they name it different, but it's the same.
And if they really had the world mapped out like they claim they did, why is it that when you search in the ocean, you find shit missing and patch overs and shit? Because they fucking lie to you. They're just lying to you, bro. You just everybody that's listening, if you're listening right now and you've never heard about the stuff we're talking about, just remember what I said. Mark my words. Everybody fucking lies to you. Everybody does. If they're a human being, they're probably fucking lying to you. Because we are all people and we just all believe what we were told. My dad taught me all kinds of dumb shit that's not true. He taught me millions of things that aren't true at all. But I think about it every day and that answer comes up in my mind. Why? Because my dad fucking told that to me. Do I believe that's true? No, I know it's not true. But my dad convinced me of that my whole life. Now I realize, now that I've grown up and I've become my own human being and I think for my fucking self and I don't just take everybody else's words for shit because everybody fucking lies and everybody cheats you and screws you over. I just realized that it's just easier to just realize what's real to you. What do you see in the real world? If it's not real to you, then don't fucking waste your time believing it because it's just a waste of fucking time.
Now I got another fuller video on actual planar surveying, but they actually include the globe into it. So this is going to be fun. What is plane surveying?
At the beginning, they're going to say, okay, we measure everything to sea level, which means literally they're admitting it's flat. But because we know the Earth's curved, this is what we're going to put down. That's what they're basically saying.
You ready? Planar surveying, civil engineering, land surveying. Yeah.
Welcome to Civil Fanatics.
There's nothing.
Today we'll be discussing about plane surveying.
Here we go. Planes.
Plane surveying is a surveying conducted by assuming the Earth's surface to be plane. In other words, we ignore the spheroidal shape called as the oblate surface of the Earth. We'll now look into the features of plane surveying.
They're assuming that the Earth is ball.
1. The line joining 2 points on the Earth is straight. This can be understood by the illustration. Consider a point A and B on Earth.
That's why it says so.
Let the point be joined by means of a line. More closer the line,
not a straight line, dude.
More less is the curvature shown.
That's a curved line.
By the line. So it is a straight line, as said by the plane surveying principle.
Gotta be AI because he's fucking retarded, bro.
The second important principle is plane
where are the curves on that triangle?
Angles.
I don't see them.
The triangles and angles formed by plane surveying are plane.
Wait a minute,
In other words, you consider the sum of angles.
If the Earth is a ball, how do you squeeze all those straight, flat fucking lines from those straight, flat triangles into that fucking into that circle?
They're on a rocket horse.
It doesn't make any fucking sense at all, bro.
It's rocket on that tangent point.
It's horse shit.
No shit.
You're think about it, all the dirt that you're missing. If the Earth is a ball, then you're missing all this dirt. If it's stretched out and it's a big ass area that's flat and level, it's a fucking humongous place. And there's a lot more dirt there. If there's a center of the Earth, then that doesn't make any sense, bro. There's no evidence of that anywhere. You don't see that in nature anywhere, bro. Why would you believe that bullshit? Show me evidence of it.
Well, we're looking into it. Hold on.
It's fucking stupid. You use triangles to measure the surface of a curved surface. It doesn't fucking make sense. It doesn't fucking make any sense, bro. And I'm not gonna fucking stand for this shit no more.
Another globe image
I say
with
sit down.
no daylight.
Yep.
Or very faked on the outside edges.
That's not a picture.
Fuck everybody who wants to believe this horse shit, dude. I'm sick of it.
No, nobody believes this, dude. I told you we're comparing apples to oranges here. Now
Well,
you see the sum of
in the audience to believe.
the sum of the interior angles of it is 180 degrees on this triangle. So this is a planar triangle.
Of the plane triangle, it will be equal to the 180 degrees. So this is the second important principle of plane surveying. Third important is the plumb warp lines passing through the 2 points said to be parallel in case of plane surveying. If we have 2 points A and B, 2 parallel lines can pass through the points and they are parallel to each other, which reflects the concept of plane surveying.
It's a concept, they say.
Now we'll look into some certain other features of plane surveying, where plane surveying is adopted when the area of surveying is less than 195.5 kilometers square. It can be conducted by state agencies like R&B Department, Railway Department, or the Irrigation Department.
So why would these departments
subscribe
use the surveying
to Civil Fanatics for more?
You understand?
They don't. Hey, listen, let me tell you a secret. All plumbers know one thing. They know shit doesn't roll uphill.
Yeah, we know that we got that, but I'm saying, why would the civil engineers actually use planar surveying on a sphere?
I don't know, man.
They don't.
Nobody will.
It's not a sphere, dumbass.
I don't know.
It's only used for small surfaces, dude. But
it's
anything
only used in
that,
computer graphics, my brother.
Well, you're doing that on the ground and whatever 195 kilometers squared. That would be like an 11 by 11 mile by 11 mile.
But do you see how you get fucked out of your property when they're assuming that the Earth is a ball? You lose a whole bunch of space underneath you. Instead of it going straight down into the ground and you getting a perfect square, you get like a triangle. You get a fucking triangle-shaped piece of it. Think about it. You're getting fucked.
So the total level guy's back again. He's asking more questions. Let's see. Glenn Snatch. But geodetic surveying can be used for large areas. So why can't you use planar surveying for large areas?
I don't understand. You just have to keep moving.
Because there's dirt in the way and you can't see the level of it. That's what I'm saying. When you're out in the ocean, you can see it all day long. But when you get on the dirt and the dirt isn't level with the fucking with the lividity of the like water table, then of course it's going to be a lot more difficult because then you got to know what your altitude is now. See what I'm saying? And you have to use some kind of a sensor in order to tell you what your altitude is to guess at what level you are, because you can't know exactly where you are unless you're at a landmark that somebody measured already. You're just assuming. Everywhere you go, you're just assuming by what you see. When you go to a grocery store, you know where it's at because the front door's in the same spot every time. That's how you know it. It's that simple.
The reason they use all that stuff in geodetic surveying has to do with...
Have you ever had GPS take you down the wrong street? And then, but you end up getting there eventually, don't you? Because you see the building eventually. See what I'm saying? I'm just saying. You don't need to know exactly where you're at.
I get that.
Nobody does.
But they actually want to know that their coordinates on the longitude and latitude system. That's why they use geodetic surveying, because they use those longitude and latitude. Yeah, that's how they find their data points. Okay, that's all they do.
You understand that would change their entire model and make it shaped like a triangle, because the Earth is a ball, right? So everything it would literally affect
never
everything.
use the surface of the Earth to begin with. Geodetic surveying doesn't use the surface. They use tangent points to find their longitude and latitude and their data points.
No, it uses an assumption of a curved surface. That's what it uses.
Yeah, well, they do that to calculate it. Yeah, but I'm just telling you that the grid that they have calculated is due to where they are on their longitude and latitude lines.
But you do understand, if you're in a three-dimensional space with a limited ceiling and a limited amount of dirt below you, so you can't just fly below the dirt, right? Okay, so explain to me how. No, listen. But whenever you're measuring things like this, like they claim they are, which is over long distances at that shape, that means everything that you own would be triangular shaped. It wouldn't be a perfect square. It would be triangular shaped because the center of the Earth is smaller than the fucking edges of it. So that means all your property that you own below you in the ground is literally shaped like a big fucking pie piece.
A wedge.
You get what I'm saying? You understand? Now that would change everything about real geodetic surveying. So we're not going to argue about it anymore. There is no such thing as fucking three-dimensional surveying of the Earth as a sphere because it doesn't fucking exist.
I don't think you own the ground either, because if you hit oil, the government's gonna want to remember.
They just know where they're at based on where the ground is and where the fucking you know you're in a town because they built a sign that said the town starts right here. That's how they know where shit is. They don't fucking know otherwise.
Yeah,
well,
exactly.
They're just guessing. They just get close enough to where, you know, you get within a city block and you can find the fucking address, right? Get what I'm saying? You can look on a smaller map and you can find where you're going. So that's why GPS can be wrong. That's why it can take you down the wrong street sometimes, because it gets confused because it's not trilaterating properly, right? Or triangulating properly. See what I'm saying? Yeah, but it's only judging. But it doesn't really matter to the cell phone what altitude you're at. It just knows that you're in this place on this flat map, and this is where you're at, and that's how it understands you, and that's where it places you in that dimensional space. Do you understand? You get what I'm saying?
In the other island I used to live, up in the north, there was not. Sorry, Ryan.
No, that's okay.
There was no coverage, and like a cell phone coverage.
Yeah, you're not gonna be able to use it there.
You know what they did?
What they do?
They just built a huge antenna on top of the hill, and that's it. And they got coverage. And I told my friend, which is a Glober, that I told him, bro, you live up there in the north. You don't have a satellite that goes by the whole island, supposedly.
No, they don't.
All the time. No, because it doesn't work like that. It has to go around the earth, and then I say,
they
bro,
have
come
pictures
on,
of
don't play stupid.
At one time
you
or
don't
another,
even know what you're talking
one.
about. You only need triangulation. You only need to connect the things, and that's it. This is it. No communication. Less than 1% of the communications on the Earth comes from the supposed satellites and all that shit. Everything is wired. Everything is wireless here.
Yeah, it's either under the ground or it's under the ocean.
Under the ocean.
There's one more thing that they actually in geodetic survey, and they make an assumption. They assume there's an actual spheroid at that rate below them. That's another calculation.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So therefore, you're losing property, because if you buy a piece of property, you own everything below it and above it. Then above it would get bigger, and below it would get smaller. Now, wouldn't it? Now, would that make any sense to you? You got a giant toothpick of everything, a big pie piece. Come on, that doesn't make any sense.
They don't. Yeah, I know.
But see, the truth is, when you buy a piece of land, you only own like the first 300 or 400 feet. After that, it's owned by whoever. And if you were to dig down under there, you'd have to explain to everybody else what you're doing. But nobody really owns anything below your house at a certain distance, right? Because like no one could, right?
To dig for a water well.
But as long as you dug deep enough to where it didn't affect my house, I wouldn't really be able to complain about it, could I?
No, I got a question for you, Ray.
You know what I'm saying? Like, what would I do? You know, how would I stop you? If you were like 3,000 or 4,000 feet below my house and build a house, how would I know you were even there if it didn't affect me? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you.
Where I'm coming from.
I'm going to ask you another thing about geodetic survey. When they say they like 250 kilometers is where they actually met, what optics do they have that actually can see 250 kilometers?
I don't know if they can.
What auto level can do that?
They probably use radio waves and assume. That's probably how they do it. Yeah.
Well, I think they use auto levels but they don't see that
far.
Well,
yeah, but you know what I mean. Yeah, locally, yeah.
They're connecting the dots too, just like they are with planar surveying.
Well, auto level is just basically basically a compass with a weight in it, right?
Well, no, auto levels actually have an optic part to their function too.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, but does it just shoot a laser so you can see where the level is, or does it?
You get a level. Yeah, you have to level all the instruments out.
I don't think any kind of thing sees anything. It just assumes based on this line, based on this plot and this angle, get it to level. You get what I'm saying? That's what everything goes by. And if that were true, then you'd be buying a pie piece of the world. You're not buying an actual square property. You don't own square inches. You don't square anything. You only own like certain depth down, and then beyond that is just natural whatever. There might be all kinds of shit below you that you don't have access to, right?
The only thing I want to address total level right quick. The only thing you're dealing with is elevation profiles above level. That's the only thing you're dealing with.
Yeah, exactly. And then you're showing what the topographic looks like.
So with that in mind, I want to play one of Pavel put out.
But you don't need to know any of that information in order to find your way, do you?
No, you just need directions.
No, exactly. Right. You just need a top down look at it, which is a flat level map, right? That's all
you
you
need
need.
a compass.
Well, yeah,
really
but I'm saying a local map. Like when you get to a town, right? When you let's say you go to Vista View or wherever. I'm just imagining that in my head, right? Vista View, and you buy a map when you get there, and they tell you, okay, if this is, and they show you a point on the map where City Hall's at. They say this is where we lined up the map for, right? You get it, right? That's normally how they do it. They line it up with City Hall, and so the map is accurate to certain. If you read the map at the bottom, it'll tell you all this information. It'll say it's accurate within a certain amount of feet at a certain angle from certain point on the map, right? Get it? So it uses a physical place, something that's in the ground that doesn't move, that never has moved. That's what they're going by. So if everything on that area got wiped out and that little flag didn't exist anymore and everything was perfectly level and muddy and you couldn't see any of it, nobody would know where the fuck their property was because nobody would have any way of knowing exactly where they're at. And there's no way to measure from or to it because there's no landmark to measure from. You get it? You'd only be assuming your altitude and assuming all that other shit. You wouldn't really know where the fuck you were, would you, Roger?
Well, I got one question for you. When it comes to that, how high does your rocket fly?
Exactly. And how fast do you think? I mean, you've seen something on the ground going 1,000 miles per hour and catching on fire, literally steel catching on fire just from the drag and friction from going 3,000 miles per hour or whatever the fuck it was. And you really think they go 17.5? Fuck, dude, are you insane? That whole fucking thing would literally rip apart and explode into fucking flames. Every bit of it would burn up. Every bit of it would if it was going that fast.
Okay. I want to go over something with this video right quick.
And so would everybody's body inside that ship, guaranteed. Yeah. In real life. No way you're going that fast. Never.
On the far shoreline over here. Are you listening, Ryan? On the far shoreline here in Pablo's Pan, there's a road that's 30 meters above the ocean, sea level. He's at 45 feet above sea level. So what's the difference between 30 meters and 45 feet?
Get out your tape measure.
Oh, I've already. It's like 99.
Why can't we just all use feet or whatever the fuck it is?
I've already did the math with this. So the actual highway is like 100 feet per 10 meters, I think. So it's probably twice as high as where he is. Now watch the cars when he does this. The actual cars when he does this pan.
It's Saturday, January 31st, 2026. It's about coming up 3:40 p.m. Temperatures low 70s to upwards of 80 down there along the coast. Water temp dropped back to 60, 61, and the humidities are mid-20s, like 25%. Mesa Lane Beach on the left, 6.5 miles. La Conchita Beach in the background at 22.7. Looked like kind of like it was the other day. There's that the real shoreline up top, and then the Inferior Mirage down below. It's probably moving around quite a bit. I'll head on down the coast. Coastal Shoals. Maybe Hobson area.
See the cars?
Down toward Ventura.
What car?
Hogan.
I'm wondering where that curve
Hogan on the right at 17.8 miles. The ridge
I see
on the
waves
left,
and some heat going over the
30.6. Let's see if I get a better focus.
He'll pan back. He'll show you. Okay. Oh, I'll just pull it back.
Well, yeah, I saw where the cars are. I've seen the video before. Thanks.
At their elevation,
there, I just can't see it. It's pretty.
it's way higher than he is.
trees at 280-foot elevation.
Right.
About.
Horizons still at the same location.
Left of center.
But it's still, yeah, because of the way optics work, everything looks like it's piling up in front of you. But as soon as you zoom in on it, you realize that just appears to be what it is because it's just the way it works. It's the way your eyeballs work.
Mountain in the background.
Right? Your eyeballs are cylindrical. That's the problem.
Contrast.
Get it? That's how you get tricked, because you're assuming that makes some kind of sense in your mind.
Yellow pesky ridge, Henry. No. Looks like some of the buildings.
But if it's not curved from left to right, then it's not curving at all. It just looks like it, right? There's no other thing to argue about. It just looks like a curve. No.
It makes us look. Hold on.
And Saddle Peak looks totally smooshed out in the background.
How asking for where the curvature is, and we're actually looking for a measurement of curvature. How does that make us look stupid? Anybody got an answer for that question?
No, it's not a stupid question.
I have one.
Okay.
Can I answer?
Oh, absolutely, sir.
That makes us stupidly interesting people, motherfucker. This is what it makes us. No dumbasses who eat all the feed that the people give you, you know? We are just trying to understand shit. If you don't like it, go get the fuck out of here, man.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I feel the same way. I feel like at this point in my life, at where I'm at in my stage of my understanding of what the world is, I've been betrayed every fucking way, every step of the way, bro. Every step of the way, I've been lied to some way or another and been convinced of a lie. Now, why they do that and how they got away with it, I don't know. I don't care anymore. All I care about now is that if I'm going to start looking at the world and trying to see what the truth is, and I want to find God and I want to actually have a relationship with him, I need to understand what the fucking earth really is. I want to know. I don't care what you think it is. I want to know what it really is. Show me evidence for it. That's all I want. Just show me scientific, repeatable evidence that I can actually show to my friends and my family and show the world so that I can prove to them that it's real, right? That's all I want. But I can't find that evidence. Now, why can't I find that evidence? Because it's missing. It's just like if somebody studied something, right, they'd have evidence that all this data they wrote down about it, like how they sat down and they did this to it and they did that to it and this is how it reacted, right? That's what you would have. You'd have all this annals. You'd have this huge file of all kinds of data that you wrote down of all these experiments you did and how you came up with the assumptions that you had and why you ended up thinking that this was true and that was true. All that stuff would be there, right? But when it comes to certain things on TV, there's no evidence of any of it. It's just someone assumed it, someone claimed it, and now that it's been claimed that way, we have to just go ahead and go with it. It's kind of like going to a fucking zombie movie. No one really likes zombie movies, but they make them interesting because you walk into the door assuming that zombies could be real, even though that's the most dumbest fucking thing in the world. But yet but it's interesting once you believe that zombies are real, then the story kind of makes sense and things fit together in the story. But when you look at it compared to reality, it doesn't make any sense because zombies aren't real, right? You see what I'm saying?
I beg to differ with you. I think some zombies are all
well, yes, but you know what I mean. But when it comes to like somebody being contaminated with some kind of chemical and then when they die, they just come back to life, that's dumb. It doesn't exist.
No, that's physically impossible. So
it actually does really happen though. But actually, in reality, that does really happen because you do move around a lot after you die, and it's kind of spooky. So I guess you could use that to your advantage to scare the fuck out of lots of people that have never seen a dead body because they would think, "Oh my God, it's still moving around."
I'm trying to connect with the audience here. So, total level, dude. Can you come in and tell me where the curvature is over this 17-mile stretch in this video?
We got a zombie in the chat.
It just appears to be like
totally level. That's the zombie in the chat. That guy's a zombie.
So I said if you had a video camera from 4 different directions looking towards something in the, like say that ship. Let's say we all went a mile away from that ship on the shore and then videotape the ship moving around inside of that, and we had 4 angles of it. We would see that there is no curving of anything happening. It's all happening on a level flat surface from left to right. No matter which direction you look.
Wait a minute. Total level. I explained it here. Read this little caption here. This is funny.
Well, here we go.
Rovers don't believe what you said, but we can prove flat by thinking curve should be elevation when nobody anywhere believes curved is elevation. Clear. That doesn't make any sense, dude.
It has to be elevation because if it wasn't elevation, it wouldn't stack, dumbass. So you're either going to admit that it's just an optical illusion or you're going to admit that you believe in a fucking curve. It's one of the two. There is no argument. There is no other fucking.
One question.
He's saying he's not a globie. So,
well, I don't know. Well, I'm just assuming that I don't know what he is, but it doesn't matter. The truth of it is the truth of it.
Why are you arguing with Glenn? Glenn doesn't believe it's curved. Do you, Glenn?
I'm not saying he does, but I'm just saying I'm going to look at. I don't just look at stuff. If I don't know who had said it, then I just assume that it's who knows. But if I'm being honest with myself, then I'm always going to do that. I'm not going to take it from you just because Roger said it doesn't mean it's true, does it? You've never been lied to, Roger. You're not telling any stories that you're not aware that you're making wrong or something. I mean, we all do that.
Glenn.
No, I'm not trying to trigger anybody. I'm just saying.
No, not you. I'm talking about the level, whatever his name is.
Whatever.
Total level. He's are you trying to be the advocate for like elevation angles? All elevation angles come from one elevation. There has to be a 0 point.
Yeah, there has to be sea level, which is 0 point. Exactly.
In order to get a sphere, that has to curve.
But is sea level the same everywhere? That's the question. It is.
Well, not all seas are. Well, there's seas that are really close.
Okay.
It's not close. Yeah.
But sea level is an average of the height and the drop of the raise and level of the sea. It's not an actual. It's not just one specific. Excuse me. It's basically like in the entire world. If everybody was there at the same time, we were all on radios and we were all talking to each other. We could communicate, and we all said, "Okay, right now," and we said 12 o'clock noon. Now we're gonna clock, and everybody we're gonna look at the angle that we see, and we're gonna write down exactly what we're gonna take a picture of it. And we're all gonna, so we have all these thousands of different angles from all that. You know what I'm saying? It'd be like doing that map and shit out. It's just that simple. You do it when you do it that way. You realize there is no curving. It just looks like it. Yeah, it looks like it's stacking, but is it really happening?
Where does it? No, there's only one level you stack from. It's not even.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying when you look at something, it causes you see everything stacking because it has to. That's the only way you can take something that's flat and level and then cram it into your eyeball at the angle that it's at. You would get that?
Yeah, but
you have to study the way light enters your eye and the way your eye understands it, so you can understand how your brain sees light. Once you understand that, then you realize it doesn't make any sense. It matches up with reality, flat level surfaces, right? Not with this curvy bendy bullshit.
Do you see where the level is here in this video, right?
I do. It appears to be there, but that's only the horizon based on the distance we're at from whatever the horizon is, which is just an assumed position.
He's at 45 feet above sea level. The sea level actually changes daily.
I would say that the horizon technically would be back there behind those mountains that are way the fuck back behind there. That's where the actual horizon would be.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to point out earlier. That ridge that you see up here at the top is just 30 meters above that level. It's been measured.
Right, but it looks like it's way up above, though, from there.
The distance to the oil rig to that plateau and to this observer point has been measured too from as high above the sea level too. It's a straight shot across. And the optics are what causing the effect, but you should not see that if the Earth were a sphere with the exact radius.
And do you know why we use? Do you know why we use an average sea level? You know why that you know why we have to use that? And in other words,
because water levels change, dude.
No, it's because the tides are different everywhere. Tides are not gauged by the moon. Believe it or not, the moon, that's the biggest bullshit you ever learned.
We've already been through that plenty of times.
I know, but I'm saying, like, you can prove it to yourself just by looking at the sky at night and thinking about it. Okay, here's the moon. There it is right there. Now, why is the tide out when the fucking moon's on the opposite side of the fucking Earth? It doesn't make any sense. How would the moon be pulling the tide this direction when the moon's over there? It doesn't make any fucking sense. And the moon only goes around once a day, but there's two tides. So obviously tides are not controlled by just the moon. It might be a combination of the sun and the moon, but it's definitely not just the moon, right? Or even if it is the moon. I'm not sure that it is, but I'm just saying if it was the moon, maybe the reason why there's two of them is because the sun and the moon don't keep up with each other. And that's the reason why we have really big tides every once in a while, is because they match up where they get closer together and they actually cause fuller effect. But I don't know if that's true. I'm assuming.
What are the what's the biggest causality that you get from the sun and the moon on Earth?
Causality? I don't think there is one. Is there? I just see it above my head. I don't know. It's just there every time I look, like no matter where I go, the sun and the moon's always there. Like can't get away from it.
When the sun is closer to you, what do you feel? What's the number one result you get?
I can't tell how close something is to me. I can't even tell how high an airplane is, even though I can see them flying at 30,000 feet and still see the plane, but it's really hard to see them. But every once in a while I do catch one, and at night you can see the lights blinking, but it's 35,000 feet up there. I shouldn't be able to see it at all, I don't think. But
let's start with the sun. What's the first thing it causes on Earth? What is the number one cause?
Heat. Oxidation.
Heat and light. are
Well,
the
yeah.
two
Well, oh
causes.
yeah, heat, obviously, yeah. It well,
Those are physical
it
things.
evaporates the water that's trapped
Uh-huh.
inside the dome, and it turns it to gases so that you can breathe it. Yeah, that's exactly what it does.
That's weird, ain't it? So it has nothing to do with what you call gravity or a downward bias of any kind. I mean,
Absolutely not.
that's not.
I would bet you that there's no connection at all on gravity. No connection at all. Up and down really hasn't. I mean, maybe there is some angle you could put across the table that was scientific that actually said, okay, well, this is true and that's true about that and that. But it would never be those two things, right? It would be some other form that made it fit,
So,
right?
so what's the first thing a Globie's going to tell you when you tell them that kind of stuff? You're like, well, you're trying to get a Nobel Peace Prize. That's the first thing they tell you. You're trying to, and they do.
No,
Like,
because no,
not
you
really.
can't. You can't do that because these people that like you are so convinced of this bullshit proof or this non-evidence. You're so convinced by it that you won't even let it. You won't even let it go up there and get looked at by the fucking people. You won't even accept it
Who's looking at what?
because
Where?
the people who decide what science really is are just some dumbass that just fucking gets the job, right? It's like presidents, you know. You could be Donald Trump and be a total asshole and
I
whatever,
think it
and you
was.
could still end up
I think
rich,
it
a
was
rich
coined
motherfucker
better
too,
by.
you know.
It was coined better, but like this, but like they've hijacked what you call science. Okay, are you
Well,
listening?
right, yeah, biology. I believe biology. I think there's a lot of stuff in biology. I enjoyed biology. I loved it. But as soon
It's
as they
not
try
just
to get me to go on to like trigonometry and all this other shit, I was like, "Fuck you, dude! I don't
that's
want to fucking learn this
mathematics,
stuff."
dude. That's not
I know it
science.
doesn't matter. No, they told me when I was in school. They swore to me that I would need those fucking things. That I need that education. I need to know how to do trigonometry in order to fucking survive in life. I said, no, I won't.
Yeah.
I said, I've been around a long time. I was 15 at the time. I said, I've been around a long time, 15 years, and I'm telling you, I've never, ever, ever, not once in my fucking life, ever used any fucking math problem to ever come up with any fucking answer in my real life. Maybe to build something, yes, that's a completely different argument. But just to live
So
my life, fuck no, I don't need to know one plus one doesn't need to equal two. I could care fucking less. It means nothing to me.
So it's not a science. That's a lie about it. That's the whole point. That's what I'm trying to make.
That's what I'm saying,
There's
though.
no
It's like
science
I
in
could use math
geometry
or I could not use math.
or
Yeah, it's
math.
handy. It's convenient to use math to add, to add fractions and things.
Yeah,
It's difficult.
we're actually using it now to figure out the distance to that oil rig and to the other far shoreline, and the observation we're making. We're actually using a mathematic principle. It's really
Well, there's
easy to
actually an
do.
easier way to figure out exactly where it's at. Is you triangulate or you quadrulate, you get 4 cameras and you point them in 4 directions towards the same
Why do I have
object.
to do 4
And
cameras?
then
I
you
can
can just measure the distance from the camera to the thing that you're shooting at, and you can usually tell. A really good photographer can tell you the distances. Like if you give him the numbers and the lenses, he can tell you how far away something is. Because he can
photography
guess it.
out of it. Photography is not science or
No, it's
geometry.
not. But when you use lensing, like people that are really good with photography and know how to zoom and all that, they can tell you. Like I can tell you about how far something is just based on how many lenses you need in order to zoom in on it. You know what I'm saying? They'll be like, yeah, this is like this about that. That's about that far away. Yeah, you're gonna need this. You're gonna need that. You're gonna need this. They know exactly what they need. They're not fucking stupid.
So if you already have a measurement, why do you need to use optics to do that?
That's why I said, because you need to know that you're on the same spot. Everyone else decides that that's where it's at. And in the ocean, there isn't one. That's why they put buoys. That's why they talk about the ocean underneath, because now you need to attach a buoy to the water, so that way you know it's a space in the water where it doesn't move, right? The buoy might move a couple of feet back and forth, but it stays in the same position. So see, you can tell where you're at in the ocean by that. Yeah.
That's a marker. Okay, so the oil platform is in that same position all the time. They know exactly where they built it. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
They know
They don't normally move them once they
put
put them in. Yeah.
there. That's why these black swans are so important. You follow what I'm saying?
Oh, is that what that is? I thought that was a ship. I didn't know it was a oil rig.
That's an oil rig. Yeah.
All right, my bad. I thought it was like just the front of a boat facing us, and it was like some kind of fishing vessel or something.
These are warmer pans because the temperatures.
A downrigging ship, like a deep lake ship or a deep ocean downrigger, would look just like that. Fishing vessel would look the same.
Yeah.
If it was pointing towards you like that. Anyway.
Yeah. So we know the distances to both the shoreline and here, and if we can see both clearly on clear days, we know that it's a straight line. Is the horizon straight,
Roger?
flat here, there? Yeah. What?
You notice what they use on those big barges?
No, what? Tell me.
Cranes. What are cranes based on, Roger?
lifting things, dude.
No, but how do you figure out how to move? How do you lift something properly? You counterbalance it, and you got to know the size and the density, all that, right? Think about it.
Yeah, it's pretty
Okay,
simple.
so you have booms, right? And so what happens when you hang something from a boom, Roger? You have what? A plumb bob. Bingo.
Yeah, we know.
You have a natural plumb bob hanging right there all day long. As long as the wind doesn't blow it around, you've got an accurate tell of where it's down, don't you?
You have your vertical line that you can draw your horizontal from. It's perpendicular.
You know, that's exactly how the ship works, too. There's like the stuff inside the ship that tells it where it's at. It just goes by the level of the surface of the ocean, and then it bases the distance between it and wherever it can hit. Like you can shoot radar at the bank, when you're close enough to the shore. You can send out a little signal with a radio, and it'll bounce back, and it'll tell you about an estimate of how far away it is. Of course, it does.
And what do you need for that? What do you need for that?
But it's not an exact number. Like it might be a few feet off, depending on the way the radio waves bounce off the water and all that, and all the different shit in the air.
Depends on your estimate too.
Yeah, right. But I'm saying, if we can guess distances that well with just a camera, then why in the hell do we? I mean, this doesn't make any sense at all.
Oh, there's a lot of things.
Every time you zoom in, everything it doesn't magically run into the ground. Like you don't end up hitting water when you zoom in, which is what you should do.
Are they
the Earth was curved, right? When you zoom in on the level of the Earth, the ocean, you should run into the ocean. You shouldn't be able to zoom in. When you zoom in, you should just run right into the water because it's curved, right? Get it?
Oh no,
Roger. I was want to screen share something. Whenever we're done with this.
Yeah, I'm trying to get through this, but we're going through a tutorial on how you can't run into water. There's a wall of water you're going to run into.
I'm trying to tell you, there's so many things wrong with trying to say the Earth's curved. It's just so many things. No, it's just not. It's ridiculous that we're arguing about one stupid thing.
We're not. I'm not just pointing out the flaws in your logic. Okay, so what they say is that the density of the water is being held down by what?
I don't know. Density.
I think, the main density of the Earth is being pulled to the center of the Earth by what? Gravity.
Well, that's just a theory, but.
Well, they said they proved it supposedly.
But it wouldn't matter though if you're only traveling on the surface, then it doesn't matter where the center of the Earth is, does it? Or even if it exists, it doesn't.
It does. Yeah.
As long as everything that you go and travel to is in the same spot when you get there as it was the last time you went and found it, then you're never going to have a problem with traveling, are you?
Oh, they still use that same.
You just follow the fucking edge of the building or the edge of the fucking street into the address of the place where you're going, right? And then there it is. It's really there. There's not a marker in the ground right in front of the building, is there, that says this is where this property starts? No, it's just there, right?
Yeah.
You see, so no matter what they say to you on a piece of paper, how many numbers they show you or where they claim, when you get there, you'll know you're there because you saw the buildings, right? That's how you know you're there. You never, ever in your whole life have ever used a map to actually find an address. You're only using the map to get close enough to the address so you can physically find the fucking thing. Think about it.
I think we were over maps, or we're on the water, and we're trying to show how water's level. But they're claiming that the level is actually pulled to the center of gravity. And they use the same equation that 9.8.
Like I said, why would you have to go there when you only need to know what's on the surface to navigate? You don't need to know any of that shit. It's not important.
No, there's other principles that they don't want to.
It's like saying, okay, I'm going to add this many. I'm going to add 100 people, and then we're going to put this other 100 people together, and we're going to have 200 people. And when we get them together, all of a sudden there's not enough people. There's only 175. Well, where'd the other 25 go? I don't know. But somehow when we integrated them, they just multiplied some, or some of them ran off or something, right? Well, that doesn't make any fucking sense, does it? But if you took 200 people, 100 on one side and 100 on the other, and you put them together and you counted them again, you should get 200 people unless they're getting out somewhere, right? Get what I'm saying? You're never going to get an answer different than that. If you take 200 people in this big building and you mix them together, no matter how many times you mix them together, there should still be 200 people in that room, right, Roger?
What does this got to do with the level of water at all?
I'm just saying, it doesn't matter what you say it is. You'll know you're there when you walk up to the front of the fucking building and you touch the house and you open the fucking door. That's the only way you know where you're at. It's the only fucking way you really know. It doesn't matter what a map tells you or what the phone tells you. If you're in a spot, you'll know it because you're going to run right into the fucking building. Get what I'm saying?
I hope you do, man. Yeah,
you're using your eyeballs. You're not using the map to find it. You're using your fucking eyes. So don't let them fool you just because you use a map to get to that area.
doesn't mean you ever needed the map in the first place, because you really don't.
Oh Lord. So Brian's Logic just did a video on I think it was Australia and how level it is. And he showed it on the map, and yeah, and then Bev came in and he's going to tell you, I'm going to show you how it curves, but it's not the point. The point is that I'm not being fooled by anybody. I'm just telling you what they're equating for gravity is just the weight of the water, and the only inversions you get are from temperature and other things. So let me play this right quick so Chris can demonstrate something for us right quick.
Around there, compressed, likely upward refraction, probably pretty warm back there in those hills. So that's 71 miles, 27 foot elevation.
I just want to point out one thing. You wouldn't get that mirroring effect on a curved surface.
Ski Ridge is 900 to 1,000 feet at 50
No, you
miles.
can actually see when it's not perfectly level, it ripples, see? When it's perfectly level, it goes completely slick. Yep.
The water's moving. It's an ocean.
Right, yeah. Well, but over a long distance, it will look like it's mirror, even though it's not perfectly flat. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's
There's
why
just like an index
of the far shore there.
Yeah. But you can see these horizons here where these are.
Platform A.
The further they get out, the further the horizon is.
Yeah, every time he zooms in a little bit further, the horizon changes.
Down there
the
power generating station
so proving, just like everybody else and every photographer in the world understands, you're just going, you're traveling. When you're zooming in with the camera lens, you're just traveling from one place to another in a small area.
The last tower out there is over 50 miles away.
Hard to tell what's going on. I think the true image is up top, but it's
they're smashing together.
You can see Henry's compressed there, and the legs and everything are reflected down below.
It's heat on the water,
essentially. So there's B.
When I go on the cruise, dude, I'm going to take so many videos the whole time I'm outside on the deck smoking. I'm going to video the whole time. I'm going to get all these angles of different ships coming at us and stuff, and how they disappear and reappear and shit. Pretty crazy.
Too much heat haze. Up to Magoo. Yeah, Magoo's right there, all compressed up top. 50 miles, 1,260 foot elevation.
50 miles away.
Nothing going on very interesting at Anacapa right now.
And we'll zoom back out.
There's your 4.
There's 7
That's
over
the
there.
pesky Henry Houchin and Hogan.
3.
We'll go back up and see how this is shifted around. There's a little breeze blowing, so it might mix it.
See, what I want to see is I want him to get a whole bunch of boats and string them up in a line in all directions, like from a center point.
At the nose,
them out, like a mile apart or half a mile apart, and then have video from each one, and then have a ship go through that area, and then watch it, track it from all the different camera angles in different times of the day, and so you can see how it changes. So you can see that it's the same kind of effect all day long, the same shit, nothing to fucking worry about. It's a weird looking thing. Not no curve in Earth. It's just literally just a fucking optical illusion.
Better get out of it here before the timer ends.
Timer.
Okay. I think he's done for the day. All right, Chris, what do you want to share? Are you there? There he is.
I'm here.
Yeah. And what do we share?
Right here, my map. I was gonna give you, am I screen sharing?
Yeah, you are.
Oh yeah,
you're on screen now.
Right here is where I'm at. Whenever you see me on top of the Outlook, and then this is the Tennessee Valley. This is Knoxville, Tennessee, and this is about 70 miles from here to here.
That's quite a distance.
Well, I can see clear all the way up the valley up to here. Now this is North Carolina to Virginia, so I can see from here all the way to Virginia, and that's 170 miles to where's Virginia? This Damascus. From here all the way to there, and 170 miles, and the Outlook
calculation time. Yeah, thank you.
8,000 feet. So that there should be 8,000 feet hidden, and
You can see clearly all the way to Damascus. Is what you're saying.
Like this mountain here, this is the outlook. Like the 70 miles is like right here, but you can see all the way. It just goes infinitely down, all the way. Let's see, was that map? Like, down the whole entire valley. Like you see all the way to Virginia, and
Yeah, that's
the
quite a
highest
ways.
mountain peaks are 4,000 feet in the Smokies.
Yeah.
Like these are the Smoky Mountains down here, and I live in the Cumberland Mountains. I live right on the Cumberland Mountain Ridge. I live right here.
I see.
Right behind this outlook. And there was some more images of that ridge back there. You see how it just goes infinitely down. So when it warms
You got a
up, I was gonna.
helicopter? Yeah.
No, it's like a. No, I live right here in this neighborhood. It's Walmart, and then
trying to get where this picture's coming from.
Yeah, it's a rock. Let's see. This is the spot up here on the top of the mountain.
Yeah.
And then right here is the outlook, and it's a sheer just cliff drop off. Here's Walmart again. Here's that subdivision I live in, and this is the Cumberland Mountains. But way back here, that's the Rocky Mountains. So that's 70 miles. But if you look over to the left, like if there's other images, you can see, like I said, 170 miles. But it's just a flat, infinite horizon. So when it warms up, I'm gonna go and do photography up there. It depends on the day too.
You have a lot of haze in there. You're high, so you're gonna get a lot of. Whoa, where do we go?
Oh, well, yeah, like the one you were just showing before this, there was a lot of water in the air.
Yeah,
so it made all that like reflective mirror look on the water, and it depends on the day.
Yep. So that's why he does 30 days worth of pans, man. He does them.
Like you see here, this is it just goes on infinitely. Like, and it's amazing in person, but when I have that telescope, I have binoculars, and I'm gonna get some really long range.
Was that the uncle and the kids? Yeah.
Yeah. Randoms, yeah. It's a cool little spot up there, man. Like this rock right here, that's dangerous. This person standing there, they can get injured really bad right there.
Oh, so I got a question for you. Have you ever been to Blowing Rock?
A Blowing Rock? Where at?
Yeah, North Carolina.
No, but I can do that.
Have you heard of it? Blowing Rock, North Carolina. It's kind of cool. Grandfather Mountain. It's a mile high. They have a mile high swinging bridge between two of in a gorge on Grandfather Mountain.
I don't know if it. Yeah, because I got to get the topography, and then because this is right here, and I'm talking about I'm over here on the Cumberland, but I could see all the way. Shoot, I bet I could. I don't know because there's a ridge here. Yeah, and these don't go more than 4,000 feet. I wonder how high this is, Blowing Rock. The elevation, you know?
No, not really on the top of my head, but it's really high. It's not like really. It's at a high elevation, for sure. The cool thing about Blowing Rock is the legend is that you can actually stand and hold somebody's hands while they stand off the cliff, and the eddy currents from the wind that blows up that mountain will hold that person up in the air. It's an old Indian legend they have. So nobody does it because you could be stupid. I'm going to step off here. You hold my hand. The wind will hold me up.
Yeah. This Tennessee Valley.
Don't do it.
That's what I'm saying. It's only 70 miles here, but when you go this far, it's like now it's 170. And when I show that,
what's the curvature on that for your elevation?
8,000 feet.
But
my
you don't
elevation,
see
the outlook, Eagle Bluff outlook's 2,300. Target distance 170 miles. The mountain, that mountain's only going to be as high, and you can see it's just the infinite plain, and you can see the entire mountains.
You know that only works on a local basis, Chris. You know that. You can only see on a local basis that far. Not on a 250 kilometer distance. Although that's 170 miles, which is how many kilometers? Yeah. It doesn't matter, dude. You're seeing too far beyond the point. Yeah. Impossible. Yeah. You wouldn't be able to see anything. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can see the Appalachians from there. Yeah.
This is the Cumberland, and over here.
You're on the Appalachian side. Is where you're at.
I'm on it's not the Appalachian, but I'm on the Cumberland Mountains.
Yeah. So can you actually see the Appalachians from your spot?
Well, okay. Like it's the Tennessee Valley, Knoxville, Tennessee. Yeah. This is a valley, and then this is the Smoky Mountains. Okay,
that's Smoky Mountains. Yeah, you can see the Smoky Mountains from your side. Yeah,
and this is the north side is the Cumberland Mountains. They're huge. They're vast.
I've been to the Cumberland Gap. That's as close as I've been to it.
Yeah, Cumberland Gap is right here. There's a tunnel.
Yep, been there. Cumberland Gap. You're near Dollywood, aren't you?
No, Dollywood's down here. It's the Smokies. Dollywood's down here in Gatlinburg.
You're not that far away from it. You can get there within an hour or two, right?
Death Valley's the flattest place in the world. You know that, right?
Yeah, but so the Great Plains are pretty flat too. The Australian Great Plains are flatter over a greater distance.
But I'm just saying it's flatter than a pancake.
No, Florida's flatter than Kansas, actually.
Well, Florida's literally water. Of course, anything that's on the water that's like within a foot or two of the surface of the water is going to be Florida. It's going to be flat.
That's why they get all those tornadoes.
Yeah, you know why they do? Is because the air rolls across all those flat areas and it gets up to higher speeds. If there was stuff there to block the wind, like hills, it wouldn't do that.
Yeah, but I've seen hurricanes and tornadoes actually jump over land too, over higher elevations.
Well, yeah, of course.
I don't know how that happens.
They base their lividity on something different than the ocean, obviously.
Yeah. Anyway,
you're near the Appalachian Trail too, aren't you? You're not that far away from it, are you?
I think it goes. I don't know. I'm not sure. Man. I think it goes all the way up there.
Yeah.
I don't know what side. There is a trail over.
I know the Rio Grande Trail or whatever that one's called. It goes across the United States.
Well, it goes all the way to Pennsylvania. Yeah.
I think it starts down in Georgia and goes up
to Pennsylvania. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I got an idea on how we can figure something out here. I got an idea on an experiment. I'm serious.
Experiment? You got a scientific experiment or an observation?
Well, both, actually. I think it would be a combination of both. But so let's say we got 50 boats, small boats, not big ones, maybe even, not very big, like, a fishing boat or whatever. And we go out on a big lake or an ocean. It doesn't matter either one, right? And what we do is we put 4 cameras facing all 4 cardinal directions in each boat, and we put a 360 camera in the center of it as well, so that it can see in all directions, but you can also zoom in any cardinal direction. And then you separate the boats by a mile or a half mile, whatever you want, right? And then you position them, you anchor them with an anchor so that you know that you're in the same spot and that you're not drifting in the water. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So you anchor a mile and so we straighten it out to where we can get it straight. And we can actually measure the surface of the water. You know what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Got what you're saying?
That's the only way you could really do it. But would that be even effective, or would it be a big waste of time? See what I'm saying? But at least
you'd have to make several observations over like Pablo does over.
But that's what I'm saying. If you had 50 boats, let's say you strung them in 4 directions, right, from the center point, and you had a ship that just stayed in the middle, right? And you're all going to zoom in on that ship, except for the cameras.
Calm water too.
You get it? So then you'd have a distance like a mile in between, so you could zoom from one boat past the other one, right? Get what I'm saying? So you'd be able to measure, okay, well, if I zoom in this far, this is where that boat disappears. And so that's exactly a mile away. So now I know exactly how far this camera can actually zoom. That it can zoom a mile, and I can look at something that looks about the same size of what it is when it's right here in front of me.
I would use something better than a camera, dude. There's better optics than a camera, I promise.
I know, but I'm just saying you could use that in order to figure out distances. If you knew that you were on the same level surface, you could measure distances and you'd map it out. Very simply. It wouldn't be that difficult to understand. Now, on land, it's different because you have altitude to deal with. When you're on the ocean, you stay at the same altitude, so it makes it easy, right?
Get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you got to have a clear, clean, calm
But the
water
reality is, every map is just in order to get you close enough to where you can physically identify with your eyes and you're touching where you're at. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got the map part. Yeah, you had that. Yeah, you had it
I'm just
nailed.
saying, I mean, no matter how detailed the map is, it doesn't really matter to you. If you're finding an address, all you need to know is what street it's on and how to get to that street from where you're at, right? You know what I'm saying? You don't need all that other information. You just need the. That's why you have a map system that you can just put the information in, and it'll tell you where you need to turn to land, so you end up in that spot. Well, so you don't have to do that yourself.
Hold on, Ryan. You better get moving. I hear the sirens, man.
Yeah, I know. They're always. This town is like that. Yeah, California.
You didn't get that. I said you better get moving. The sirens are coming, man.
Well, I'm not afraid. They don't come to my house, but they know I'm not dangerous. I just talk about it.
He's not dangerous, but he talks a lot.
If you had a way that you could, so if you had a camera guy on each boat, and you had it going in 4 directions, and you could actually zoom in past one boat to the other, you could actually tell exactly how far apart something was based on the zooming of the lens rather than anything else. You wouldn't need any numbers. You just use, okay, well, the zoom, when you zoom all the way in, if the boat's just past that, then that means it's about a mile away. You know what I'm saying? And then every time, and then no matter how much you want, which direction you want to look, you'll see that you got a mile of perfectly flat, straight surface. No problem. Nothing in the way. You know what I'm saying? No arguments, no saying, well, it looks curved to me, or it looks like there's something building up there. No, we've got actual cameras. You can zoom in from one boat to the other. We can show you any different direction you want to look. Which way do you want us to turn, right? We'll show you that it's completely
which way do you want to turn
all the way across. You know what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? No more of this arguing bullshit where somebody goes, no, it's curved, and you just get far enough away, it'll be curved. No, it doesn't work like that, buddy. Sorry. Because if that were true, a lot of things would be fucking wrong.
Yeah. Well, all levels are not curved. You wouldn't have anything that was perpendicular to the ground.
Right.
You wouldn't have a straight up and down building. Everything would lean away from you.
Right. Yeah. Everything. Not only that, they get bigger as they went up in the air, and that doesn't make sense because buildings don't get bigger as they grow. But they should if the Earth had a center, right? Then everything should have to be technically, right? Technically, everything should be shaped like a big pie piece.
Yeah, technically, yeah.
Taller at the top and narrow at the bottom. They would have to be if they were following the straight lines of the actual Earth, right? Or the the upright and whatever. If that were true, then yeah, exactly. But we don't have that problem, do we? No, except for the Leaning Tower of Pisa. That's the only one where we don't know why, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah. So what Oakley wants to do with all the ordnance surveying, he wants to get all their measurements and have them described and how they do them exactly, and actually.
But you don't really need to know. You could read the reports and stuff and figure that much out. I mean, you don't really need to talk to the person. You can kind of just watch the way see how they wrote stuff down.
Yeah.
You can know.
The best way to do that is to don't bring up the idea. What he's doing with his show half the time now is he's just taking average like a survey videos where they're doing surveying, ordnance surveying, and he's just showing how they actually do it. And even flight too, the same thing, everything. And he's just taking everything at a level. Everything is done level. That's period.
You want to know something else that's really cool?
Yeah.
If we had a whole bunch of, if we had like a large room that held things like, let's say materials like TVs and VCRs and whatever the fuck you can think of, right? Boxes of crackers or whatever. Let's say if you had a big room, let's say you had this big, huge room that you could spin really fast, but nothing in the room would get destroyed by spinning it, right? Let's say you were to spin all that material onto like some kind of saucer, right? And you got it spinning really, really fast on a bearing, but still attached to the ground, but still on a bearing so that it wouldn't, bounce around or get off balance, right? Just spin. You know that once you got it spinning to a certain spin, that you could literally just pick it up off the ground and carry it around, right? With just your hand, right? You could that item could just be picked up and just carried around like it was nothing because it's spinning, right? You get that? So what would happen if the Earth was spinning, guys? It would levitate. Duh.
Well, maybe that's what they say.
Be weightless, right? It would be weightless. But think about it. The Earth would be weightless, but not the people on it, but the Earth would be weightless. Think about that. That's what would really happen if you spun the Earth. That's what would happen.
It sounds like the Flat
You
Earth
become
Society.
weightless and go fly in the fuck
It
into one
does.
direction or the other, right?
Well, Ryan has some of the same ideas, like the sun and the moon are projections in the sky, not
I'd
a
still say
physical
that,
thing.
well, yes, based on where you're at. When you look up at the sky, you're seeing your position. It's based on the way the sun looks from your perspective. But if it is actually coming from outside of the dome, or if it's being whatever it is, well, whatever it is, whether it's a solid body that moves around and rotates, or what it is, okay, it still moves.
Does
Okay?
it have to rotate? We only see one
Well,
side of
you
the
know what I
sun.
mean. It goes around it on a track. It goes in a big circle, or whatever the fuck it does. How it moves up and down, whatever it does, right?
Same with the moon. Yeah,
It goes in an hourglass. I get it, in the infinity sign.
I don't think
Okay?
it goes up and down. It appears to go up and down due to perspective. That's
That's
what
pretty
happens.
scientific.
Okay,
approach.
no, Roger. It
Now you got
obviously
to
changes its
experiment.
altitude because that's how you get seasons. Okay, smartass. Okay, let's go back on the nature trail.
No,
Get back on the road.
we'll take you out on another nature trail, like the circumference,
The
the
sun
actual
moves.
circuit of
It
the sun.
changes direction.
Yeah,
So does the moon. It does the same thing. It rotates around. Whatever you
it
want
has
to call
it has
it. I know it doesn't rotate. Whatever the fuck it looks like it's going around in a circle, right? Or
it
going
has
up
a
and
wider
down.
circuit each time of the season. It gets further out
And if
the
you were to
closer we get
take
to winter.
pictures from every mile in every direction and every place on the earth and put them all into a computer, what would you find out? That you're on a
I don't
fucking
know.
big ass plane. That's what you'd find out.
Yeah, well, that's good. Let's do that. How about you
You're on a big
calculate all
fucking
that?
plane. The water stays flat and everything else is up from there. And it's three dimensional.
The call is that everybody all over the earth get a silver lens and take a picture of
certain
the sun.
altitude, I'm sure
Video
that would change, like, right? Because there'd be less pressure and whatever. That would change a lot of things. It would make things more difficult. But I don't think you would ever become weightless. That doesn't make any sense. Maybe going down would make you weightless. Like if you went in the ground far enough, maybe you become weightless. Right? Because you'd actually be so light compared to the density of where you were at, you'd float back up to the surface, right? You'd float.
Well, you know what usually fills those gaps in? It's usually water, dude. So
but just imagine, like, if you were an air balloon, like, let's say you took a gas balloon, like filled it with air, and then got it underneath the ocean, and then took it down to the bottom, and you let go. What would happen to it? It would haul its ass up to the fucking surface, wouldn't it? It wouldn't just stay there. No. Because it's such an explosive amount of difference in pressure that it has to go to the surface. It's so much lighter than the rest of it. It's going to go up there as quick as it can, right? All that weight's pushing down on it, making it go up, right? Get what I'm saying?
You're talking about air pressure?
Where do you, so where does it happen where you get to an altitude where everything, all of a sudden, your body just starts to levitate? That doesn't make any sense. It would make sense if you went down, but not when you went up. Get what I'm saying? Because at some point, you would get to a point where the density of the Earth itself, or the things that you were in, if you went down deep enough, then your body would be so much lighter than that you wouldn't be able to go any deeper. You get what I'm saying? You'd be stuck there because your body's literally not dense enough to get through those materials. Even if you dug, it wouldn't matter. You'd run into a problem. Get what I'm saying?
Okay, so dig a 30-meter hole and get a scale and climb down that hole. See if you weigh more or less.
I don't know. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. But I'm just saying, when you
that would be a good way to determine that, yes or no.
The things that you come across will be denser and denser, right? Am I wrong?
You can do it on your own property as long as it's under 300 feet.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that it has to be that way. I'm saying that makes logical sense, right? If like things were put there, like if God brought the dirt up from the ground and he created it and then forced it up to the ground, or whatever the fuck he did, right? If he did that literally, then what would it look like? Well, I think it looks like what we have, right? We have, like, it seems to be floating pieces of dirt. We don't know what's underneath it. We don't know what supports it. We just know that there's a support system, and we just don't know how it works, right? We just know there's ground.
There's some really dense objects the lower you get, dude.
Right, but also we understand that water, no matter how deep it is, we know there's dirt underneath there, right? So so it's not all water, is it? Or is it? That's the thing you don't know.
Yeah. Well, that would be. I'm just giving you a way to test that thesis,
Well, but how would you test it?
I just told you.
But you don't have anything to reference. You don't have any. I mean, think about it. You're digging down. You
take your average.
How do you know? How do you know when you're in a certain place or not? How do you know how deep you are?
You just keep going till you get to that point, and you earmark each one of them.
But what if there's some kind of anomalous thing that causes the pressure differences to fuck with your equipment and makes you go on a curve or something? I mean, there's all kinds of things that can happen, right?
Well, you got to have the proper tools to dig a nice hole.
Well, what if a plumb bob doesn't work when you get farther down? What if plumb bobs stop working and you can't tell what's up and down? You know what I'm saying? Like, there should be a place where that happens, right?
I seriously think that there's not a place where that happens.
Neither do I, but I'm saying because they've programmed it into your head, it seems like that there should be an answer for that, right? You know what I'm saying? Because your mind wants to attach something to it. You're wanting to fulfill that. Well, what does this mean? What is that? And then that's how they get you. See, they ask you these questions. You start asking the question in your mind. Then they give you these dumb answers, and then your mind goes, "Oh, well, maybe this is what it means." When they're not really telling you anything, they're just giving you all this information, and you're just coming up with an answer. You get what I'm saying? But then you go home and you decide, well, this is what they told me. No, they didn't say that. They said this, but you came up with this. You know what I'm saying?
Well, all you're doing is collecting. If you did something like that, all you'd be doing is collecting data. How much you weigh the further you go down.
And that data doesn't have real base behind it. In other words, if there isn't somebody there writing all this shit down and saying, "This is what happens when I did this. This is what happens when I did that. This is what the effect was." All this stuff's written down. Then we know they didn't do any tests, right? They're faking it.
Get you a video camera, dude. Just get you a video camera.
You get where I'm going with that, man.
And videotape it, man. Just videotape
anything in the world. You find out who taped it and where it came. I guarantee you, look at the TV version and you'll see that it's fake every time.
We're not talking about a TV version. We're talking about you taking a camera down with a scale and videotaping this whole thing. That's what we're talking about.
I'm not sure that you could take a camera deep in the earth. How do you know it would work?
They have video cassette players in like mobile phones that actually will record digitally.
No, actually, a mobile phone will only work to a certain depth and it stops working completely, by the way, just so you know.
No, yeah, for calls, but I'm talking about the actual video camera on the damn thing.
Oh, well, yeah, of course. If it's got a battery, you can still, yeah, of course. You know what I mean.
That's what I'm talking about, man.
I meant, how are you going to track how far down you went and how are you going to
you measure it.
But how do you measure it, Roger? You measure
you start at sea level. You start at sea level. You find out where that is.
From you to the top of the hole, how do you know how far down you are?
Well, you get the elevation profile we're talking about.
But how do you know elevation works below the ground? How do you know that those instruments will work in not non-gaseous material? In other words, if you were buried in dirt, would that sensor still work? No, probably not.
Physically measure the fucking thing, dude.
Right, that's what I'm saying. You'd have to measure on your way down. You'd have to keep measuring the wall.
When they were measuring the ultra deep coal dig, they actually were taking probably rods and measured.
They drilled a hole that deep. They didn't go that deep.
Well, you get what I'm point. You get my point. They measured it by how much rod they stuck out in the hole.
Right. They were just drilling. Is what they were doing. Yeah.
Right. So you take a rod with you, a big long rod, and you can just measure how high you are.
Yo, what are we talking about?
I don't know, some weird experiment.
Either Russia or Germany, one of the two, did some digging one time, and they tried to dig farther down than anybody else. They were trying to break a record.
Yeah, they almost got 8 miles deep.
They dug a hole like a mile wide. Like they literally devoured a city and buried, dug it up so they could get deeper and deeper down, so they could dig. And they got to a point where the drills would just break off. No matter what they made them out of, they would just melt. They would literally.
Yeah, they were getting like a plastic
there to become part
substance out of it. Yeah,
it's insane.
Yeah.
But then again, there's also a video out there that says that they took recordings of the sound from the hole, and it was a bunch of people screaming like demons gobbling them up.
Yeah, come on. Do you believe that? Come on.
No, I don't believe either one. I don't believe they drilled that deep either. But I mean, who fucking knows, right? Maybe they did.
Well, it's documented, dude.
But if you can't even drill 8 miles down, how the fuck are you sending radio waves down there to tell that it's a fucking center of the earth? That's so stupid.
That's their claim, dude. Yeah, and the S waves and the P waves didn't work like they thought it would either.
They use vibrations. They use an explosion called a compaction test. They fire an explosion at the surface, and then they can measure, and it bounces back off of certain surfaces.
Yeah. So basically, with the S waves and the P waves, they're just using a sonogram. Exactly. That's all they're doing. But they can't tell you how dense the substance they're actually shooting.
No, but they can tell you the differences in density sometimes based on the way the angle that it hits.
Right? But the further you go, the worse it's going to get.
There's another invention that they claim does a certain thing and it doesn't. They just claim it does, right? But how do you prove something like that? You don't. Oh, nice. And if you think about it, why are these things shaped like torches?
Because they're on fire, dude.
No. I still think it's a person's head on top of a stick.
Yeah, head on top of a stick.
On top of a fucking torch.
You and Boogeyman are walking hand in hand.
No, I'm not. I'm just telling you, I've seen more than one video from different people, different perspectives, and the same one had the same face roll over and look at me and smile. And I'm telling you, that shit fucking creeps me out every time I see it. But you're gonna have to see it for yourself to believe it. That's all I can say. When it rolls over and you see the fucking face roll back and it's smiling at you, and then it rolls back away from you, and you're like, wait a minute, what the fuck was that? Like, wait a minute, dude, no way, that wouldn't happen. That's not a fucking. It's fucking creepy. Is what it is. But and then the wiggles was enough to fuck me up. The wiggle thing has got me fucked up so much. I can't even explain that. I tried to explain that to my daughter, and she's like, "No, you didn't. You didn't see that. You're lying." I'm like, "Dude, I'm telling you, these fucking wiggly things just jumping off the fucking edge of the moon, flying away like they were fucking there in real life." Like, I don't know what the fuck it was. Did you
show it to her, and you just leave her hanging like that?
No, what am I supposed to do? I tell her to go look at the video, and she just ignores me. She won't go look at the video. She won't go look at Mikey's stuff. I'm like, "Go look. He'll show you."
Like Ken hung out with the Marlboro chicks who were actually a car racer.
I know what the fuck that is. But doesn't it make more sense? God says that they're angels, so why wouldn't it be a man sitting on top of a fucking torch? Man, it makes sense to me.
Would it? Okay.
Yeah, it would.
You got to hang out with the Marlboro girls and
what do they say angels look like, Roger? What is the Bible describing that? They have things that rotate around them. They have eyes all about them. Think about it. Look at that thing and tell me it doesn't fucking match up.
They were making observations back then too, obviously.
But what I want to know is why isn't NASA going up there to the edges of the dome where they know they can get there, right? Supposedly. Why aren't they taking pictures of shit?
How do they get there, dude?
Why don't they take pictures of shit and send them to us and tell us so they can fool us better?
Let me know when they get there. Let me know when Artemis goes over the moon again too.
But they don't want you to know that there's angels up there, bro. They want you to believe God doesn't exist. That's the whole idea of all this.
Great comparison, Jim. All right, you ready to go home?
How do you know it's a good comparison and it's not just the density of the thing that it's getting through in order to get to you, right?
Wait a minute. Well, let's look at the live coverage from Artemis right quick.
Oh, yeah, boy. Let's go.
Yeah, here we go.
Let's watch the speedometer at the bottom of the screen.
God damn it, Ryan is on fire tonight, Ryan. What did you eat tonight, man?
After it leaves the fucking surface of the earth, it claims it's going 3,000 miles per hour.
Ryan,
right there.
Ryan,
motherfucking liar.
Calm down, bro.
Motherfucking lying motherfuckers, dude. They set off big old fucking hot air balloons with fucking fireballs coming out the bottom of them and make you all believe they're fucking space.
They're not going anywhere right now. They're parked on the runway. This is a wet rehearsal.
Look at all the fucking resources they blow and just destroy just to fucking convince you that the fucking space is there. It's
wet
so
rehearsal.
It's fucking millions of dollars it costs to build those big ass rockets.
And launch window. Let's check this launch window out. When are they going to be launching? Let's see. Friday, March.
How the fuck would you launch from the ground when you could fly?
They push it back.
You could put it in a cargo plane and cut it loose in the air somewhere in the fucking.
Ryan, 1 second, brother. 1 second. They push it back.
Yeah, April 3rd. What are they launching though? That's the question. These are like different launch windows they have. This is when they can launch it. So which one are they going to do? Here's the question. They're just giving you the idea when they can do it.
Yeah.
Look at our giant herpet.
Yo, this is such a clown
no, they
show.
have to be able to fire it off and it land in the middle of Bermuda somewhere, so that we can pick it up and get rid of it before anybody finds it.
So where's it launching from? That's the question I'm asking.
They all launch from the same place. You're looking at it right there, wherever the fuck that is.
Well, they launch them all over the plane, so I'm still trying to figure out where.
No, not really. There's a place in Florida and there's a couple other places in the world, and that's it. There's really no other.
They do Houston. Where did India launch theirs from?
I don't know. Probably from the same fucking studio that NASA did theirs.
So where did Israel launch theirs from? Where did Russia launch theirs from? They have launch pads all over. The
studio that the NASA did. Yeah, exactly. Same place. Somebody's asshole.
Unreal Engine.
Unreal Engine. Well, this thing's actually sitting there. I've seen it in daylight, so it's really sitting there. But it's like 8 miles away from where they're taking this video. So how much curvature would you see over that 8 miles?
Okay, so Roger, you're saying you could walk up and touch that thing?
I don't know. I'm not going to say I can.
You'll never get within a mile or two of it, guarantee you.
Yeah, it's top secret. They don't want you to go
all around it.
Your own rockets
anywhere near that
to the moon. So you'd beat NASA to the moon if you could figure out this technology.
Why don't you just steal the fucking rocket?
Is this the?
Why didn't anybody try to steal a rocket yet?
Is this the rocket launch that's supposed to be? It says that it's carrying the robotic Blue Ghost and resilience landers.
Robotic.
No, this one's supposed to be actually carrying passengers, dude.
Yeah,
that's what I was told. Yeah. They're going to orbit the moon. That's all they're going to do.
Oh.
You know what I say we do? I say we kidnap all the astronauts that are going to go on the next mission while they're asleep and put a tracker on them so we can track where they're actually at. And then after the rocket takes off, we can track whether or not they're actually in the rocket.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna put that in the chat.
They already filmed the whole show.
$100 says they go to fucking someplace in a fucking studio somewhere and fucking
blue in there.
Fucking jerk off the whole time while they're waiting.
Let's listen.
Oh, hold on. This is something else. This is another video. I got to get back. Hold on. That's Mike Rowe doing the. Okay, let's get to the chat. Let's see. Let's see if they take my suggestions. I have to subscribe. Oh no, should I subscribe? All right. I'm subbing. All right. I'm gonna put this to them, and ask them why don't they put a tracking device on each one of the astronauts so we know where they are.
Well,
actually, you would think that they were really going to space. They'd have a tracking system put in their body, wouldn't they? So they could find them.
GPS and on the final experiment, those fake GPS coordinates or whatever.
Okay, here we go.
Bullshit.
Let's see. I missed the eye. Damn it.
You're missing don't. Why don't we ask NASA to put
Oh
the
yeah,
tracking
I thought I
device
did.
on there?
Why did I put PN in there? Now astronaut. Yeah, I'm trying to remember how to spell astronaut. I haven't.
Like if I was going to hire you to fly a machine that costs $50 billion, wouldn't I want some assurance? Wouldn't I want some assurance of where the fuck you were at whenever the place takes off? I think I would. Right?
Check.
I'd want to make sure your fucking ass is on the chip.
Hold on, it's not going to give me spell check.
Oh what?
No, it's on my computer. So
Roger doesn't know how to use spell check.
Oh,
No.
they're gonna be like, oh man. They're
I
gonna
think
be
it's proper. Yeah.
Those spelling police out there.
Okay, yeah, I get them all the time. Astronaut's not spelled with a U, though, is it?
You know, every time you misspell something and you get away with it, you know that there's somebody in the world believes that fucking Mandela effect is true now.
No. So astronauts doesn't have a U in it.
You need to fix it. Don't we ask NASA to put device? Yeah.
We don't want to be convinced in the world of Mandela effect.
Why don't we ask NASA to put a tracking device on each? Yeah, why don't? Is what he wants to say.
Why don't? Yes. Why don't?
What the fuck is that fucking sound?
It's N-A-U.
Are you masturbating?
N-A-U-T.
Astronaut.
Yeah. I thought I had it spelled right to start with.
Astronaut. It sounds like my aunt went to space. Astronaut.
So I'm gonna throw this in here.
You just put ass pro not with an A.
I got it, dude.
Not.
Not.
Just kidding. N-O-T. Astro, just like it sounds. Astro. A-S-T-R-O. Astro. Like Astro, the fucking dog from fucking.
I got it, dude. It's up
Space
there.
and Sprockets. Come on.
Holy shit, dude. Can you read?
Nope, I can't see the fucking screen, Roger. I'm blind and I'm sitting 6 feet away.
Then stop talking.
I like how he's laughing. See, real people will laugh because they hear when I act numb, they laugh because it's funny. See, that's a real person. Real people laugh. If you can go a whole live stream without laughing, I'm a real boy. What's wrong with you? I'm funny, dude. I don't care what anybody says.
Are you?
If you watch the show back afterward, you'll see that I'm saying intelligent shit. You just don't realize.
Well, you know, I'm gonna tell you one thing. Looks aren't everything, dude.
That's true. I'm an ugly motherfucker, but I know a lot of cool shit. Most people will think I'm nuts, but
let's see if I get any kind of response out of the France or
Let
whatever.
them think whatever they want, bro. Come on,
Yeah.
you know what you do, right?
Yeah. So I don't think NASA or SpaceX is going to go, well, we'll stick a tracking device on the ankle of an astronaut so we make sure
if you
they're.
ask that question, they're going to give you a million reasons why they don't need to do that. But in reality, they track truck drivers, dude. Give me a fucking break. Why would they track a truck driver? He says he's somewhere. Why wouldn't they believe him? Like, why do they need to track him? But they track truckers. Why wouldn't they track NASA? Come on, man. This is fucking dumb.
Well, the reason they track truckers is to make sure they're on course and on time.
So why wouldn't you track your fucking space astronauts, Roger?
Because you're lying about what they're doing.
Paid them to do, right? What if they just got in the ship and then they flew off the fucking at an angle and said they went to the space? You want to make sure they're really going, don't you?
Well, I'm sure they have tracking devices in the rocket, dude.
Sure they do.
Possibly, yeah.
Sure they do. But you can't get your hands on the frequency so you could track it because they don't want you to know the truth.
Well, ask Bob the science guy; he'll tell you can
but
track.
They'll claim it's national security, even though the actual national security should be they shouldn't be firing off things that are explosive in the fucking air in the first place because it could crash land on somebody's fucking house. But
nobody's
they do it
answering
anyway, don't
me,
they?
dude.
So we all make excuses for it.
Nobody's saying anything in my comment.
They're going to save us from the fucking end of the world. Yeah, right.
No, I'm asking a question here.
What's that?
Nobody's answering my question.
They can't answer the question because they don't have a fucking answer.
Well,
when you know the truth, Roger, once you know the truth, there is no fucking answer.
Are they postponing
this lie, and then there's the truth.
That's what everybody's asking. Let's see. Here's a GoFundMe for NASA. They actually have a GoFundMe in their chat, dude.
I bet they do. It's fucking crafty bastards.
Artemis 2 is just 2 days away. Support your independent coverage of NASA. Artemis 2 mission. Donate now.
Throw money away.
Blah, blah,
and if it was on Pornhub, they'd have naked girls doing it. Big fucking deal. Everybody knows.
Hey, I would love to see that compared to what they give me. Yeah.
Pretty soon in the future, man. Really cool. Everything is possible.
Yeah. You don't need a spacesuit anymore because space has an atmos.
No, they have new fabric now that just seals air out, so you won't suffocate. Don't worry.
No, but
why do you need donations when you get like 60 million a day?
Well, no, they get like 68 million.
No, it's $58 million a day.
Whatever, it's some arbitrary number
that they put into it in 2015 or whatever year it was that we came up with the number.
Last year's budget. Ryan, last year's budget they got $2.8 billion. Right. No, $28.8 billion for that year. That's billion with a B.
Yeah, you divide that by 3.5.
How much again?
28.2 billion dollars for the year.
More money than anybody in their entire life.
That's 36.
You realize how much money that is?
36.
Yeah, 28 plus 8, 36.
Yeah, there you go. He's doing
The devil is in the details.
Yeah, 36.
I don't know. The devil is in the details, bro. Come on.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, that's the devil's number, isn't it? Everything that has to do with this, anything is OTO. Is all that's who founded NASA. It's all based on Messianic, satanic rituals. So.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. That's the reason why certain times of the year.
Whatever those numbers mean, I don't know, but they always there. Every series, every news.
Maybe what we need to do is catch these motherfuckers doing all this nasty shit they do on their little things. Catch them doing it and put them all in prison.
Oh yeah, there you go. Good luck. We got somebody in here commenting now. He's like, "Do you see the way he spells people?"
Yeah.
Look at it. Good morning. Well, people's not hard to spell, dude. He spelled it Peopel. People.
Okay, so he has a
wake up, people.
People.
Push it for the masses.
He probably has a short pinky.
The E and the L are clean across the keyboard, dude. That's the only when I miss something like that, I'll hit it like a.
Don't ruin my little fucking.
Yeah, wait. Hey, Ryan, one second. Let me ask something. Do you think these people on the chat are real people? Let's test it, man. Let's test it. Okay. Let's trigger them. Let's
say hi, Bri. I think he's probably from a foreign country. I should say good morning.
Do you have asking? Do you have any proof of the globe, or are you just gonna buy this show?
It's all bought. Come on.
I know I've talked to a
Trigger
couple of these guys. And a couple of them came over to the channel after we watched the Dragon X. I got in the chat and talked to a couple of the moderators. They're like, "Oh, you're a flat earther." Like, yeah, that's all they had to say about that.
Yeah, that's what most people say because they don't really know what that means. They just assume because TV has convinced them that a flat earther is some guy that just believes in all kinds of bullshit. But that's not it. Yeah. We just don't believe their bullshit. That's all. That's the way the auditors just say, well, they just don't believe our bullshit. They don't believe us. I don't believe anybody that's on TV that's saying anything. I don't believe anything you say. Prove it to me. Show me evidence of it. Then I'll believe. You got a war? Show me evidence. Show me dead people. Show them to me.
Okay.
Don't tell me, you can't show that on TV because they used to show it on TV every fucking day, all day long.
Well, yes, Bruce Willis?
No one ever complains. So don't give me that bullshit. You can't show that on TV. Bullshit. You can show someone getting shot on TV. Why not? Why not?
Let's
Maybe
see
wake the fuck up and start doing something if you saw people getting shot on TV, huh? But no, see, that's why they won't show it to you on TV, because they don't want you to get angry like that. They want you to sit on your hands and go, oh, it's too scary. I can't do it. I can't fight back against my government. They're too strong. Bullshit.
Hey, I'm going to ask a second question. And how do rockets work in a vacuum?
They don't. They only work in little small vacuum tubes because then you can suck the air out and then it'll add air to it. So then you'll get atmosphere temporarily at the end of it and it'll actually light. But if you put it in a big enough tank, suck all the air out, it won't actually light at all. It can't. Even though it'll flash, it won't burn because it doesn't have oxygen. The air's gone. There's no oxygen to make fire. You cannot make fire without it. Therefore, you cannot burn a rocket without it. It doesn't exist.
Okay.
It's bullshit.
I got two questions on the platform here. See if anybody answers me.
That's the truth.
Ding 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 ding.
You need a big fucking dryer to make a vacuum big enough.
I should have formed my question in the form of an answer.
Yeah, that's easier because then they can just argue with you and say, "Oh, well, you were wrong." Okay.
Have you played Jeopardy before? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know.
You form your answer in the form of a question.
Yeah. Ask the question instead of.
Oh, all they're saying is shit like
it's that stupid idea. I don't know.
Test. It's too cold in Florida for the test. What test?
You ever heard of little kids when you were little that would like come up with stupid things like say, anytime you say this word, that means this or whatever. You ever meet a kid like that that would go around and try to get everybody to say certain words and then laugh and think it was funny? Remember that? You ever run into a kid like that? That was just weird. He was like come around and he'd say dumb shit that didn't make any sense and he'd laugh and giggle and then run away. You know what I'm talking about? Like just a really odd person. Yeah, that's what we're dealing with.
So this guy here, he's saying it's too cold to do their test they're going to do. So here's the question: how cold is space? Yeah,
it's fucking. How cold is space?
Asking.
It's so fucking cold you need a spacesuit to keep you from freezing.
How cold is space?
Not cold. It's fucking hot.
They're gonna tell you it's a gradient. I bet you.
I was gonna say, let's put you inside of a streamline fucking trailer, and then we're gonna lift it off the ground. We're gonna have a helicopter fly it up. We're gonna hang you out in the sun in the middle of summer, and we're gonna see how long you survive in there. You'll die within a couple hours, bro. You will not survive. I don't give a fuck how much air conditioning you put in there. You're gonna die.
Go die.
You're not gonna live. No. If you're in the radiation of the sun and there's nothing blocking it, if that existed, you'd be dead. Trust me. It would cook you.
You know they have a negative.
Little box, you'd be dead. You just burn up. You just turn to ash, bro.
You know they claim there's a negative gradient in space. It goes to the negative tore. So
negative. You mean when you're not touching the sunlight, you instantly freeze? Yeah, right.
Bullshit. No. We're talking about the pressure gradient.
Those in the middle of nowhere. That's weird.
Space is an endless vacuum.
I thought it was
pressure gradient.
10 and negative 17 or something was that accepted.
It averages between 14 and 17, I think.
Well, if it's ever expanding, then it's getting stronger and stronger, Roger.
Is it?
Well, duh. That's why they say otherwise they would just say it's an explosion, right? That just happens.
Did you go to school? Did you go to school, Roger?
So it's not only blowing up. It's like the explosion started in the center. Like it started draw a dot on the paper in front of you, okay? That's where the explosion started, and it goes away from the center of that point. That's what they're trying to say in a three-dimensional space.
Okay, you mean like I'll show you my channel. Have you seen my?
What if space is 5 or 6 dimensions? Then what? Well, then it would appear like you're just going through a portal, right? And you just come out the other side.
Where? Please explain that to me. Break it down for me.
Okay, basically, how you understand a 4th dimension would be, okay, you know how we have 3 dimensions, right? Now imagine being in a space where you couldn't see you, but you were in the same space as you were standing in, but you were in another space in another time frame or whatever the fuck you want. But you could move on that, like time. Time is the 4th dimension, let's say. So let's say when you die, the time that you die is the time your life ends and you separated from, right? So that's when you end. Well, what happens if you don't actually leave when you die? You just go somewhere else on Earth, or you end up stuck somewhere until whatever happens. Well,
I have a diagram of the Big Bang.
Might be true, and then fuck, you might know the truth.
So this is where the quantum explosion supposedly or whatever happened right here. This right here. See this?
But it would be a spherical explosion going outwards in all directions.
Oh no, they actually have it.
What an explosion would look like. A concussion looks just like a sphere. It forms as a sphere. Well, a flat sphere. It's flat. It's spherical on top anyway. Because mushroom cloud. Think about it. Because there's dirt.
Whatever.
So since there's a 0, which is Earth, which is level, because that exists, that's why we have a mushroom cloud. If it wasn't for that, we would just have a circle. We wouldn't have a mushroom. We'd just have a circle. Okay. It would just explode in every direction, and it wouldn't be going off the ground, right? But that's how we know the ground is solid and doesn't move, because when there's an explosion, it blows away from the ground. Duh.
I have the background microwave radiation on screen right now. You see it? Do you see where the singularity is?
Yeah, I don't know. All I see is a bunch of weird shit.
Well, see the quantum point here, where the spark is right here. That's the background radiation, microwave radiation here from the
first
Big
time
Bang.
I watched the explanation, I watched like a 15-year-old kid explain the 4th dimensions, and it was the most interesting thing I've ever heard in my life. I was literally baffled by the way the kid explained it. I was like, dude, that's interesting way to understand something.
What are they?
He explained it like a cube that you can unfold. You know what I mean? Like he's like, you know how when you have a cube, you have 6 sides and they're all facing inward. But let's imagine that you put a picture on the inside of each one of those. Okay, so the outside, all you see is a square, but on the inside, there's actually all the space there that's being taken up by the stuff that the dice are made out of, or whatever the squares are made out of. Well, then what if there was other like realms of existence inside of those little pictures going in all 6 directions? I'm like, well, that's weird, but that's an easier way to explain it, a 5th or a 4th dimension, rather than just explain like time. Time doesn't make a lot of sense, because then it's like you're never in the same place at once. You're always just in the now, right? You can never be in the past or the future. You can only be in the now.
What if you had popcorn and peanuts for every day? Every day would be Christmas too, right?
Maybe. I don't know. I never eat popcorn and peanuts at Christmas, but maybe we put them on the tree. We used to, but I never ate them.
Oh yeah. What if?
I eat seed candy at Christmas time, bro, and drink eggnog.
So you see how it expands out like a funnel. This is how they describe it.
But if it was space, and okay, this is dumb. Even if it had pressure, you have to have pressure in order to have an explosion. First of all, by the way, so that's just the most dumbest thing in the world. Is you can't have an explosion in nothing. You can't have something becoming something, or nothing becoming something and then exploding. It doesn't make any fucking logical sense. But if you want to believe in that, you guys go right ahead. I'll go ahead and believe that somebody made it and that we're stuck on a planet that some god made into it just to test this out. I'd rather believe that than that stupid horse shit that there's strings going through the universe.
The only reason they think it's moving because we're looking through this back end here.
Oh my god! Why they think anything's moving? Because the fucking sky seems to be moving. Big fucking deal. You're not moving.
No. We're talking about further out. You see the red and the blue that are in the microwave background.
Oh, I don't care.
That's actually a right to left shift. It means
actually the truth is we're in a created realm that someone made.
Are we? You're positive about that? You sure?
Matter of fact, I'll fucking bet my life on it, dude.
Okay.
That you live in a created realm that some creature, whether it be God or whether it be a man or Satan himself, who knows? Somebody made this place and stuck us all in here just to fucking fuck with our head. That's what this is. That's the only thing that makes logical sense at all.
If you got proven wrong tomorrow, would you cut your left nut off?
Sure, why not? Can you prove me wrong, though? But you know how to prove me wrong is by showing it to me. I'm not the kind that you can just tell me, well, this is the answer and you're wrong. No, that's not going to work. I need to see the fucking actual proof of it.
Yeah, we didn't
Like,
see
if
any
you
actual
say you have a
proof
flying
there.
donkey, but he died yesterday, you're never going to convince me you have a flying donkey because you were just lying about it. Because why would I believe that flying donkey? That's fucking stupid. Donkeys don't even have wings.
Let me tell you this.
Now, if you
Nobody's
said the
answering my
donkey was
question.
fucking you, I might believe that because donkeys could fuck you. You know what I'm saying? It's like there's certain things I could believe, but there's also others that I'm just not going to believe because it just doesn't make.
Why did you go there? What the hell does that mean?
Because that's how stupid believing the Earth is a ball is. That's how dumb it is. It's so dumb. It's just fucking dumb. Everything in front of you, everything that you can measure and test and look at, tells you that you live on a fucking plane, but you just sit there and believe that it's a fucking ball anyway because some dumbass told you that. Jesus fucking Christ, that's fucking dumber than dumb.
Oh yeah.
It is. It's so dumb.
I got a question. Even with all their supposed measurements and everything, show me how this becomes a ball.
Show me how a cat becomes a fucking dog.
How does
that
this
never happen? But you motherfuckers believe that we evolved.
What motherfuckers are you talking to, dude?
I'm talking about all people in the world. I'm talking about the motherfuckers listening to us right now, going, "You guys are idiots." Okay. That's who I'm talking to.
Yeah.
You can think I'm an idiot all you want, but you go and research the shit I've looked at, you'll see there ain't no evidence for it. So therefore, why would I believe it? Okay. That looks more like a fly larva's head, is what it looks like. It looks like a fly head with all the eyes on the red spots and then this little blue mouth at the bottom. It looks stupid. It looks like a ball sack. Some old man that doesn't have the right fucking blood flow in his ball sack, so he can't have babies anymore. That's what it looks like to me. And besides that, the actual universe supposedly looks like a big ass fat woman laying down. That's what it looks like.
It looks like a fly head. That is crazy, man.
You want to know something even creepier? Do you realize how fucking brainwashed you are? That when you look out the back window of the fucking on the what do they call that? Not the space station, but the fucking space shuttle. You know when you look out the back window of the space shuttle when the bay's open, it looks like a woman with her legs spread open, and you didn't even know that. I had to tell you that. And there's a Mickey Mouse ears in the background of every space station.
This, Ryan? It's a fly head.
It's fucking true, though. I'm telling you the truth. I swear to fucking God, it's the truth.
It's the absolute truth, buddy. I'm telling
you. It is. It's the fucking truth. Every time you go to the space station, they show you Mickey Mouse ears and behind them. Every fucking time. Really? And nobody ever goes to that portal either. Nobody ever goes to that hole. It's just a big fucking Mickey Mouse ears, just there to show you that Disney owns the world. They make all the rules.
Disney owns the world? Oh, okay.
Well, yeah, if they can take children and make them into sex addicts and all this other shit and turn them into these fucking famous people that kill themselves and do drugs. I mean, think about all the dumb, weird, wicked shit they've done to people. Like, it's just fucked up, dude. And then that's only the part that you see. Like, there's also another side of Disney where it's all like hardcore porn and shit. You haven't even seen that part. Yeah, no, I haven't seen it, but I've heard about it. I've heard there's like a huge thing of like cartoon porn that no one's even seen. I'm like, what? Like, it'll blow your fucking mind. I'm like, why would I care though? But anyway. But I've heard that Disney's been making like dirty cartoons for hundreds of years. Like even before Disney was around, they were making dirty cartoons, and he just like took on the spot and started doing it too. And that's what's the main sale that sold is dirty shit, but they don't show you that.
I hope I don't get in trouble for playing this. I want to play something else for you guys. This is one of Adam Meekin's works. You know Adam Meekin is, right? Yeah. Oh, you know Adam. He's been on the show. They came over when we did the pitch data.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, here we go.
Yo, is he going to tell us the truth or is he quiet? Like original.
simple. That's simple.
What are you complaining?
What the fuck is supposed to get right? Starting to feel like he's the fucking star in this stuff.
Now I should get him to make me an intro. What do you think?
A lot of subscribers, dude. You know how boring that fucking shit is sitting there watching that fucking 20 minutes of shit?
I can see Ryan's speaker thing
Dude,
going
you
on.
know, I'm just being completely honest. Like, I'm being an honest guy tonight, right? I'm in a little mood, so I apologize. But honestly, if your pre-show thing is fucking 10 minutes long, I'm gonna fall asleep and I'm gonna leave the fucking chat within the first 10 minutes. That's fucking stupid, bro. You're gonna show up 20 minutes after the show starts and then fucking think I'm gonna be cool and wait around. Now fuck you, bro. You can fuck kick my ass. You better be selling pretty fucking porn or something to get me.
Okay. How many people do we have on the show?
Fuck
be honest, right? Only 4 people. That's not going to take an hour to do that. Jeez.
I'm just saying, bro. Like, come on, bro. Like, you can see who the fuck we are. You don't need us to advertise by flashing our names and driving around on little robots and shit for fucking 10 minutes before the show starts. I mean, come on. I guess if you got to kill 10 minutes while you wait for everybody to show up because everybody shows up at the wrong time, I guess. I don't know. You figure if they know you're going to have the show every day and you're at the same time every day, why the fuck did they show up late? I don't get it.
Well, the reason, like, what they do over on Oakley's and stuff.
Well, fucking, you should be here. You should be working before anybody gets here. That's what you do.
They do a pre-show, is what they do with theirs. They get everybody together, then they do it. Yeah,
I liked that idea. I used to go over there. I liked that. I frequented that place for a long time, for a couple of years.
Yeah,
and I learned a lot of shit from them. I give them all respect, all those guys over there. But I just don't get along with them. Not that great. They don't respect me the same way I respect them or whatever. So it don't matter. A lot of people that know shit are stuck up and they gatekeep and they don't realize they're doing it either. You know what I'm saying? They don't see the way they're being used by the people that they hang around with. You know what I'm saying? Like I have that problem too, is where I get around certain people and I act a certain way and I say certain things, and then later on I think to myself, that's not really me. Why do I always act like that when that person's around? I don't know. They just have that influence on me sometimes. You know what I mean?
What gator are they keeping? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, that's a good one. Okay.
Yeah.
Like,
all right, so I'm
ready
to get out of here.
No, I'm serious. If you ever decide to make like a stupid thing to put on at the beginning of the show, don't put my fucking name in there. You could just leave me out.
You don't want to be associated,
Right,
man.
No, I just don't want my name plastered up there like a fucking silly shit like that. To me, that's just cheesy, bro. I was just writing on the paper, but I'll show you the piece of paper. I was just writing on how cheesy flat earthers are lately. They're fucking cheesy, bro.
Oh,
and they're egotistical motherfuckers too. They're all on fucking steroids when it comes to ego. Every one of them are. It's like, dude, come on, bro.
That intro's 2 years old, bro.
I know, but I know. I've seen one like it. I remember the one they had before that. It was pretty cool. It was shorter, but I'm just saying.
Yeah.
It gets longer every year. Seems like.
Well, they're not doing the show anymore like they used to.
I know.
Ron's
I'm
Logic and QE.
I know they're working on the books and everything. I know. I got it.
Yeah.
But besides that, I'm not trying to give anybody a hard time because I love their show and stuff. Those guys are cool over there. Most of those names I know them personally, and they're all good people. But that's beside the point. But Betty's still the star of the show because she's the only one to keep in the fucking shit level.
Betty's not doing the show neither. She's not in it anymore.
That's
she's
bullshit.
She's
they should never got rid of her. When she was on the show, I used to go watch her.
She's left.
I know, but when she was on the show, I actually would watch his show every day, even though I didn't like him. I'd watch the show just because of her.
Well, that's QE's show, though. It's
yeah,
associated, but it's not the same.
Yeah. I thought he was cool.
He does a show. Betty came on for one episode like last month, but she doesn't do the show daily like she used to.
Right. Yeah, that's too bad because she's a cool person, a good lady.
Well, we had fun looking at Geodetic Surveying. It's like you're still treading water.
Bro, your life is treading water every day.
Oh, that's fun.
Don't realize
I like it.
But when it's over, it's over.
The whole point of the matter is they claim it's a scientific model, which they don't have. They associate everything in that they want to put into their mathematics.
That's why you ask. The first thing you ask them is, "What kind of science do you believe in?" Because obviously they just believe in some bullshit.
The next show I'm doing is I'm going to cover something that needed to be done a while back. The refractive index that they use when they do their celestial observations has been scrutinized extremely much by space audits. You don't know what the celestial.
You're talking about CBAS. What he said.
I don't know. What about CBAS? Where's CBAS?
He said we have our vibrating at different frequencies to make everything we sense and what we do and what we don't. Our brain just interprets it. What does that mean? What's he getting at?
He's saying everything's at a slow vibration. That's what he's saying.
Well, yeah, that's what. Yeah, that's the fourth dimension.
The fourth dimension is a slow vibration. I don't know if that's a dimension.
I mean, just trying to understand 4 dimensions is hard. You now try to understand 5 and 6. That even gets more because, like I said, it'll take them 2 hours to explain that to you. Because they explain it by saying that it's a bunch of things that are folded in half. Like they'll tell you that time is folded in half now, and that you have to count both sides, and you have to count what's inside. Because once you open it up, you have 2 sides. You have planes of existence on both sides. So then they fold it. You get what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? It makes no sense at all. It doesn't make any fucking
no kidding. That's what I'm thinking.
Completely fucking bullshit, you know. If it made any sense at all, I could go for it. Like I'd be like, I really want to believe this, but it's just like so fucking stupid because they're just trying to make up for shit they've already said and already claimed was true. So they're not really going off of reality. They're just going off their bullshit they've already bullshitted. So what they've said and what they haven't. Yeah.
What I'm going to do next is not Shane, but you don't like Shane anyways.
Fuck him. I didn't say I don't like him. I said I don't fucking trust the son of a bitch.
Yeah. Well, him and Alan put together an actual index that actually works for the observations, and he's going to present it. So we're going to go over that and show you their observations are heavily reliant on the
You're going to bring him on this show, you mean?
No, I'm just going to show it. I'm going to go over the video. They've already posted it. It's like
what
2 hours.
What if we get about halfway through and realize they're full of shit?
No, they're actually doing this in real time. They actually
I'm
do
just
the
kidding,
measurement.
bro.
Yeah, the globe is on trial. That's basically what it is.
Yeah.
Stoneman and Shane and Alan are holding their end up over there with space audits. They're doing a good job.
We'll
Yeah,
see.
even their arc minutes and arc seconds to their inclusions and occultations are off. Even with the
Roger,
ISS,
if I called you, Roger, if I called you tomorrow and told you the only reason why I come on this show is because of some stupid reason, and I just made up something, let's say, and that's what I
you do
told
that
you.
all the time anyway.
Instead of telling you that I don't want to hang out with you anymore, I just told you like some bullshit like that, and then just left, right? What would
What
you think
bullshit?
of me? What would you think of me?
If you did real time
Well,
theodolite
that's what that
observations,
motherfucker did to me. He basically came and told me straight out that he doesn't give a fuck about flat Earth. That he's here to make money and he don't give a fuck about nobody. That's basically what he told me in so many fucking words, bro. And then that's it. After that, I don't want to say a fucking word to that son of a bitch.
well, you don't have to talk to him. Nobody's making you.
So I mean,
I'm
not saying
just
you
I'm
can't trust
going.
them, maybe, but
Yeah, I'm going with their
you
cosmology.
would say that
They're actually.
shit. Don't say that. That wasn't an accident. He said that shit on purpose. You know what I mean? He said that to try to convince me he really believed that. I'm not sure that he really is like that, but he sure wanted me to believe that. Why the fuck would you say that to somebody? I don't know. It just doesn't make sense. It's kind of like, why would you be a
Where did
complete asshole to somebody
okay?
that you don't even fucking know, and then be an asshole on top of that afterwards when you realize you did something wrong? Like,
Ryan,
why would you just climb up and say, "Dude, I'm sorry, I fucked up. I didn't mean to be a jerk to you"? No, no, that's not.
so when did he tell you this in Discord or something?
Well, no, we were working on some projects together, and when I found out some shit about him, I went and questioned him, and he didn't like it, and he fucking told me the truth. He was like, "Well, I don't give a fuck about all these motherfuckers. I'm just here to make some fucking money off this fucking Discord channel." That's basically what he told me in so many words. Like, he didn't say it exactly like that, but it was basically how he kind of put it off to me. And he did it like I don't know. Anyway, I don't even go into it, to be honest with you.
Well, how do you make money off Discord when you're selling like minutes on
Because
YouTube?
you have all these channels and all these people showing up, and that's how you get your money, right?
You get
You
paid
don't
for.
understand how it works at all, do you?
Well, I
You
don't
create
run a
YouTube
Discord
videos,
server.
and it adds up, bro. Like, it starts to add up, and you make 5, 6, 7 channels, different ones for different things, countering different shit, just all kinds of dumb shit. Then you end up with a whole bunch of stuff that's countering itself. That just make videos, and then you can make another video from the other thing that you do because you're critiquing them, and they're you know what I'm saying? You go around in a little circle. It's a little fucking wicked shit they do, and it's all just to generate people to show up and watch the stupid channel. That's why all these places like Geo's place just popped into existence, just like everything else did. They just managed to stuck around for a few years now.
Well, Geo's been there for almost, I would say, around 8 years with the
Something like that. But I'm saying there was a time where his show wasn't even out there. It just popped. You know what I'm saying? Like, all these things popped up at the same time, and I was hearing all kinds of shit about all the people that were pushing all this shit. And I was like, well, why is everybody pushing all the wrong shit at Flat Earth? And they were like, well, we don't give a fuck. We're just pushing it. And I'm like, what? And they were all acting all weird. And then I realized they were just saying that because it was all about business. It was all about just being here to make sure all the flat earthers have a place to go, put all their content on so that they can draw in all that money through all the Discord or whatever however the fuck they do it. They advertise it and shit, whatever they do. They have some kind of business plan that goes along with it.
What they do is they let people review the Discord's servers and put them on their YouTube channels.
Well, you can advertise in Discord channels too. There's all kinds of ways you can advertise that you don't think about until you start to get really seriously involved in it. But there's a lot more to it. But I just wanted to pull a bunch of people in just so that people that don't know about flat Earth can hear about it. That's what my intentions were, right? But his intentions were to just push whatever. He didn't give a fuck. He was out there pushing the negative shit too, the wrong shit. He didn't care. And he just basically told me in so many words, I don't give a fuck what you think. And that pissed me off. That's why I don't trust the motherfucker.
Okay. Well, I still have my Discord channel. My server's still up. But I don't host any debates or anything. I could, but I mean, why do that in Discord when I have this channel as it is? You know,
we need to
I'm already on YouTube.
We need to find some kid that's so stuck on doing fucking debates that knows all the shit by heart, like some kid, some prodigy, and then hire that kid to come in and literally sit in on all the debate channels and all the things that we do on Flat Earth and just fucking critique every bit of it and how stupid it is. Because it is. It's fucking stupid. Every bit of it is. There's no content out there right now that's actually debating anything. Nothing.
Nobody's doing none of that because nobody stops them at the beginning and says, okay, where's your fucking scientific evidence? Nobody does that, and that's why it's bullshit. A real debate actually wants based evidence. It wants evidence of news or media or some kind of evidence that what you're saying is true, that you're going to back up this argument. Got you?
There's no scientific
how
evidence.
can you not have an argument and then claim that you're on a side? You see what I'm saying? Does that make any sense to you, Rod?
Yeah, the whole point was it's a dichotomy in itself, globe versus flat, to begin with.
Right. It doesn't matter which side you fuel. If
Right,
you're on
guys.
the other
Good
side of it,
night.
you're making money no matter who shows up.
All right, Santero.
Get it?
I think Santero wants to go to bed.
All right.
No, I have to go get some weed.
Yeah, I got you already. Come over to my house.
He's
Ciao,
gonna come
my
all the way
brother
to
Ryan.
California.
Love you for free. Roger, thank you. Chris, my brother, take care. Take care, everybody in the chat. Love you.
I know, I gotta go to bed too.
By the way, Ryan has a 5-gallon drum full of weed. If you want to come over and see him.
No, but I got jars of it.
Yeah.
I love to. Ciao, bro.
Later, Santero. So I could sell. I'm not trying to sell this. I put my content out just for people to review it and think for themselves in the process. Yeah.
Although you've had some generous donors, yeah.
You got to know that going into talking about these kind of topics.
Yeah.
It's not going to be a popularity contest.
Yeah.
I think it would be great if we could actually all get together and spend our money on good shit, like things that will actually teach the world the truth about the world, rather than pushing all the dumb bullshit and all the dumb stuff that just wastes people's time, to where they can just argue some simple thing about it and convince everybody back to normal again. Because I'm just tired of all that. Like that's what I've been watching my whole life. It's like I want to see something real. I want somebody to actually prove something for real, not just talk about it, not just claim it's there, but show every bit of the evidence that shows what it is, how it works, and how the argument works. Not just bullshit. And this is what I believe. This is what someone told me. This is what Grandpa told me. This is what my mom taught me. Fuck all that shit. Show me what the fuck it is. Prove it. Prove every bit of it. Start from there.
Well, you can't prove there's things dude. There's things you can't touch, especially in a celestial, that you could actually.
No, what I'm trying to tell you is that 90% of everything that you know and I know is bullshit. 90% of it. The only thing that's really true is probably maybe that the weather was going to be a certain way.
Well, right. We need to start
lie about everything, and then they'll lie about what they said before, and say they didn't.
Apparently. I don't know. You've said things too about the sun and moon. Like you have ideas about how that's working.
Of course, but you'll hear me say every time, I'm just theorizing. I don't know.
Glenn's making jokes over here. He said, Ryan, why don't you go find water on Mars? You can discover it, and you be a.
You're gonna discover shit. You ain't gonna see nothing but some fuzzy light. That's all you're gonna ever see of Mars, if that's even real.
Well, they got a rover there, dude. Promise.
What if you find out that all the lights that are on the dome are actually just city lights outside people's houses that live on top of the dome? What are you going to think then?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't
That'd
think
make more sense, wouldn't it?
I don't know. Would it?
Well, maybe. I mean, if somebody lived there, then those lights would be there every day, no matter what, right? Every night, that fucking electricity would be on, and they'd have lights on there. So it would make sense the stars would be in the same spot. But like what happens if stars start to blip out and they disappear? Then what? Then what are we going to do?
Where's all the cars? I mean, the shooting stars must be like airplanes or something. Or
there you go.
Well, yeah, but no, I've seen video. Now, of course, I can't base that this is actual evidence because it was NASA footage, but I've seen some NASA footage where it shows like lights swimming in water as they go down over the top of the dome. Weird shit like that.
Where do you see the videos? That
insects, like floating, like water water fish or something. Some kind of fish floating in the water with little tentacles swimming around. Yeah. Shit like that. And they're like, and I remember in one of the videos on NASA, the guy's sitting there going, "What are those things anyway? Why do they swim around like they're fish?" And then he goes, "Shut up, dumbass," or something like. You can hear the guy in the background telling him to shut up.
Jared
not to say anything about the shit
giant sperm in the sky, but yeah, you're talking about the jellyfishing, which
there's hundreds of videos of it. Like
I've seen
like going zoom in spots, all of a sudden you see this thing float by and starts moving around like a river.
Once you hit like all of the 100 that are out there are doctored, it's like which one's real at this point?
Well, I don't know. Yeah. Maybe they're all fake, but that's beside the point. The point is that no matter what I show of NASA, no matter whether I show you stuff that I think might be true or whether I show you the fake stuff, you're still just going to see a bunch of lies, right? They're just making shit up. They're not going to give you the actual evidence of anything. They're just going to lead you on with stuff that they think that you might think might actually lead to some evidence against them. But in reality, they've already planned that all ahead of time. Everything was all set up ahead of time. That's the way NASA works. It's all planned ahead of time. It's all scripted perfectly. So it goes the same way no matter what they do. That's just the way it's going to happen. It's just like football nowadays. At the beginning of the season, they get a script, and they're all going to go by the script. No matter what happens, no matter who plays the best, that one team's going to win, no matter fucking what they say. That's how it works. And nobody knows except the people who are doing it. And maybe a few people.
Have you seen those elves or it's like the lightning
Sprites?
sprites. I think all those are fake because there's not a single image. There's even sprites taken from the International Space Station. So that's saying something.
Sprites?
So you know that's
okay,
fake.
I don't know what you're talking about. You're talking about the stuff that reflects off the dome or whatever?
Right, because first of all, thunder clouds are smashed up against the stratosphere, and the stratosphere is already conducted. Like I don't know what they're trying to say with like.
Well, there's some truth to
How
what
do
you're
you
saying when it comes
see
to that, but
what rare instant? Yeah, those things I don't believe in. I don't.
well, it's because of the way the angle of light happens, and when you get to a certain altitude, it changes. So and you don't know that till you've gotten up there and seen it, because they won't teach you that in a fucking book. You get what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. This is why this world's so fucked up. It's because you could literally be standing right next to something that's so obvious to you, and you'd never see it. And then once you do, you're gonna go, "Oh my god!"
Just like daylight, there's so much fake doctored stuff on the internet these days. It's so
Yeah, and
much to
there's so many
decode.
fake stories too that it's hard to tell which ones are fucking true or not. It's like for every one I can think of to like put out, somebody's making up one that's the exact opposite. It's like, how the fuck do they do that so quickly? Well, they planned it out ahead of time. That's how. They had the shit set up ahead of time. They knew exactly what they were going to do because it was all part of the plan. Get it?
So the best thing to do is independent observation, Ryan.
Yes. That's how you prove it to yourself. You're not there to prove it doesn't matter what I show you. It's what I see. Everybody has to do it for themselves, bro. That's the problem. You can't just learn flat Earth from everybody else. You have to fucking see it for yourself. If you haven't seen the Earth is flat with your own eyes and convince yourself that way, if someone just told you and you just believed it, then something's wrong.
Well, if there's been only one dude in history that's ever seen a sprite from the ground that took a picture of one, then that should say that it probably ain't real.
Well, I don't know. I'm trying to remember what a sprite is. I've heard the word before, but I don't think I know exactly what it is.
It's lightning coming out of the top of the cloud.
Yes. Yeah.
What?
It's a discharge from the top of the cloud to the ceiling, you might say.
Yes, I've seen that. I've seen that with my own eyes, so I know that's real. But what do you mean? What part of it are you asking about?
He thinks the footage from the planes that took this stuff is doctored, is what he's saying.
Yeah, like you're talking about the jellyfish.
I've seen a few weird things, but not a lot. But I have seen a couple of things with my own eyes from the ground, and I have seen that discharge you're talking about. I've seen lightning go like way up in the sky, bro. Like way the fuck. I don't even know how the fuck it came from there, but it did. And then I've also seen it. I've also seen it like right at ground level, but look like it's up in the air because of the angle and because there's so much moisture in the air. It's hard to see it. Like it reflects off the fucking water in the air. I
spent half my life in Southwest Florida, and it's the lightning capital of the U.S. And I've never seen it.
I lived in Nevada, and like in Nevada, when there's a storm, you just go out in the desert and you just park your car next to the highway and just stand there, and you'll see like lightning striking like 50 miles away, and it's like insane. You'll see it strike like 5,000 times in front of you, but you haven't moved it.
I've seen lightning strike through the clouds, and lightning is like instant. It's not moving. Like when it's going through the clouds, it's in sections that's going off, and then in full speed, it makes it look like it's moving.
It's almost as if there's something else causing it, huh? Have you ever noticed that?
All right. We're on 4 hours, and I'm going to call.
Yeah, I was going to say my phone's about to fucking update right now. I don't even. It rarely ever does that. It usually does.
So sprites are supposedly discharged from the top of the clouds, not the bottom, and they go to the top of the strata is what they claim it does.
Well, yeah, I have seen that actually happen with my own eyes. Only a couple times, but I have seen it. So, but I'm not sure if it's the same thing you're talking about, though. I'm just assuming it is.
But they're not as.
I'm sorry, but electrical breakdown in the stratosphere, there is none because there's no resistance. There's there's at the top of the stratosphere is 1/1000th of atmosphere. The stratosphere starts at 50 millibar or 50/1000th of an atmosphere. There's no atmosphere. There's no breakdown. There's no spark. There's no arc.
Oh, you mean you're saying that lightning can't travel through it because it's not because of the pressure.
Yeah.
But I thought it had to do with moisture in the air. It had nothing to do with anything else.
It's a conductor. It's a conductor.
I know that most of the electrical charge is created in the clouds. It's the actual moisture banging into each other that causes the electricity. But nobody's really sure if that's really the truth. But that's what we assume, right?
Yeah.
Because it's usually when two storms or two different clouds hit each other, and it's usually the drag between the two that causes the storm to happen or causes the electricity to form, right? I've seen it a million times. It's just fucking nuts.
Ohm's law, the atmospheric voltage potential.
But how does it build up so high before it arcs? So that's the question. Why would it build up so high?
Anyways, we'll do a show on it. We'll pull.
Well, I don't know much about weather though. I don't really know much about lightning, to be honest with you. So I mean, I'm just guessing. I don't know.
So your electrical voltage potential, you can think as simply as Ohm's law. Basically, your current amperage is your magnetic field. So that's constant in the atmosphere. So the only variables is voltage and resistance. So the more resistance towards the surface, right? And as you go up through the stratosphere, there's less resistance.
Yes, capacitance is what it is.
That means more voltage, less resistance. And you get your dielectric breakdown of air down here, which is those arcs. But anyways, I need to simplify just Ohm's law. You can apply that to the atmospheric potential gradient. That's all.
Well, Glenn's got a question for you. There you go. Wait a second. Are you using units of atmosphere per part per million? And how do you know there is less atmosphere and electric potential increasing with more mass?
That's why you use altitude instead.
Less mass. Yeah.
That's why NASA uses altitude instead of bars. Yeah. Well, they might actually measure it in bars when they're on their own, but when they tell the public, they talk about it differently. Yeah, that's how they're both fitting into.
Well, it'd be a good show. We should do it.
Maybe when a salesman comes to you, you know he's bullshitting.
Atmospheric potential gradient, is that what we're talking about?
Yeah,
you're talking about parts per million. But how do you know there's less atmosphere or atmos, what do they call it?
Well, I mean, obviously there's as much atmosphere inside the dome as there is, right? And it just is what it is, no matter whether it's pressurized or more at the top or whatever. But that's not the point. The point is that the point where it goes from not having pressure at all, it never goes to that point. No matter how high you go, it just gets more and more.
That's where I get into, but daylight is making its own voltage. It's independent of daylight.
But in order for electricity to work, it would have to be that way, right? It would have to be a root.
That's easy to apply because the stratosphere is a conductor. It's.
But am I wrong though?
It's published in all kinds of.
But think about what I'm saying though. Regardless of Ohm's law, don't you agree that if electricity would not ground, it would not build up at all if it wasn't perfect? So it wasn't designed that way, in other words.
Well, it definitely isn't perfect. You can tell by the way lightning actually acts now.
Yeah. No, but I'm saying what builds up? What's building up, and how's it building up on what? It's building up on the water in the atmosphere. You're saying? So you're saying it just charges itself into this huge amounts of electricity.
Think of it like a little toy car that you could pull backwards, and then when you roll it forward, okay. If you hold it from letting it go, you're resisting it. That's the resistance.
No, I get it. Just like a spring with a load on.
Potential. Yeah.
Yeah, potential. Right, but it still requires you to push it or start it or push the button, the start key, right, in order for it to activate. So you still putting energy into the system, right?
Right. There.
You had to pull it back to start with. Like that's another thing.
Well, yeah, of course. You did, right? Or you had to set it up. Well, yeah, because you don't find things in nature where there's like metal that's been refinely metalled and beaten down into a perfect shape and then hardened so that it can spring against something and then stuck in between two pieces. No, it doesn't work like that. But in reality, elements do form and they do align in the atmosphere together, and sometimes that causes it. It's all kinds of different reasons why electricity grounds out. But what my question is what causes the capacitance to happen in the first place? And where there has to be a ceiling for it to go through, otherwise it wouldn't come from a higher to a lower. So obviously the ceiling is part of it. So it needs to be the ceiling, right?
Whoa. What? All right. So you just described the firmament. If you really want to beat that metal out,
my headset died, yo.
So I mean, maybe you haven't seen it, or maybe it's hard to see, but I know that there's at least one group of people that's taken pictures of electricity coming from what appears to be like the top of the dome. It looks arched and it has like some surface to it. Now I'm not saying that that's really true. It might just be some kind of photo image, like anomaly or something.
Think about what you just said there. At any kind of air current or any kind of winds or any kind of mass that gets that high would actually build up a charge, wouldn't it? Just for friction.
I don't know. That's what I've never been that high up. I mean, when I'm in an airplane, I don't necessarily get static charge built up on me from being in an airplane, but I guess the airplane does, because I've gotten out of an airplane and gotten shocked. But you know what I mean? I realize that like when you're in a car and you're driving, it builds up drag, and yeah, it builds up static electricity, but it's not enough to fucking run your house with it or nothing. But yeah, there's some potential for it to arc and shit, and I think that's what it really is. You might think that there's a huge distance, but the reality is there's a place in the atmosphere, or whatever you want to call it, where these things can happen, right? Where electricity can arc. And above that, you wouldn't see it, because when it travels down, it's traveling through solid elements, or it's traveling through moisture or something else, to where you're not able to actually physically see the light bouncing off of it or coming off of it and coming to your eyes. That doesn't mean that it's not still coming from way up there at the top of the dome. Get what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, there's other forms that are completely invisible. We know that for a fact.
But
Right?
then again, it doesn't prove that it is either. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying.
The only way we could do is actually go up there and find out. Dude.
But I think it's obvious that if we all imagine it as a terrarium or a snow globe with air in it instead of water, right? It's the opposite. And that's kind of funny that they made snow globes and they put water in them. It's the exact opposite nature of what the Earth is, right? Isn't that funny? But you know what? That's what the whole world's about. The whole world's about showing you the truth right in front of you. Like April Fool's Day. Everybody celebrates April Fool's Day. Well, you know why they call it April Fool's Day? Because you're a dumbass. That's why. Go research it.
I've never celebrated it except by pulling pranks on people. So,
right, but but when you go to school, they always tell you, "Oh, it's April Fool's Day," and they make a big deal of it. It always been made a big deal of to me. People have always told me, "Oh yeah."
I just wanted to follow up with what I was saying about that car, like that little toy car. When you get to the stratosphere, that's like letting the car go, and there's no more resistance.
I get what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just trying to put all my thoughts about electricity and make it fit into that.
How high does the strata go? That's the question.
Well, yeah, it only goes up so high, and then the potential's gone. But that doesn't mean that it isn't traveling down through from the top to get there, or to form, or maybe it's just being made right there in the middle. Who knows? But all I know is that it's very, very the most impossible and awesome thing in the world that I've learned since I started researching flat Earth is that there's actually millions of gallons of water in a cloud. That just blows me the fuck away. Like when you think about like a big cloud and it just drops like thousands of gallons on, and it's just a massive amount of water, but it turns into a gas and then it just instantly becomes water again and just falls. It's amazing how that really works when you think about it.
This mic a problem?
But it only happens at a certain altitude too.
No, you're just coming in like you're really deep, like you're in a bucket.
Oh,
yeah.
What would they say? 80%. Well, air is 80% nitrogen, 20% oxygen, 1% other. But what about all the water that's in the air? All the pollen, dust?
But see, that's the part you don't understand. Is that's the part where they tricked you. That's all you're breathing is water. Water is what what air is.
Then there's got to be free space in between these little molecules.
But there's also all these other elements mixed into it, so it's going to make the air look different because there's other elements mixed.
They create elastic collisions that actually cause friction, and here we go. All right.
Well, right, but you think about it, we should be able to figure that out, but we'd have to have the information that they have that they're not giving us, and they're never going to give us that information. We're going to learn it. So
yeah, let's do a show on sprites. Okay. All right, say goodnight, everybody.
Yeah.
All right, good night.
All right, see you.
Love everybody.
betrayal. Kiss my ass. You lost your empathy. You must not like the living. You lost your soul and want us to. You spent a lifetime cheating, and that's just so we feel. There's nothing left inside our feelings. I'm like a death dog. I'm not when it's on. That's what I hate about you. A fucking death dog who never listens. That's when the death is on you. It's going to disappear. One day it's like a miracle, it will disappear. It's like the miracle.
Magic only truly exists in one place, the human mind. None of this stuff is real, and none of it is.
Life will never be the same. Life will never be the